Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, good evening, or is it good night? Uh, it's almost morning. We are starting this show late. I've been having a problem with my Wi-Fi, but now I've sorted out. We are bringing you today the show on the topic issues to do with our Wetangula's false sympathy to his brother Tim. Today at the Fort Kenya party headquarters, he had to try and show that he's feeling what his brother Tim is going through. Yet Kenyans will argue that he has been campaigning in Nairobi and his candidate has always been Sakaja. So how comes, what has happened that now he's feeling that Tim should have been the governor? In fact, he argues that Tim is the most popular candidate. Did he try to share that to William Ruto? Did he also try to convince Tim to, or did he even try to give Tim a direct ticket on Fort Kenya? Every party always run for a popular candidate. You should have told him, come to my party, I will give you a direct nomination. Okay, so right now we are feeling that he's shedding some crocodile tears. And then we also have an issue. The IBC has postponed the running mate issue, which was supposed to lapse on, is it 28th? Thursday, yes. But now it's extended up to 16th May. So there is a grace period for them to continue consulting. Baba is finishing his trip in the US. I don't know whether he has jetted in or he's supposed to jet in today or tomorrow, because he has to be around as the funeral of Mwai Kibaki is being prepared. Okay, we also bring you issues to do with the nomination drama. We have seen one of the former aspirants of Kiambu, Jango, who has paraded quite a number of aspirants and says that in the coming parliament, there will be more than 30% of independents. What do you think? So welcome to the show. Gisito, hi. I am available. Let me share the link so that you can be the first one to join the show. And let's have a conversation over the same. I will play one or two clips just to give us the context of what we need to be talking tonight. Let me begin by Weta.
Of Nairobi is Tim Wanyonyi, the MP of this area. Amemnyang'anya kwa nguvu na karoba akapatia mtu mwingine. And Tim is a PWD. Kama unaweza kunyang'anya mtu anayeishi na ulemavu, utamfanyaje yule anatembea? It is a very wicked act. And Mheshimiwa Prime Minister Raila, God will punish you. Because God is watching every step we all make. Hata ukitembea ukisema mambo ile unasema, jamii ya Mlembe hawata kusamehe. Wewe na ule mzee wa minyororo anaitwa Atuli. Na Eugene Wamala ambaye ameogopa kusimama kura hata ya women rep peke yake asimame. mutalipwa hapa hapa duniani.
Okay, I don't know what happens when people join UDA. They certainly become very spiritual, and they start telling you how God will punish you in the things that even don't make sense. I don't know what kind of God this team Tanga worships. Huh? They start become judgmental to everybody. Now, how will God punish Raila? And it's Raila who has met Tim anyway. Tim has never been in Fort Kenya. If a team is rising, has been always in ODM. Baba has been the one who has propelled him up to where he is right now, where Tangula has never supported his brother. But let's look at the facts. Raila has his elder brother called Oburu Odinga. Oburu Odinga is a friend to Raila. Raila gave direct nomination to his brother Oburu Odinga. And even his sister is now a women rep somewhere, Homa Bay. So he has a very good relationship with his family, brothers and sisters. Wetangula has never supported his brother Tim Wanyonyi, even when he says that he's a BWT. He should be on the one forefront campaigning for him, even pushing his wheelchair. We should to demonstrate to us that actually he loves his brother. But on the other hand, we have been seeing him pushing for Sakaja governorship. Now that it has expired, he comes for sympathy votes, and he thinks Luyas, because they will not think they will support him by making such weird remarks. Oh my goodness. Let's hear why
Presidential hopefuls now have up to May the 16th to identify and make public their partners in the State House race. The new timeline also gives gubernatorial aspirants some more time to name their running mates and was arrived at after a 3-hour meeting at the Commission's headquarters. Our senior reporter Seth Olale closely followed the proceedings and filed this report.
The deadline for resolving the running mates headache in Azimio la Umoja One Kenya Party and the Kenya Kwanza Alliance has been pushed forward by at least 2 more weeks after protests from key players in President Uhuru Kenyatta's succession race. A consultative meeting between IEBC and representative of aggrieved political outfits yielding new timelines in the race that is 104 days away.
All these then names will be submitted to Chapter 6 institutions for due diligence before the date for pre-nomination meetings, which will be carried out countrywide on the 23rd of May.
Tumeongezewa muda kidogo ndio watu waendelee kuwasiliana na kuongea mazungumzo zaidi, ndio majina itakayotokea itakuwa imekubalika katika eneo zote za Kenya.
So we have agreed that yes, it is necessary administratively to possibly create some buffer time between the date in which we come to them and the constitutional timeline, so that should there be any problem, we would be able to respond.
The 16th May deadline, however, does not affect aspirants eyeing parliamentary and civic seats. Political parties must submit names of their nominees eyeing Senate, National Assembly, Women Representative and ward seats by close of business Thursday.
In the interest of what the Constitution provides, and I cited Article 83.3 as a commission where one of the things we do is facilitate political parties and aspirants and generally the voter to realize their democratic rights.
Resolving the running mate puzzle is proving a delicate balancing act for leading presidential contenders amid fears of a fallout should those eyeing the second-in-command slot fail to make it to the ballot. For Deputy President William Ruto, who is the de facto Kenya Kwanza presidential flag bearer, names of National Assembly Speaker Justin Muturi, Tharaka Nithi Senator Professor Kithure Kindiki, Mathira Lomeka Rigathi Gachagua and Kirinyaga Governor Anne Waiguru have continuously featured in the list of likely running mates.
Tunaendelea kujadiliana. Tunajadiliana.
For the Azimio la Umoja One Kenya Coalition Party, a selection panel was constituted last Thursday to sift through names of potential running mates. Wiper leader Kalonzo Musyoka is digging in for a third opportunity to feature alongside the political outfit's presidential aspirant Raila Odinga. Na Kenya leader Martha Karua's running mate bid is being pushed by a section of women leaders who insist on a female deputy president. Other names that have been listed as potential Odinga running mates include Agriculture Cabinet Secretary Puta Munya, Mombasa Governor Ali Hassan Joho, former Gatanga MP Peter Kenneth, and Kitui Governor Charity Ngilu, after her NAK party pushed for her consideration. In a rare show of unity, the main actor
personally, as Senator Kwambua?
Yes.
You want me to be very, very honest with you?
Yes.
If he doesn't pick Alonzo?
Yes.
Probably I will not vote for him.
He'll have lost your vote and your support.
If my vote is lost, it means that my support is also gone. I mean, you asked me to be blunt and
Yes.
honest with you.
Yes.
And you know, let me tell you one thing that as a country, we must also begin to deal with. We must begin to be honest with each other and with everyone. So that if I give you my word, then that's what it is. I don't want to lie to anyone that it's going to be rosy and always well. And, no.
It will be
and maybe not even messy, but you know what? It will not be the same. Yeah, that's a fact. But again, I'll keep saying, nobody should feel any pressure to do what they think is the right thing to do. Okay. Let us allow our presidential candidate of Azimio la Umoja One Kenya and those who advise him on matters deputy president, let us allow them time to do their math, to do their calculations, and to announce who it is that they think and believe if he runs with Raila. Because what we want is victory at the ballot on the 9th of August.
Senator, hello.
Okay, that is the last one.
Na vile nomination hazikuwa credible. Na jambo lingine ambao nataka kusema siku ya leo, UDM haikuweza kutupatia what we call justice, kwa sababu naamini ya kwamba a justice delayed is a justice denied. The reason being, before the nomination wangetuelezea kuwa kuna fee ambao tulikuwa tunafaa tulipe in case kuwe na irregularities. But unfortunately, they never communicated that to us. And due to that, as aspirants, mostly from Loiro, we decided that we'll go to independent. Now, due to that, now we forge the way forward. We support our governor, Django, because all in all, it is not lost. Secondly, I want to say this. As independent candidate, we understand the terms and the conditions that are required for us. And we know eventually we'll emerge winners na tutaweza kufika kwa hatima zetu tukiwa na nguvu. Watu wa Loiro nataka kuelezea kuwa bado tunasonga mbele, bado tunaendelea na tutaweza kufika pamoja, na tunashukuru sana kwa sababu ya support yenu.
Kwa hivyo tunadhani mko na experience ya kuwa mgombea. Labda umuhimu wa serikali ya kiongozi
Jiko. So this time your loyalty is not to the party. your loyalty is to Wanjiko and the person who elected you. So, and that is why we stand. And that is why I'm saying, and in fact, this is what I can call a new dawn. Because as you know, in 2017, I was the only member of parliament who was elected in an independent ticket, the whole of Mount Kenya. So maybe I call myself the grandparent or the grandfather of the politics of independence. However, now I have got my siblings here, I have got kids here who are growing with me, and I can say the democracy of independence now is maturing in this country. Watch this space. 30% of all the members in the National Assembly, 30% of all the county assembly are going to be independent this year. And that is the minimum. We could even see more. And what you're saying is that we
Okay, I don't know what's happening to my clips. Before it ends, it mutes itself. Anyway, you have captured what I wanted to say. How are you, my dear brothers? Big Sam, karibu ni kuseme nyumba kumi, kumbe ni nyumba tu. Nyumba, and then Di Makena, and then Bernard. How are you guys? Before I engage you, let me show someone has asked in the comment section something about Nairobi. I don't know if it can be displayed there. Yes. You asked about Nairobi constituencies for Azimio. We have a balanced number of Jubilee and ODM. Wiper has one candidate in Embakasi South. Starehe ni Jubilee Amos. Embakasi Central kuna J Ndirangu. Embakasi North kuna Jubilee Wangoro. Embakasi West kuna Mwenje. Kamkunji kuna Jubilee Hassan. Kasarani Jubilee Kakuya. Roysambu kuna Jubilee Waihenya. Dakoreti kuna Jubilee Waweru. Westlands kuna ODM Wanyonyi, Makadara, Aladwa, Kibra, Orero. Haka kuna TJ Kajwang, then Dakoreti kuna ODM ODM Alachi, Embakasi, ODM Babuino, Mathare, ODM Oluoch, Langata, ODM Jalango. That is the lineup for Azimio MPs in Nairobi. Eric, you are the first one to enter here and then you dropped off. How are you?
Okay, thank you so much, Mr. Kesa. I think when Bernard joined, he started messing up with my network. So
he kicked you out naturally.
Naturally.
Okay. Yeah.
Eric, repair your network. Don't blame me.
Bernard kicked me out. So at least now I had to talk to Bernard behind the curtain so that he doesn't do that again.
I don't know whether it's my network or yours. I'm not una break.
No, my network now it's fine. So if it persists,
Bernard, unanisikia?
Yes, I can hear you, Kesa.
Okay. Now Eric, straight away, Wetangula amesema Mungu ata punish Raila. Why should God punish Raila?
You
Take
know,
your 3 minutes, you can canvas through the clips, whatever you remember and you want to share with us.
Yeah, very fast because it's an introduction actually. So thank you so much. Hi everyone in the panel. Yeah, I'm so grateful to see that everyone is fine, and I can see people are happy too to have a day. About the Wetangula crying for, you know, when people see things are not working the way they were expecting, they start getting depressed. And you know, Tim Wanyonyi has been in ODM since the beginning. Baba is the one who has molded Tim Wanyonyi up to where he is now. And you know, these people, I don't know what they want from Azimio, because they keep on saying, come to our side, come to our side. Meaning, they see in Azimio, there is great leaders in Azimio, and they want them. And you know, the people who are in Azimio cannot fit in Kenya Kwisha. They cannot. So the point of view is that Wetangula ana regret ni vile haezi sema kitu yoyote, analia tu huko nyuma, because Wetangula mtu mmoja kuongea, it's very funny, and I think it's ironical, because Wetangula, even in parliament, I don't think the Ford Kenya has got MPs in parliament. I don't remember how many MPs Ford Kenya has in parliament that Wetangula can say he has numbers. So Wetangula has a problem, and he has never supported his brother. You know, maybe he could have told Tim Wanyonyi, come to UDA, we give you direct ticket for Nairobi gubernatorial. But he couldn't, because he has no say in UDA. He's just there. Yeye ni wanafuata tu. Juu yeye kwa yeye peke yake na certificate and few people. So I think Wetangula, they are wamesense defeat, and it's a matter of time. So hakuna kitu baba amefanya makosa. And you know, Azimio, it's a place that I think they do consultation, much wider consultation, and they give leadership as per uwezo yako. Unajua, si kama vile UDA wanasema wanapea kila mtu. Huwezi pea mtu amezoea kuendesha gari ndogo, alafu unampea trailer manual, and you expect that person will deliver the consignment. He cannot. You need to give someone who is experienced to drive the same machine. So Baba, they seated down and they saw the plan, how things will work, and trust you me, Baba doesn't go wrong. Things will work out. So for Wetangula, wacha tu aendelee kulia. Nomination fallout, hiyo ni kitu tu ilikuwa ikue, especially UDA imepata shida sana na mambo ya nomination sana. And I think before the campaign starts very well, because I think the campaign is going to start, tutakuwa tushajua mbivu na mbichi, tutakuwa tushajua mavuno, mawindo iko pande gani. But for Kenya Kwanza, I don't think they are going to harvest anything from Azimio. To harvest from Azimio, it's very hard. That's the only thing I know. So about the nomination hiyo ilikuwa tu, hakuna nomination inaweza kuwa straight sana, because it's not that much serious on everything. Kibaki legacy, it was nice. And actually, I've been watching on Citizen today here right now. I was trying to listen to what they are talking about. And you know, the people who are complaining most likely in Kenya Kwanza is the people who doesn't want us public here down. We know what goes on with the project and with government. That's why they come on giving us a propaganda here, so that we don't follow, we listen, we know how the economy is built. And we are getting it, we are understanding. Kibaki did a good job. And I normally say, everywhere Baba is, the government normally delivers. People go back to, since 2007, there were fights. People didn't think whether the country will go back to its feet. But you see, the moment Baba and Kibaki joined hands, things were done marvelously, and the country moved on very well. Go to 2013, 2017, nothing happened good. See, from 2017 to date, what has happened in Kenya, the development, it's too high. It's very nice. So for Kibaki legacy, it will still continue, and it will be remembered. And it did the best for us as the country. So running mate, hiyo wacha tungoje. Running mate, wacha tungoje. Hiyo siwezi sema anything about running mate, but in Azimio, if we get Martha Karua, the better. Thank you.
Thank you. Maybe in 2 seconds, I saw Sakaja parading James someone from APSA company, APSA Bank. What is your view in 30 seconds?
For that reason, even I don't know that person. I've never heard about the CEO of Hubs. I've never known even the name. I've heard today. And, you know, in Kenya, most likely people in Nairobi, people are used to someone they have been hearing for some time. You understand? For us, we have been hearing about the Kalok, the Mkamba people, the Kamba guy, about the Igade has been there. So for Sakaja, it's a good losing team. In Nairobi, Sakaja will be either number 2. So let us forget about that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for your opinion. Let's have the McKenna.
Yes, hamjambo.
Tuko poa.
I can see everyone is kicking. Wekesa, it's for the first time I'm joining your live stream, and I'm pleasure to be here. Actually, with matamshi ya Wetangula, kwa upande wangu kibinafsi, kwanza kisiasa, siwezi sema ya kwamba matamshi yale labda yalikuwa ni matamshi mabaya, kwa sababu unajua damu ni nzito kuliko maji, na kwa kisiasa tukienda kisiasa kiundani kidogo, Wetangula yuko Kenya Kwanza, na rafiki yangu pale amesema ni Kenya kwisha. Ni sawa, kwa sababu ni masuala ya kisiasa na inabidi tumekubali. Mimi nilikuwa na ngoja hilo, kama Wetangula is a brother to team, na lazima swala kama hilo lingetokea, na pia hatuwezi kulipinga kwa sababu ni mandugu. That's number 1. Number 2, kulingana na mimi pia na vile nimeweza kutizama masuala ya kisiasa hapa nchini, haswa sana Timu Wanyonyi aliweza kujiunga na ODM kitambo sana. Tuseme sasa wale walikuwa miongoni mwa watu ambao waliweza kuipenda ODM kutoka mkoa wa Magharibi. Kwa hivyo Timu Wanyonyi hakika, hata kama angenyimwa ile tiketi, lakini haingekuwa hivyo direct. Basi ingekuwa vema kama wangejua kwamba ile tiketi hatapewa, ingekuwa vizuri ya kwamba wazungumze na yeye mapema, kwa sababu Timu Wanyonyi ni mtiifu. Unajua, let us not condemn him. Huyu jamaa ni mtiifu, mwanzo amekuwa close na baba Raila Amolo Odinga. Wangemweleza tu, wamwambie kidogo, you know, Nairobi is for cartels. Let me not lie to you. Kusema kweli Timu hangeweza, it's true, hangeweza kuminyana na hawa watu ambao wameingia sana ndani ya Nairobi na wanatambua Nairobi, what is Nairobi. Unajua siasa ya Nairobi kusema kweli ni masuala kidogo ya wewe ni nani, ubabe fulani. Sasa lazima Timu Wanyonyi angeenda polepole. Timu Wanyonyi katika constituency yake watu wanamtambua kwa maendeleo mbadala, na pia naona ya kwamba pia kunyimwa ile chance it's okay for ODM. For me naweza sema it's okay, kwa sababu hawangeacha Timu Wanyonyi aminyane na kijana yetu Sakaja bado, kwa sababu Sakaja is a bit brighter. So wangeachia Timu Wanyonyi pia kile kiti kingechukuliwa mapema asubuhi na UDA. Hiyo ni ukweli, kwa sababu mbinu ambayo Sakaja angetumia na ile gain ambayo yako nayo na motivation katika masuala ya siasa, kidogo UDA ingebeba mapema. Kwa hivyo mimi naona kwamba Timu Wanyonyi kunyang'anywa tiketi si mbaya, lakini wangemweleza mapema tu, ama wangemwambia
naona Bernard, the hand is up.
Hayo madai yako unayoweka kwa msingi upi? Kwa sababu Wanyonyi amekuwa ni mwanachama ODM. I'm sure is a life member of ODM. He has been a member of parliament for 2 terms in Westlands on ODM ticket.
Yes.
Okay.
Nam.
He has
Nam.
a constituency in Nairobi.
Yeah. Yes.
What constituency does Sakaja have?
Unajua.
Secondly,
Yes.
Wetangula is a seasoned politician.
Nam.
He has a party called Ford Kenya.
Yes.
Oldest party so far after KANU.
Yes.
It is even older than ODM.
Yes.
What he be complaining about ODM when he already has a party that his brother could not use to buy in Nairobi all this time? And now he comes to tell us that God is going to punish Raila because he has denied Wanyonyi a ticket.
Bernard, let me...
Wait. Before you answer that,
yes, please.
We have a history and a background of what happened. When you remember, actually before this guy of Serisia came to Jubilee,
yes,
anaitwa nani huyu jamaa wa Serisia?
That is
Waluke.
Not Makali. Waluke, yeah. That's
the
Waluke.
first person to champion for Team Wanyonyi to be a governor in Bungoma on Fort Kenya ticket.
Yes.
But because Wetangula had a secret plan with Lusaka,
yes,
he denied him that opportunity. So Tim remained in Nairobi to campaign for that. So what is wrong with Wetangula and his brother? That is where the conversation should begin.
Okay. According to my side, we might not know maybe where the problem is between the two brothers. But as a brother, I see that Wetangula just came in, at least so that the society can recognize that he has spoken something about the brother who has been denied a ticket of ODM. My brother Bernard started by saying Tim Wanyonyi has been a life member of ODM. Quote that one, if you don't mind.
A life member of ODM. I have no record of him leaving ODM.
Yes.
To any place. So has been. What do you mean? He was.
So what I'm trying to say is that today, being denied a ticket, an ODM ticket, and he has been in ODM all this time.
You people
yes,
are good
Bernard.
at misrepresenting information. Nobody
yes,
has
Bernard.
been denied a ticket.
Yes.
ODM is one party among 26
yes.
parties that form up
yes.
Azimio.
Yes.
The politics of Azimio are different from you people who have only 5 parties to consider. We have 26 children to consider.
Yes.
So each one must put in consideration that there will be give and take. So this is not a matter of community. This is not a matter of one individual. We have over 26 parties, and all these 26 parties must be considered in every decision that is made, especially in Nairobi. And having all that, there is enough room for Wanyonyi to serve. If he goes back to Westlands, he will get the seat very early in the morning. He may end up serving in another capacity in parliament. So nothing is lost. Weta is trying to bring the hypocrisy of the usual hypocrisy. Are you telling me that Weta was going to vote for Wanyonyi if Wanyonyi was given the gubernatorial seat in Nairobi?
In fact, he could not manage even to be in Nairobi that day.
No. Yes, that he will not vote in Nairobi. He will go back to his village where he votes.
Yes.
So if Tim Wanyonyi is given ticket, Weta will make no difference. If Tim Wanyonyi is denied the ticket, Weta will make no difference. He should shut up and go and build his party. Thank you.
You're welcome, sir. I've gotten your point, and let me say that maybe
there is an issue. One issue on Ismail, and then you wind up. Huh?
Good
Ismail, you
evening.
are lost in the
Good
clouds.
evening.
Yes, I've been there, just listening on the background,
Yeah.
trying to catch up. So I hope everybody's doing well. The issue of Nairobi, it is not about that Wanyonyi. Wanyonyi is a good performance person. We cannot dispute that. It is not the issue. The major issue is political interest. Wanyonyi is a good guy. If you compare, you cannot compare Wanyonyi and Sakaja. Sakaja is irrelevant coming to the politics in Nairobi. Because first of all, Sakaja was nominated, then elected. Wanyonyi has been there, been elected, not even been nominated with this disability, the way he has disability. No, he don't been considered like somebody with disability. He has been elected several. I think this is the 10th parliament he's serving. So it was about the political interest. Because being that Baba will be the presidential candidate for Azimio, then again, Tim Wanyonyi is from Azimio. You get the point? Then we cannot have a Baba as a presidential flag bearer for Azimio. Then we have Nairobi again coming from same party because Tim Wanyonyi and Baba they're from same political party ODM. So we had to have that political interest of all bringing these all people together because you see, Igade is a Kikuyu, then the deputy is from Kamba, then Baba is Jaluo, then obviously they will take running mate of Baba from other place, whether he will come from Shi or he will come from Mount Kenya or another place, but mostly running mate for Baba will be coming from Mount Kenya.
Thank
Yes.
you.
Thank you so much.
I'll give you time to submit just a brief comment. Now, D. McKenna, can you summarize up now your point?
Okay, so my point was clearly that I was expecting Wetangula to react over the same, but now different people have taken it in a different way. But still, the ball, it's at the center. I've gotten the point of Ismail, and that is where now Azimio has worked very smart according to the to what they have done in Nairobi. Thank you very much.
Okay. Let's have Nyumba. You have a question, David?
Olo has a question or something.
Yeah, David, you have a question? David,
okay, thank you so much, Wekesa and Bernard. Actually, I've just come here to correct what this guy is saying. I'm not here to submit. Normally, I don't like submitting so much. I like listening at the back. So, and I feel like he's very wrong. He's very wrong because saying that Sakaja can beat Wanyonyi, I think he's wrong because so many times Wanyonyi has emerged as the best MPs, as the best among all MPs. So what you are saying is not right. And then again, saying that Wetangula is right to speak about this issue is also wrong because why is he speaking about an issue that is in ODM yet he is in Ford Kenya? If he is really, really honest about the situation, he should ask himself why his brother is in ODM and not in Ford Kenya. And you see, these demands, they are only bringing them to ODM. They can't take them to their parties because they know that ODM is a national party. They know that if you have the ODM's ticket, it is a strong ticket and you are likely to win. So I think, my brother, you are wrong. And as a youth, you should put all your antennas up to catch the network in this political arena because you will be easily manipulated by these politicians if you cannot see through the eyes of what is happening. So just be careful. Don't listen to all the propaganda out there. When you are in Azimio, in Azimio, we are doing things with a lot of consideration. We are balancing so many acts. And it is so easy to be manipulated by people from Tanga because they will come and tell you that, you know what? You see, like the other time, they started saying that Raila did not go to US with what? With who? With Oparanya. And now, Raila had a plan. Now you see they are in the state with Oparanya. So don't be there to be manipulated by politicians. Open your eyes as a youth Clear your mind so that you can be able to see through their lies. Thank you so much. That is what I wanted to tell this guy.
Okay, thank you.
Noted.
Thank you. Just maybe to in 1 second, there is also a candidate in UDA who was running for president. That lady from, was it Kenyatta University? If we can follow Wetangula's argument of BW whatever, and then it means UDA should have had sympathy on that lady and made her a presidential candidate than going for Williams Moe. After all, she was more of a hustler than the billionaire that he was given the ticket. It was not also necessary to abuse Atwoli that ni mse wa Nyororo, and then it was also not necessary to say that Eugene and women is not even contesting for women rep. So you realize he was just bitter and used the opportunity to hit back the people who are progressing politically. Nyumba, what is your take?
Thank you, Bwana Wakesa. Members of the Mr. Bernard and members of the panel, I salute you all. Good evening. I almost went to sleep thinking that the channel is not operating tonight. But thank you for bringing it. Point number 1. My name is Nyumba. Nyumba in Kikuyu. Nyumba is Kiswahili, they go together. It means the same thing, but there's something called Modoa Nyumba. So this is Nyumba. There should be something over the U, but they have not put it. Now, I think I'll be very brief. Today, I wanted to listen, and it's always nice to listen, not always to talk. You hear others and also gain something from them. Maybe I'll just touch very briefly on each point. Number 1, Pa Weta's thinking, God should punish Raila on the issue of Tim. I don't know why the older people, and in case there's one here, think God is on their side and not on the sides of other people. Remember recently even Honorable Ruto saying that God is going to punish Uhuru. We all belong to God. Either you are in UDA, Jubilee, Kwanza, Azimio, we all belong to God. Let's not pray for harm to go to others. God is very considerate all the time. Now, also, Weta is in Kenya Kwanza. Team is in Azimio. There is no way Weta can give advice to team with another team for team to beat them in their own game. No. He can only put a statement that's going to mislead. So that is not genuinely said. It has ulterior motive, that statement of his. And I can't take it. It's a fake. It was mislead, or to make Tim Wanyonyi to have ill feelings or to become angry and maybe go to Kwanza, don't work. Somebody has already said, Azimio is very balanced. They balance things out. I think we had that issue the other day. It's not just something from nowhere. It's well considered, talked about, and consensus is reached. Because all the parties in Azimio, they have a stake in the whole nomination. I leave that one at that point. Nomination fallouts. Nomination fallouts will be there in all parties. Some fallouts may be genuine and others fake. But There are some very popular leaders who are outspoken and they have
Excuse me,
foresight.
Mananyumba, you need to raise your voice or get close to the mic. There is an outcry. They can't get you clearly.
I was even
Can you
thinking
hear
it's
me
my
now?
mouth. He has a problem.
Am I okay? Am I all right now?
Yeah, that's better. Just raise your voice, Kiasi, and then you'll be okay.
Okay. I'm saying in nominations, there'll be fallout in all parties, and most of these will go independent way. Some may be genuinely going the independent way because they may be popular and they are rigged out by their own parties. And actually, if they go independent, some of them make it. You can see like now the governor for Laikipia, he actually was rigged out, but he went independent and he made it. But some may not make it. Also, depending on the popular party in a particular region, it's important to want to make a decision. But can assure you that this the National Assembly and the Senate and any other the county assemblies, there'll be very many independent candidates this time, like no other time. Kibaki legacy. His legacy is rich, and but more pronounced on the economic point, the issue. He made wonders. The country was broken down economically by the time he was taking over, but he was able to raise the economy of Kenya to a very, 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 very good heights. An example like me, I was in the public service, and I actually did serious campaign for Kibaki. That was in December, that election of 2002 during NAC. And I knew I was going to win. So I had served in the public service for a long time, and I quit to go into private practice because I believed that the situation would improve, and it worked. So his legacy economically is very nice. He was a humble man and very considerate. I was watching over the Citizen, and there was Dr. Bidange, Kibati, James Mwangi of Equity, and they were talking how he left them to do their thing, and that's why the economy worked very well. The only handicap, small handicap, politically, Kibaki was not very strong, and actually had written him off ever being the president of Kenya. And that's why, as much as he was successful in the economic direction, political direction he failed a bit. That's why we had the 2007, 2008 mayhem. But nevertheless, overall, to me is the best president we have ever had, even as compared to the current one. There you go, in peace. Running mate nightmare. Running mate nightmare is with us. And that's why you can see even the two major political parties or affiliations, they have been unable to make that decision. I mean, as me or myself, as me or maybe you could have made the decision by now, but Honorable Kalonzo has been a really hard person. He has actually been shifting goalposts every other day, and that's why it has been very difficult for that. But I think they have narrowed to a few. That is Martha Karua, Joho, Kenneth, Kalonzo, and definitely it's good when it's pushed at this point, because when one of them is taken as a deputy running mate, whoever is unhappy will not be able to run to any other place. They have to settle with that. Similarly, on the other side, Kenya Kwanza, there's a tricky thing for both parties actually, because you have to balance. You want maximum votes you make the wrong decision, you may lose a lot of votes elsewhere. So they're also having the same problem. Maybe is it Mudavadi? Is it Kindiki? Is it Muturi, the recent joining member? Is it Waigoro governor? They are still doing their mathematics. And I think they are watching each other. Azimio is watching Kwanza. Because, for example, if Kwanza takes Waigoro, now maybe Azimio will also take Malda to balance it. But I think it's high time the decision is made, especially in Azimio, and for Mother Karwa, not only because she's a lady, but because of her credentials. Maybe, thank you, Bwana Wekesa. Let me stop there. I may contribute more later. Thank you.
Okay, asante sana Bwana Nyumba kwa maoni yako, tunashukuru. Naomba tusonge mbele. Ismail, it's your turn.
So tukikuja kwa issue ya running mate, mi naona kwa maoni yangu, because you know each and every person has his own opinion, but kwa maoni yangu mi naona wapatie Martha Karua. Kalonzo, as much Kalonzo kana around 2 million ataleta kwa table, but wakuje tu into consensus, into agreement, wapatie Martha Karua, because pia itakuwa mebalance, inaitwa gender balance, italeta gender balance. Tukikuwa na running mate lady, ita sound more fabulous kuliko tukiwa na running mate mwanaume. Na several times baba wamejaribu na Kalonzo, it didn't work, because we cannot hatuwezi sema it work, because baba hajai kuwa president, hajai work. Although I'm not ruling out the potential in Kalonzo. Kalonzo is capable, but now from Kalonzo akae kwa baridi kidogo, because baba pia for Uhuru kusupport baba has been on cold, right? Because leadership pia mpaka wakupime waone unaweza kuvumilia, kustahimili mawimbi yakikuja. So baba amestahimili mawimbi, yamekuja, ametulia, Uhuru akimsupport. It has been long time sana kitambo Uhuru aseme baba anatosha. So saa hii kwa maoni yangu Martha Karua anatosha kuliko any other person. Kalonzo, Peter Kenneth, Sabina Chege. Martha Karua ako good, because Martha Karua approaching things, it's anaenda head on, atakwambia the way it is. Kama kitu imbambi ataiachana nayo. So maoni yangu Martha Karua kwa Azimio, lakini kwa, because I don't necessarily talk on behalf of Kenya Kwanza, I'm talking about Azimio, because necessarily I go where baba goes since day one, since aanze kusimama president. Before nilikuwa since aanze kusimama nimekuwa where baba goes we go. So for my opinion regarding Azimio, that the committee yenye nakaa to check on who will be the running mate for baba, if they go for another person, tutakuwa pale pale pa kulia. Umejua tumeibiwa, umejua kura ziliibiwa. So wapatie Martha Karua, although Martha Karua hana ile, hataleta ile namba yenye tunahitaji, tunatarajia ataleta, lakini umejua that influence, because most ladies ndio wana vote, na wamama wakisikia ni huku, definitely watavotia baba regardless. Hata wale washaambiwa baba atoshi, watapigia baba. So wapatie Martha Karua. That is my point of view. And thank you so much.
Okay, asante sana Ismaili, tunashukuru kwa maoni yako. I think a female running mate will do the magic of curing the voters' apathy that is widespread. It's not just in the mountain, but around the country. I think the mamas will be excited to participate in the election, electing one of their own. Secondly, running mate is not just running mate. Running mate should be capable of running the country. There are eventualities that may necessitate that. So if you have an incompetent running mate, the country will be in a crisis if the things envisioned in the constitution take place. The demise of the president, the incapacitation of the president. We should have a running mate that is capable of running the country. And so it is not just somebody's preferring to or feeling like or feeling able. We need to have a competent running mate. And in my opinion, Martha Karua is overqualified. Kalonzo can run the government, yes. And so let's all balance, but balancing between gender balance will be a good magic for me, in my opinion. Yes, Nyumba, Niswari.
Is a comment because you have touched on something similarly touched by Mr. Ismaili. In my contribution, I said both parties, both sides are watching each other. Maybe I wanted somebody to comment if both sides take a female running mate, what's the issue of now the women reaction to that?
Both sides are watching each other, that is true. And I think the matter is not about female or male. The matter is region, okay? In my opinion, this is my understanding. If the Kenya Kwanza people chooses, they don't want to choose fast, okay? Because there is a momentum they want to build, especially targeting the mountain, in case Baba chooses a running mate out of the mountain, outside the mountain. They will have a very good excuse to build up a momentum against Azimio that they have just been deceiving you. They have not given you the slot like they promised. So you will definitely get either female or male running mate from the mountain in case Baba gets it elsewhere. That's the only thing at work here. Of course, the male will also come into play. But for me, in Kenya Kwanza, their greatest concern and their greatest wish is so that Baba picks Kalonzo. They are even campaigning for it, okay? They want Baba to pick a running mate out of the mountain so that they can now build up their momentum of anti-Azimio in the aspect that Azimio has not delivered what they promised. That's all they are waiting for. And I don't think Baba will fall for that. Neither are his handlers. And so, what are Ngoje? The probable running mates in Kenya Kwanza, I don't see many competent people there in terms of, like I said, a running mate should be able to run the government, not just to accompany the president. In case something happens to the president, he should be able to run the country. So who is on the Kenya Kwanza that can run the country? Mudavadi can, yes. These other guys, I don't know. Ndindi Nyoro has been proposed. He cannot run this country. Who else? Kashagwa, I don't think is competent to run this country. Waiguru, she can make it as a running mate. Running this country, I doubt. So, that's why there is a lot of push and pull on the other side, and they pray that the Baba gets a running mate from elsewhere. Can Baba win election with a running mate from elsewhere? Baba is known for turning things around. In terms of even bringing a person that is not known and selling that person until is acceptable in the eyes of Kenyans. William Ruto, is he able to sell somebody who is new until is accepted? We are yet to see that in his history of politics. And so it is easier for Baba to sell a new person until Kenyans accept the person, but for William Ruto to pick a known person, make the person known, make the person acceptable, sijaiona. But let's look forward for for interesting time. Yes, Nyumba, make it brief to later, Mike.
Nimetosheka.
Okay,
Bana,
asante
thank you.
sana. Bwana Mike, how are you?
I'm fine, Bernard. It's been a long time, but I'm back. Thanks for the opportunity.
Karibu sana.
you are discussing the critical issues of the day. The statement made by Wetangula, the Kibaki legacy and the fallout, and the running mate issue. I'll want to be brief and I'll try to touch on each item. But before I proceed, I would want to make a comment on Mudu Anyumba's question. He asked a question about what if, I don't know whether I got it right, what if both sides took a woman running mate? And if I was to look at it critically, we have brushed it off, but it is one of the likely events that could take place. We are saying from Azimio, it is most likely that Martha would be the candidate. And people are saying from Kwanza that it's also most likely that it would be Waiguru. I don't know why you underrate Waiguru. I find Waiguru very, very forceful and firm to take a position of a president should the president position become vacant. Now, if that happens, it will be very clear on what each sides represent. And I'm not trying to be biased because, as I've said, I like Waiguru. She has done some good things when she was Minister of CS and she planned these IFINI systems and all these things that, of course, Kenyans used, became smart and used them for bad reasons, but the intentions were good. If that happens, the line will be very clear. One group will present a certain ideology and the other will present another. What will Azimio represent? Azimio would represent justice. It will represent democracy. Look at the combination of Raila and Martha Karua. They have been in the same side of fighting for the second liberation, fighting for justice, and being very firm on corruption. The other side, they almost share the same challenges. You'll find Waiguru has enough issues to explain on corruption, as would be her future boss. So it will create a very easy tagline to identify the two, that one represents justice and democracy and the other one represents corruption and all the other evils that go with it. So I think it will not work for Kwanza if that scenario comes up. Let me go to Wetangula's sympathy to his brother. I think, as we know, politicians are opportunists and they jump at every available opportunity to make a statement and capitalize on it to make political mileage. But unfortunately, this one didn't work for our brother Wetangula. If you look at Raila as a leader, and I'll want to randomly pick about 5 leaders, randomly, because it's just coming to my mind. Let's pick Babu Namwamba, let's pick Junet Mohammed, let's pick Bishop Margaret Wanjiru, let's pick Echesa, let's pick Joho. I've looked at the history of these politicians, and all, if not most of them, were mentored by Raila, and he didn't have any tribal consideration when he picked them from wherever they were. And you look at somebody like Junet now, his star is shining. He's a Somali who was a councillor in Migori, and the history is that Raila went to the town and saw a young man who was very focused and picked him, and things have never been the same since then. He is the star for Junet, has been shining since. If you look at Joho, he was a councillor, and Raila picked him and worked with him. He's become a governor. If you go up, you'll find Babu, Echesa, people who were at some point loyal to Raila. He rose them. Babu, a young man, became an assistant minister in his government. So for Wetangula to start pulling tripod tags against Raila is to be very, very unfair to a man who has tried to really look at people for who they are and not for the tribe they belong to. If you ask Wetangula, the leaders he's following, when Raila was prime minister on a Nusu Mkate government, I would want somebody to write down the list of Luya MPs, Luya ministers, PSS, and senior government officials. It starts with a deputy prime minister, which was given to Mudavadi, who was a Luya. Minister of Planning, the people like Oparanya, people like Ababu, assistant ministers. The list is so long. But you pick a situation of one incident and you say Luyas are being sacrificed. When you yourself, Tangula, was given a position that you didn't merit because you didn't have majority, and you are in the Senate with a very big position, and it was courtesy of ODM and not even Ford Kenya. This talk of equal partners, you cannot hear Wetangula saying it in in UDA because it was just being propagated in ODM where they had a voice, but they cannot say equal partnership in UDA because they know who the owners are. They have gone there as visitors and they have been welcomed and they are happy with the little they have been given. So I think the tribal card that Weta is trying to pull didn't work, and it can't work because the history of people and how they relate with others is very clear. If I will go quickly to the Kibaki legacy, people are really praising Kibaki for being a statesman, for being focused, for being somebody who transformed the country, especially from the economic front, which I agree. But if you look at the character of our late Mzee Kibaki, you will see the people praising him have not learned anything from him. He's one person who really avoided populist politics that goes with the harambes and giving handouts to show how generous and good you are. Kibaki institutionalized social programs that would help everybody, and he didn't do it in funerals, in harambes, in church functions, to show how very mindful he is about the poor people. The free primary education is one very transformative initiative that helped very many poor children get free primary education and become some of them, if you know how where they have come from, you really thank that initiative of free primary education because it opened up a door for slum children to go to class and get scholarships from now institutions that started recognizing that their children who are needy. So that is the way to transform our society, not going with a truck full of money and throwing in every stopover you have in the name of trying to help the poor. If you bring down the cost of living the way Kibaki did, it makes it affordable for people to live very harmoniously. Their social well-being and their dignity is upheld. But now people are living in total misery. And the answer is not to move from one town to another with money in a truck behind you and giving to prostitutes in Kibwezi, giving to mamambogas, giving to each and everybody in the name of transform. You can't transform a society with that type of model. So I think Kibaki left a legacy of institutionalizing social welfare programs using the office he has, because as a president you are not voted, you are not put in office to do charity. Bill Gates has never vied to be president because he knows he doesn't need to be a president to give charity. He does it on the side. So is people like Warren Buffett and other people who have come up with foundations to help people in health, in in education and in other programs. So let us separate tokenism with the leadership, because that is the legacy I remember Kibaki with. I don't know from the panelists how many people remember Kibaki attending a Harambee, and yet we really take pride in him having had the best economy. So these things of being generous in funerals, Harambees, and churches is not one of the best way to transform a country, and that is the difference in leadership between Kibaki and the leaders that we see today. I might not have a very good understanding on running mates, so I'll avoid that topic and donate that time to the other members. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mike. I appreciate that, and an interesting angle to look at. One of the means through which Kibaki used to reduce corruption drastically in his regime was the ban on Harambees. The ban on Harambees, when it was official that no public officer should participate in running Harambees and collecting money in the name of Harambees, we were able to recover the economy very fast and lay a grip on corruption, despite the fact that we had corruption issues during Kibaki's term. They were minimal, and that is one of the things that Kibaki should be applauded for in his legacy. And no sooner did Jubilee come in and bring back Harambees. See how much we have accomplished with the Harambees. I think even CDF came out of ban on Harambees. Harambees yezi kujenga nchi, tusahau, tumheshimu Kibaki na tufuate nyayo yake. Masuala ya Harambee na kutoa nini kusaidia nini, hiyo ndio njia ambayo kila mtu anapaswa kuavoid, because 24 years it did not build this country. It was banned for 10 years, the country picked up. Let us ban it completely and let us face the building of the nation the right way. Just ulikuwa umeinua mkono, kuna nini?
Yes, nilikuwa nimeinua mkono na sijakuwa hapa for some time now. Nimesikiza kidogo, hata kama nina haraka kidogo, lakini nimesema wacha niseme jambo moja kabla nitoke, ndio nirudi baada ya dakika kidogo. Kwanza kabisa nitasema Wakenya wenzangu, bado tunaomboleza kifo cha rais wetu mpendwa Mwai Kibaki. Sisi zote tunajua ile kazi aliyofanya, na kama mwanadamu yeyote yule, hakuna kizuri ambacho hakina kasoro. Kibaki pia alikuwa na kasoro, lakini zile alizozifanya zimezidi kwa uzito ukiziweka pamoja na kasoro zake. Kwa hivyo tuchukue zile nzito za mazuri aliyoyafanya, tuweke yale mabaya kando, tuangazie, tulilie rais wetu, tumuescort aende salama. So kitu kilichonishangaza kidogo ambacho niliona lazima nikisema mbele za Wakenya wenzangu ni kitu kimoja. Mpendwa wetu Mwai Kibaki ameaga dunia. Mkubwa wa Azimio Raila Odinga ndio amefunga safari ya kuja Amerika. Mimi hilo sijapendelea, sitaki kusema chochote, hilo sijapendelea. Ndio hatutakubaliana na nyinyi, lakini hayo ni maoni yangu, sijapendelea hata kidogo. Amerika hayami, hakuna mahali ingeenda, iko pale pale. Shida ilikuwa ni nini? Yeye kukaa pale nyumbani kuomboleza na wenzetu. Ndio amekatiza safari finally, baada ya sisi kupiga kelele, tumepiga kelele. Ameamua wacha arudi nyumbani. Hilo jambo halijanipendeza mimi mwenyewe, sijui nani halijapendeza sana tena, lakini kwangu mimi halijanipendeza.
Hapo, are you pushing to be in charge of Raila's itinerary?
No.
Yeah, so what's the problem?
Kile nataka kusema ni jambo moja hivi.
Raila was at Lee Funeral Home. Have you been there?
Yes, he was there.
And then what is the problem?
Swali langu ni hili. Kwani Amerika ilikuwa inahama Raila Odinga angengoja?
It has nothing to do with that.
It has everything kwa sababu
Raila is not a government officer.
Kwa sababu Wakenya wote tunaomboleza.
It is taken charge of by the military. Which role does Raila play in the military?
Wakenya wote tunaomboleza, tungependa kuomboleza na kiongozi wa Azimio akiwa nyumbani, sio akiwa ng'ambo.
Ngoja, nataka kuuliza. Mimi nimesafiri, nimekuwa Bungoma, nikaenda Kakamega, sasa hivi nimefika Nairobi. Business is going on as usual. When the funeral is on.
Kuna tofauti kubwa
because there's a funeral.
Bernard, that guy should not lie to you. He's not even in Kenya.
Thank you very much. And let's do that. Unajua, mimi napenda ukweli. Na ukweli ni kwamba maisha, hatuwezi kuishi maisha ya kucontrol watu wengine. People do what they are supposed to do because they have made a decision to do that. But if we assume that we should run somebody's life because he's in the limelight, that should not be our business.
Ni kweli unasema, lakini wajua Raila Odinga si kama wewe na sio kama mimi. Raila Odinga ni kiongozi.
Wewe unajaribu kumrun kama nani? Okay?
Yeye ni kiongozi wetu.
Kiongozi wenu?
Yeye ni kiongozi wa Azimio.
Ila atawaliwe na ninyi ama watawale nyinyi?
Saa hizi angekuwa anaomboleza nyumbani na Wakenya wenzake.
Anaomboleza mahali popote alipo kama vile marais wengine wanaomboleza, na atarudi kuenda kumwaga vile alipokea mwili wake wapi? Lee Funeral Home.
Ndio. Umemtetea, tumepiga kelele, amekuja, tumepiga kelele, he's on his way, ni sasa.
Allow me to make a comment.
Even if your parent passes away, you don't resign from your work or you don't change your work schedule simply because your parent is lost. You arrange on how you're going to be on leave to go and attend to the funeral. That means whatever that you are facing to do, you do finish first and then you make program for the funeral. I don't see anything wrong with Raila continuing with his program while the funeral arrangement is going on, and he has made provision to be there to attend the burial. To me, hiyo haina shida yoyote. Kuna kitu ningependa ku address kabla tusonge mbele tafadhali. Just a moment, Mike, we are coming back to you. Let me address something on the comment section. Kuna nani huyu Morgan anateta kwamba jana hatukuwa na show na tuwe tunajulisha watu kwamba hatutakuwa na show. First and foremost, poleni sana. It was very difficult to do the show. I was in Kakamega. I tried to make the connection. The connection was very weak. So I couldn't, it was raining, cats and dogs. So it would be chaotic if I started the show and the connection is not strong and then we keep falling out and back. But it is impossible also to notify you that we are not going to have a show. Just know that you make sure that you subscribe and then hit the notification bell. Anytime we come live, you will be notified. If you have not come live, don't crucify us. The dynamics of having this show is also not as easy as it appears. Let's do our best, and we promise to be there as usual and always. But wakati tumelemewa, tunaomba muelewe, msitupige mawe vile mnaanza hivyo. Asante sana. Naomba sasa nini hizo mikono. Yes, Mike.
A very quick one. You know, I can't allow my brother. I don't know. It's called Just. Ina stand for what? Justice ama Justus. Justus ananikumbusha huko kwetu mahali tunatoka, kuna watu mkifiwa wakija wanalia sana kuliko wenye wamefiwa. Na Just ananikumbusha hao watu. You might think he's more bereaved than the bereaved. If you want to understand how valuable Raila is to Kibaki family, take time and read the documentary of what the role of Raila was when Kibaki had an accident. Ukisoma utaelewa uhusiano na vile jamii ya Kibaki inadhamini Raila. Kubebwa kutoka kwa hospitali kwenda kwa ndege, Raila ndiye alibeba wheelchair kwa mkono yake kumpandiza kwa ndege, because there was no stretcher to take Kibaki to the plane. He literally sat with Kibaki on the plane up to London. Take time to read the documentary of the life and the journey of Raila and Kibaki during the 2002 election. You'll know that, politics aside, waligombana, walifanya mambo, lakini when it mattered most, when somebody comes to your aid in the matters of life and death, that is the person you value. Not how watu wenye wanapiga kelele today they are with you politically and tomorrow they are not with you. So let's not really bring emotions on things that really do not add value, but where it matters most, you are not there. So let us be very logical when we are making this observation and argument that somebody is not seated in the house, and that means that he doesn't value you. You can be in the house and you are drinking beer. Does that mean you are mourning or watching football, Manchester playing? That might not mean you are mourning, but you might be thousands of miles away, but you are communicating with the family and discussing on how they are running the funeral program, and I'm sure that's what they are doing. So proximity is not equal to concern. That's what I'm trying to.
Okay, thank you, Mike, for that, Nemi. Let's. Mama Selina was active in this all, so I'll give her a chance to respond to that.
Thank you, Penas. Asante kila mtu. Nasikia kuna mtu ameongea kuhusu baba kukuja UN. Aelewe ya kwamba we are Kenyan na tulikuwa na baba na sisi wote tulisema pole, na akatuambia he was supposed to be in US for 10 days. Alikatisha safari. But it was also very important for the Kenyans who are in US tuomboleze na baba na Martha Karua. This man anajaribu kuharibu ama anajaribu kutafuta vote yenye hakuna. Baba alienda funeral home akawacha kama amelala na akakuja 3 days akafanya yale alifanya. Tulikuwa na sherehe mzuri sana, tulireceive baba na Martha Karua. Baba alikuja asubuhi, Martha na Sally Koskei na wengine walikuja na ndege ya Saturday. Sabina Cheke aliingia Sunday asubuhi. So kuna watu walikuja Kachwang, lakini nataka kusema hivi, the love baba have in US with other communities, not even Kenyans. Tulikuwa na watu kutoka Uganda, tulikuwa na watu kutoka East Africa, Tanzania, tulikuwa na watu kutoka Sierra Leone, na wote walikuja kulaki baba. Bernard, it was a very wonderful day being with baba. Tulifurahia, tulishinda huko. Sisi wengine we spent the night in the hotel, in the Continental Hotel where baba was. We were so proud. We could not even imagine how much we pay for the hotel. But being a real citizen and loving citizen, we had to spend what we spent to be with baba. So Kenyans, we are ready. We love baba. Alikuwa na mkutano na State Department na officials hapa na wafanyabiashara for the good of our country. Na baba alisema, he felt so sorry. Wakati alikuwa huku moyo akaaka. Wakati anakuja alipata Kibaki ameaka. So si ati ataombeleza. Na baba nimesikia akipanda ndege, Kibaki alikuwa amewekwa economic, lakini baba alienda akalipa ndege akawekwa first class. So huyo mtu ameongea, sijui hata china yake, anasema anasikia uchungu na nani. That is an UPA sympathizer. Hakuna kitu mutafanya. Baba is going to be the president of the Republic of Kenya. I want to thank the people of America. We celebrate na nashukuru kwa mambo ya Martha Karua as the running mate, as the constituency of women. Tunasema asante, na hatuchagui Martha because she is a woman. Tunachagua Martha because she is a leader. Na hata Kenya wanajua kazi ile ngumu Martha alifanya kwa serikali ya Kibaki. So Baba na Martha, they have actually assist the former serikali yake kwa success. Martha anasema Baba alikuwa Minister of Energy na yeye alikuwa Minister of Water. Then Baba akawa Prime Minister na Martha akakuwa Minister of Justice. So ile kitu tunataka kuambia Wakenya ni kwamba tunataka kupigana na corruption. And who will assist us to do corruption? Mother. Mama kama Sally Kosgei amekuja kuunganisha mambo kubwa sana katika US na Baba. So Kenyans tuko sawa, lakini tunasema pole kwa retired Vice President. 306. Yes. So sorry, niko chop, lakini tuko pamoja. Nitasikiza, nikipata time I will come back again.
Okay, thank you, Mama Selina.
Yes.
Olo, what is it?
Yeah, Bernard, I wanted to respond to these two guys. I don't know, will you give me time? Just a little time for response. Because I can't let this go like this. I go on, right?
Yes, Olo.
Okay, thank you. And first of all, I want to respond to Mike, then I will respond to Suz. First of all, Mike, I didn't expect you to say what you've said. Actually, I can't believe that you can confidently look us in our eyes and tell us that Waiguru can be president. But that is so low. Yani, I think unatubeba ni kama we are not thinking. Or maybe you are just from prison recently and you don't know anything that has been going on in this country. Or you are feeling good. You see, how can you surely tell us that Waiguru, that is fit to be president? Waiguru is unfit to be in office. Kama uliona parliamentary proceedings, the way alikuwa na madharau akiulizwa maswali about vile pesa zilibebwa kwa handbag na hata kuwa na jali. Maze, I can't believe if you are really the kind of men we have in this country, then I fear for our future generation, because what advice will you give them? So, and again, you Jews, Maze, what you are talking about is just a matter of common sense. The US trip was organized before Kibaki died. And on the day that Raila left here, the day that Kibaki died, he already had the tickets and everything. So wewe ukikuja kulia hapa ati baba ameenda US na amewacha Kibaki, sasa hiyo unatuonyesha nini walai? You know, I can't really believe that you can really talk like that, guys. That is what I want to say.
Okay, thank you. Now, let's do this. I think we are deviating from the subject, and I think that matter was raised specifically for that, for us to deviate from what we are discussing. I don't want us to go in that direction anymore. Enough has been said. Let whoever hold whatever opinion over that, keep theirs. I want us to refocus and get back into the debate. There is this person on the comment section is called I'm Blessed. I'm Blessed. I advise you, if you come on this platform, stay put, debate. Don't come here to arrange moderators and arrange who are journalists, who are journalistic, who are not journalistic. If you are not comfortable with the way the presentation are being done on this platform, nobody has arrested you. You are not under siege. You can leave anytime and never come back again. Okay? This channel has been in existence longer than you came. and it will be here after you're gone. So take your time and focus on why you're here. Not Bernard and Bernard being a pastor. I'm a pastor, yes, but I'm not a pastor by the people. The people did not make me a pastor, so people don't arrange me to be a pastor and how I should behave as a pastor. Forget that. I overcame that many, many years ago. I don't need a vote anywhere to be a pastor. So you are accepting me as a pastor, rejecting me as a pastor makes no difference. You are voting for me to be a journalist or not being a journalist is irrelevant, 100%. Okay? So if you think you can run this show better, apply through Mtembei TV. We will consider your CV and see how much you can deliver. We will inaugurate you as one of the moderators and we see what you can do. But complaining about, why is Bernard scratching his head? That is unjournalistic. That is pastor. Forget it. Ebu concentrate kwa kazi yako tafadhali. Na Mungu akubariki mahala popote ulipo. Naomba sasa tusonge mbele. Okay?
Did you have to scratch your head, Bernard, while saying that?
Ali.
Bernard, did you have to scratch your head while saying that?
I am demonstrating the way she has been saying, okay? I think, let me just, let's get down to the show. Thank you very much, everybody. Ishmael, what do I say? Hey.
No, Pastor, calm down, calm down. Never, Samanga, don't throw stone to each dog which bark at you, right? So don't pay attention to.
No, it has been persistent. I've
Yeah,
ignored
I
it.
know.
It keeps coming and
Maybe,
coming back. I had to address it.
No, maybe he's just joined recently because you had been there since before, and I've been here since before. So I understand you. I know you. Never pay attention to person who is chatting. We need him online. So if he come online, he doesn't have enough bundle to come online. So we don't pay attention to him. The issue you have already said that we should not go back to the issue which have been already discussed. So unless we bring up another agenda so that I can be able to contribute here.
Okay, then let's just get back to the flow of the debate. It is Steve's time, but I'll give to Raquel first on the gender balance, then Steve. Steve, please stay. Don't keep dropping out. Huh? I hope you will stay until Raquel Rachel is done, then you come in. Carry on. Raquel, unmute and speak. Okay. I hope you will stay until Raquel is Rachel.
Yeah, Rachel. You can say Rachel. Rachel. Okay. Hi. How are you? How is everybody?
Okay. Rachel. Yeah. Rachel, you are listening on two feeds.
I've unmuted, and I can hear an echo.
Yes, that echo is coming from you because you are listening on YouTube as well as studio. Mute the one for YouTube so that you get the one studio.
I'm hearing a lot of noise in the background.
Rachel, go back to YouTube, mute it. Mute your YouTube.
Okay. I mute the YouTube. Okay, sorry. Okay. Okay. Sorry. Sorry, guys. Sorry. Okay, I go back to YouTube. If I just put it off, will it go off?
Go to the apps.
Just put it off.
YouTube off.
Just put it off.
Yeah, let me just put it off. Because I've just set it up now. This is my first time to use StreamYard. Is that okay now?
No, it's too noisy. I think your mic is too close to the speakers.
Okay, let someone else continue as I'm trying to sort out my tech thing. Sorry about that, guys.
Sort that out, then you can come in later. Thank you. Steve, carry on. Bwana Steve, unmute. We can't hear what you're saying.
Are you getting me?
Yes, we can get you now. Karibu.
Okay, stars, asante sana. Leo ndio siku yangu ya kwanza, huwa na follow tu, but I thank God leo nimeingia. So nitaongea kuhusu issue ya nomination. Nomination na wase wawili wote wameogopana. Baba is afraid of Ruto na Ruto pia ameogopa, and that's why unaona wanaangaliana which way to be. Raila amengoja Raila anatamani sana Ruto announce running mate wake, naye huku pia the same thing is happening. So hawa watu wanaogopana, they don't know which is which. But to me as a Baba supporter, I will urge Baba to go for Martha Karua. I think Martha Karua can be good because nimeona kutoka back then amekuwa a lady mwenye ana msimamo, a focused politician kwa hii country. So I prefer Martha Karua than Kalonzo. Kalonzo is not someone to rely on. He can go anywhere. Secondly, the issue ya nomination, especially about Timo Wanyonyi, I just want to urge our leaders, especially the two, that is Raila Amolo Odinga and Ruto. If mtu amepata chance ya kupeperusha bendera, let's stop hii tabia ya kufavor someone because maybe ako close to you, or hiyo ndio kitu yenye inafanya parties zinakuwa sasa ni kama biashara. There are some like people are doing business in those parties. An example of Bahati alilia sana only because anaforsiwa kudrop the candidature ili support an ODM supporter and ODM aspirant. These things, if I remember very well, last election ndio zilifanya ODM, I mean NASA kwa jumla, wakapoteza some seats here in Nairobi. An example of Lang'ata. Kama NASA wangekuwa na one aspirant in Lang'ata, Korir angekuwa MP wa Lang'ata, and I'm sure of that. Alishindia kura ndogo only because Wiper walikuwa na candidate, ODM walikuwa na mtu hapo, I think hata Mudavadi pia alikuwa na mtu hapo. So I think wangekuja hapo na structure whereby at least as Azimio wakuwe na one candidate, because if they don't do that, I assure you come August Azimio watakuwa na less member of parliament in parliament, because unapata situation where both parties in Azimio wanataka kuwa na, kila party itakuwa na candidate, and then the other side wana prepare only one. An example of Mombasa now, Sonko is there, the Mvita MP Sivai, UDA only have one person. Assuming kura za Azimio zikuwa shared Sonko na Mvita MP, wili nani uja o Hassan Omar si atapata advantage of that. So I urge anybody who is close to those guys that if we can come up with a structure as Azimio kwa stronghold, tukuwe na one candidate mwenye at least atafight a UDA candidate, itakuwa mzuri sana, and I'm sure if we go that way tutakuwa na MPs and governors kwa parliament than UDA. But when we start fighting like what is happening in Mombasa, then we are going to lose. As an Azimio supporter, I'm seeing it happening. Thank you.
Okay, asante Stephen. Any response to that before we bring Rachel? Are you now ready?
Yeah, quick response to what he has said, Bernard. I'm not able to put my, according to Raila, they sat down and they discussed some of the most contentious issues. And I think they came up with an agreement, there is no zoning. And I think we must agree that when Azimio agreed there is no zoning, we can't force them. So the issue of saying this candidate, we agreed on that long time ago. If people want to put their candidates just for the sake of it, that is up to them. But in the issue of Mathare, I think they saw it is
Sorry,
wise.
just 2 minutes. I'll let you know.
In the issue of Mathare, I think they saw it wise that maybe probably putting somebody like this young boy to be a member of parliament was just embarrassing. And we've spoken about this before. You see people like Jaguar, there are people who really embarrassed Jubilee in the whole 5 years. And I think they were going through the same trajectory. Now, looking at the negotiations that were done in Nairobi to bring a better governance to Nairobi that made sure that Team Wanyonyi had to go for the sake of winning there, I think Jubilee had to realign itself and become sane and ask themselves, if we are agitating for better leadership, is this young boy capable of being a leader? And I think they saw the wisdom in it too late, which is good for me. And I think they could have embarrassed themselves further had this young boy, even in the press conference itself, this young boy could not even speak. You saw. I mean, don't even agitate for that young boy. I mean, that would have been the greatest embarrassment after Soko in Nairobi. Thank you.
Okay, Asante. Yes, Mike?
Yeah, I just want to agree with what the last gentleman has said. I think as Kenyans, we have really reduced leadership to simple popularity. That if you are a public figure and you've been seen on TV, on social media, you've done some very extravagant, very funny things, then you are a leader. We are really stretching the definition of leadership in this country too far, so that we now have very many comedians vying for political leadership just because they made us happy. We think they'll make us happy when they go to parliament. I think we need, as a country, to be serious with why we are choosing a leader. An MP is somebody who makes laws, represents you, and oversights government on public expenditure. So, like what the gentleman has said, what capacity does Bahati have to interrogate a 3 trillion budget? These are the questions as Kenyans we need to ask ourselves when we are confronted by people who want to aspire for certain offices. And I think I agree with what he said, that in the wisdom of the parties, they looked at the bigger picture. By the way, Bernard, you will not be surprised if Bahati got the ticket, he would win, and that's the tragedy of everything. Because Jaguar won, we have very many other comedians who have won because of popularity. But is that the only factor that we need to consider for leadership? No. Thank you.
Asante sana Bwana Mike. I couldn't agree any better. I think we must go for quality, especially in this particular parliament. In my opinion, we have not had progressive legislation since 2013. And that is why the country is lagging behind in terms of quality legislation. And quality legislation can only come from quality leaders. Let's not go this popular approach that doesn't put in consideration how much can this person deliver. And then there is also this other deception that if somebody can deliver on development, then he is a leader. A leader is supposed to champion people to follow a higher ideology that offers them growth and progress. It's not just coming to distribute things and paint buildings and build buildings. Are we going to have quality decisions that will make the country progress? How are we going to arrive there if you're going to send people with less understanding of life, less understanding of nationalism? Like for example, everybody's now footing for their village. He said it was my brother was denied ticket. The Luya community is not being respected in Azimio and all that. All this tribal thing is coming out of what? Less people who don't have an appreciation of what a nation is, how to build a nation, and all that is born out of going for popular people. Let's demand quality leadership for higher offices. Thank you. I would want to bring in Workers. Are you back? Okay, let's have Roba as we wait for Wekesa.
Why can't they give it ready fast? Because I think she's ready before I come in.
She says she will notify when she's Rachel, are you ready? Just try it out. Say something.
I'm ready.
Good. That's better. Go ahead. Make your submission.
Okay. Hi guys. Greetings from Dubai. I'm in Dubai and I've been following this channel for a long time. Quietly, I'm one of the shadows, the ones behind the curtain. And I think I really appreciated what you're doing. I love the fact that you express yourselves, you vent out. And in terms of my political association affiliation, that's very important. I know everyone is wondering. Okay, I belong to a very small party called the Restore and Build Kenya Party. And this is a party that is headed by Professor Olekiapi. We are broke. We don't have much money, but we are a family like this. We are family. We don't pretend. We don't live beyond our means. And our affiliation is with Azimio. And so, unfortunately, because we don't yet have resources and funding, we are not able to get into the ring. And I'm not afraid, I'm not ashamed to identify with my little party, which has hardly any money, but is full of integrity. And I personally have full confidence in Professor. I think he should hear me say this because he is a man, in my view, is a man of integrity. So, in terms of political affiliation, as we go along, because I have been following, and I know we have both camps, which is, I think, amazing. We have both the UDA, we have the, the Azmio and others, so that's great. So basically, just to say, I do business. I'm not employed. I'm not in gainful employment in the Dubai, in the Middle East, so that you know that I'm that kind of diaspora. I'm that level, that new diaspora, which is not catered for. And before I give my comments, I must say I don't know if there's anyone who is really connected. We've really been trying to have an Azimio for the diaspora. I tried all I can, and I'd really appreciate it if this can reach Baba. We would like to have an Azimio with him. It does not have to be physical because, we're in virtual space. Because I believe with all the diaspora community that is here, I think we have enough issues. We also have issues that need to be included in the Constitution. I was following the debate earlier by the lady who was on this channel. Very interesting, the Kenyan lady, young lady, relatively middle-aged young lady who is running for president. And I just loved the way she just looked into the camera and she addressed her issues. And one thing I took away from that earlier interview is she was suggesting that the diaspora in her administration, she was proposing to have a 48th county, which would be the county of the diaspora. Hapo angepata kura yangu because that's the kind of thing now we are looking at. So in terms of my affiliation, that is it. I just want to make a few comments very quickly. On the first one, on the one of this issue of fallout of the seats and this person being disgruntled, and from Azimio's side, it's really hard. It must be very hard being Raila Odinga because whichever way you go, there's always someone who will complain. If you zone, they'll complain. If you don't zone, they'll complain. There's always a lot of friction, and I think there's a lot of expectations also, particularly on Baba. For some reason, even when Azimio makes a mistake, somehow the blame always rests on him. But what I want to challenge everybody, especially the UDA community, this is why Baba and the president were pushing for the bigger cake. If BBI had passed, we would not be having these issues. So we are in a musical chair situation, and I really wish the PR team of Baba can run with this and use it actually as a tool to tell people, we told you. When we told you, you guys, let's expand this cake so that we accommodate everybody and everyone feels part of the system. You opposed us. You said we were trying to divide, to dish out positions. Now look, the same people who are, who are upset by the BBI are now being cut by the same sword. They are also some, they cannot decide between Waiguru and between all those people, because at the end of the day, if they pick with Mudavadi, this one will complain. So it's a game of musical chairs. We have just like 2 chairs, and you have like 8 people, and 6 of those 8 are very loyal. Some have even saved your life, but then they have rotten. So this is I think, for me, the whole stalemate, which even resulted in the deadline being pushed, is because we did not accommodate and adopt the BBI. Because if the BBI was there, we would not even have an issue with Kalonzo, because then at least everyone would be accommodated, and not just for everybody would be a beneficiary. So for me, this just helps me see how Baba is such a visionary leader, because he foresaw that, and he knew in our hearts.
So, Rachel, your network issues? Sorry, we can't get you. Please, I think you will need to reconnect. Sorry about that. I think we got to Alex. You had an issue, though, and he has issues with the network.
Yes, I had a quick comment on that. I mean, it has been said that we connect BBI to accommodation of seats. Let us stop that shenanigan, because, I mean, it puts BBI in bad faith. BBI was not about accommodation and about seats. BBI was about 40% of the money to go back to Mashinani. Not only that, BBI was supposed to have the so-called zebra approach, whereby women will get their 2/3 agenda. It was beyond. So if we tie BBI to Kalonzo and being accommodated, I mean, we face a up task, gigantic and enormous, catastrophic ujinga wakati we will bring it back. BBI should not accommodate Kalonzo and so on losers. BBI was supposed to accommodate me and you, the person that does not get enough money. So let us agitate BBI as something that was bringing money to us, not to give Kalonzo accommodation. I'm sorry for saying that.
It is called inclusivity, not sharing seats. Rachel, did you recover?
Rachel said accommodation.
It's part and parcel of the same. Thank you. Nani huyu anaitwa Steve Stanley Muruhi. Bernard, let's have UDA supporters wooing us. Where do I get them? Tell them to come. This is an open forum. We post the link publicly. Anybody can click on it and come. It's not an Azmio channel. This is called Mtembei TV, and we are giving Kenyans an opportunity to air what they think about their political situation. It's a free channel. The only thing that you will find it very difficult to share here is propaganda, because everybody will come for your neck. You need to substantiate what you're saying. But if you are Kenyan, you're concerned about Kenya, you want to say something about the political situation, this is a channel for you. It cares whether, it doesn't care whether you're UDA or Azmio. Just state the truth and the facts, substantiate them. You will have a good time debating here. Asante sana. Roba, karibu.
Hey, thank you, Bernard. Let me start saying hi, everybody. Barsen Kilamutu. Yeah, so let me just start right there with Wetangula. Wetangula is a liar. I mean, that guy it's just like international liar. I can just call him that. I watched the clip. What I came up with, what came from his mouth, it's disappointing. If he thinks as mere Tim Wanyonyi is qualified, he is qualified, then why couldn't they from his side, they give him a ticket. That's the question. He's just coming here to tell us what we are supposed to do, how to clean our house. So the one thing I want people also, I want to make a follow-up, more especially from women. There's something is said that Mr. Eugene Wamaro cannot even run as a woman representative. That's not good. Somebody must make a follow-up. Does it mean women representatives seats, they're that integrating, they're small? That's what came from his mouth. Eugene Wamaro is hiding. He cannot even run as a woman representative. I don't know when men ran for women representatives. So for me, what came from his mouth, that's something people, even women, should just ask him. What does he mean by saying even? Even it means something small compared to the other seats. So on him, I think Mr. Wetangula, it is just to wake up. Just because it was his brother, he was on the ground, he wanted him to get a ticket, but we have cleaned our house, we have moved on. But he's trying to take advantage of that, say maybe to convince some ruler nation that they are the right people, but they are on the wrong spot, doing the wrong thing at the wrong time. And that's what I believe. So let me come to Kibaki legacy. That one, I'll just leave it that way so that it's something everybody has his own opinion, whether he helped the economy to heal. But some of us will remember for 2007, and some of the people were surrounding him. But generally, he did what he had to do. He was a good president. But at the same time, his legacy speaks by itself. It's something you cannot, some of us, you can push. So now let me come to the main thing of this running mate. I woke up this morning, then I saw a clip a couple hours ago from, I guess, Weta. They had their meeting. So from Weta, they are threatening if Kalonzo does not get the vice presidency, no Raila presidency. No Raila presidency if Kalonzo does not get the vice president or the running mate. I'm very disappointed. A few weeks ago, I came here and I said, I don't want to see Kalonzo. If Kalonzo comes in, he's going to bring some of these issues. Now, what I saw and what I heard from Weta, I've reached a stage where I just feel like I don't want. It's just like now I'm tired. I'm tired of him. I'm tired of his people. But at the same time, as Mio is saying, nothing about it. It's high time they have to come in and they say to Kalonzo, you know what? If your people keep on saying this, because they are destroying us. They are destroying Baba right now. So when that lady who stands up, I don't know her name, she said very clear, no Kalonzo, no Raila presidency. Who is she? Who is she to tell me there's no Raila presidency? Who is she? We respect women here on this channel, but I don't respect that at all. She's not the one who's going to determine whether Raila wins or not. If they keep on threatening us, and if there's no Kalonzo, no Raila presidency, why can't they get out? Why could they just run as themselves? Why could Mr. Kalonzo, and I've been saying, just run for presidency. You win or you lose. Who cares? But this time now, it's high time we have to come out and tell them they either shut up or they just they move on. So coming on the other side, I don't want to talk about the Kwanzaa side because I know already I know some of the people from here, I know some of the people that, like I told you before, I know their campaign. I have some friends from that campaign. Some of them, I live them with here in California. They have stuck with 3 guys now. If you realize, whoever was saying, what's her name? The Red Krinyaga governor, she's going to be one of them. She's not. She has already submitted her papers in. the guy from what's it? The guy who used to be the DC. What's his name? I can't remember his name.
Gashagwa.
Yes, yeah, Gashawa. I hope I'm pronouncing. He has also submitted his papers in. So that running mate is within Kindiki and Mr. Mutuli. And Mutuli, even I don't know even he qualifies because they never signed the way it's required by law because he's not a member of UDA. So basically, we know who's running mate for Mr. Ruto is. And I told you last week, and I told you my sources, and I main content my sources. It's going to be Mr. Kindiki, and I stand with that one. And let me just leave it there.
Okay, thank you, Robert, for that one. Yes, Alex?
I think we shouldn't take Kalonzo seriously when I think the work of Wiper is to agitate for its party in whatever ways, whatever means, and whatever rhetoric they can. And whatever they say, it's not a must that it has to be. But I think they are putting a well-spirited fight, which is agitating many of us. But that is the work of the party. Do you want them to keep quiet, honestly? And also, Kalonzo, I liked what he said the other day. And nobody is commenting about it. Kalonzo reminded us, what better ticket than me and Raila, which has won twice. And I think that was good to tell Uhuru Kenyatta that you stole our victory twice. Why can't we talk about that too? I mean, I think in as much as we may hate him, he's also throwing some salvos that we have won the presidency without the Kikuyu votes. Let us not be afraid. I think in one way or the other, we must thank him. Thank you.
That noted. Agitation of one party out of 26. I think that is being selfish. And as much as politics is selfish in nature,
it's not unlawful. According to the circular that we were given, they can agitate, but it's not a must that she must be
but not for everything. They want the governorship of Nairobi. They want the governorship of Mombasa. They want the deputy president. Are they the only party in Azimio? I think, and somebody has just noted here that Kalonzo joined politics in 1985. Okay, by now he should not be fighting for number 2. He should be fighting for number 1. Nobody goes into a place to fight for number 2. Not in athletics, not in football, not in, I think maybe in marriage.
Bernard, in a traditional ways, if you find an eldest brother mwenye aliishi reserve, hakununua shamba, lakini nyinyi mkaenda Nairobi mkanunua shamba mkajenga huko, wakati mnakuja kukatana shamba nyumbani, unajua huyo ndiye anakupea shida sana. Anasema nyinyi mrudi Nairobi muishi huko.
Yes, but he needs to style up. I think he's derailing the Nini, although I hope the handlers of Azimio have him well taken care of. He should not come to spoil. He should come to build. If he's not part of the building, Atupwenje.
Bernard, I was just saying, if they are good people and they have good wishes on Azimio, why should somebody go as far as saying no Kalonzo, no Raila presidency? Those are people who are working for Mr. Ruto. And if at the same time you had my powers as tomorrow, as fast tomorrow, they should get out of us and they move on. I'm tired of them. I'm sick of it.
Okay, thank you very much. Let's keep it cool. Rachel, there is one more request from your end. Your camera is not showing your face. Is it by default or by choice? Thank you. Just lift it a little higher so that we see your face properly. Thank you. Ismail, iko nini?
Nataka, I wanted to just contribute a little bit about Kalonzo factor. Kalonzo, yeah.
This Kalonzo Manenos, I don't want much time spent on him. We have debated almost 5 sessions on Kalonzo.
Okay.
Let's just try to keep our debate better than Kalonzo side shows, because Kalonzo side shows are too much. We don't want too much drama. Let's just remain focused. Rachel, you got a network problem. I think you can conclude your submission before we bring in Bwana Lazarus.
Good evening, Bernard.
Yes.
Good evening, other panelists. Good
Bwana
morning.
Lazaro, tumekusikia na uko Azimio tena kwa DAP, lakini subiri muda wako bado. Asante. Rachel, you unmute and speak. We can't hear you.
Okay, so I just wanted to comment on some of there's someone who talked about the Kibaki legacy. He gave a very good, very good description of that legacy. And one thing that struck me and that came very quickly to mind is the way, like you said, he institutionalized social programs. And I remember the street children's program, how he just took the street kids, and that time we had Joe Akech, Betty Tet. And the thing about Kibaki, he never made noise. Remember, he was very quiet about the way he did his things. I remember we used to complain at some point. We were saying, why doesn't he talk? What kind of president is this? Why is he just quiet? But he was just calm. That was just his demeanor. And before we knew it, one day children were taken from the streets and just taken to these centers, and people were making noise. But at the end of it, as we talk, there are children from the streets who went to the National Youth Service at the sponsorship of the government, and eventually have made very good lives and have had, and now have their own families. So I think there's just something very practical and peaceful about that kind of approach. And remember, he also did the economic stimulus program, where I remember he just had this program, and we had the fish ponds. And then remember, he also had that special, was it a dream team or a think tank? There's the National Economic Council. So I'm just trying to think, I'm thinking, wait a minute. Mzee Kibaki had something very foundational in his approach. And when I'm thinking about it now, just look at the kind of politicians we have now. Very dramatic. They debate things which are so irrelevant. They are jumping up and down. I remember, if you do with me, during Kibaki's time is when banks were hawking money. Do you remember? When like Barclays would put an umbrella and they see you and they are smiling. Please, please, please. Those were the days. We can say we remember the days where our economy was at a level where the bankers came down to our level and put umbrellas in the sun on the street, and they were hawking money because there was so much money and they wanted to sell it to us. And that is when people like the equity guys came up, and it all sorted. So when you look at that kind of situation, and when I remember that think tank, I'll never forget, Kibaki came up with a vision, 2030. At that, he said, within this time, this is where we are going, this is what we are going to do. And he got a team. And he put private sector, he put James Mwangi, he put the others. That's what we are lacking now. Now we have knee-jerk kind of, reactions. Someone wakes up, there's a lot of attacking each other, abusing each other, politicians shaking their behinds. And, that's where we are. No wonder our economy is wobbling like this, because now it's a matter of drama, funny things, weird things. We lack that wisdom where we would now say our country has a vision. We all knew, everybody knew, we knew our country has a vision, 2030. He pointed us there. He started economic stimulus programs. One day they decided they're going to do free primary education. People complained, the intellectuals who like perfect conditions. No, it's not possible. According to education, you're only meant to have 40 students. Kibaki, you talk, quiet. What happened? Watoto wakaingia shule. There were about 100. Some of them were through the window. But guess what? Things leveled up. And eventually, the system worked. And that's just one thing. I mean, of course, he has his other side, but we are talking positively. Now, that's one thing I take away. And this is what we are lacking in our leadership today, where there's just so much, like even when you see the kind of leadership, the crop of leadership, people like Bahati, I have nothing against such, leadership of Bahati and Jaguar. But as we've said, in all sincerity, we lack threshold. We don't have a threshold. Anybody can get up and just say, I want, whether they have stolen, whether they have what kind of rotten reputation. So when I'm just trying to compare in terms of legacy, as Muzee lies in state, we owe him something. And he did it all quietly, no drama. He didn't make noise. So that is something I really want to celebrate. And as I like the way you brought it out very clearly in this forum, Kibaki was not for harambes and handouts. We had forgotten. Do you remember? We never used to. There was no glorification. Now, I'm sorry to say respectfully, look at all institutions, even our churches. They are just now so hooked to this thing of money. Now we become just obsessed, literally, like we're just completely taken into money, and it's all centered there. And yet Kibaki's policies had absolutely nothing to do with tokenism. They were all well structured. And one thing I want to say, remember the youth thing. You know how we are always saying, the youth are the future leaders. The youth, yes, they are. And I support youth. I have an NGO for youth. However, compare Bahati and Michuki. Let's talk about age. If you cannot just now, this issue, this thing of saying just anybody, as long as you're young or as long as you're a woman, no, now we need to look for qualities. Even if you're 86, if you can deliver and you can transform this country, take the seat. This business of saying, no, yes, look at what Michuki did. One day, one man decided Matatu men must wear uniform. Can you imagine? Maroon. Kenyan men don't wear those colors. Maybe Congolese, maybe, the Kenyan men do not wear beyond black or gray. Michuki made men wear maroon uniform, like school uniform. And he made people wear badges. This is an old man. He was an old man, but a fantastic leader. He had the qualities, and we felt safe. Because when a leader is strong and firm, you also feel secure, because he had us covered. And remember when the Mungiki sect had started their issues, I don't know what he did, but in the end, anyway, I cannot go into those details. All we know is things cool. So these issues of legacy, when you start looking at legacy, now we are beginning to interrogate and say, personally, I'm no longer into this thing of we must have youth. No, when I look at Jaguar to me was a big letdown and a waste of time. He wasted precious time. That position should have been given, even if it was to a youth, it should be now a youth with qualities to lead, whoever it is, well, even if it's a woman. Looking at Martha Karua, just to comment on that, on the running mate's part, Martha Karua may not have the masses. She may not have the numbers, I agree, but she has the brand. Martha will build our brand. Atatutengenezea jina, because she comes with a clean face. She comes with the image, the illusion, just that illusion of now we have a cleaner. She's like going to clean our brand. And that can translate into confidence by investors to say, okay, let us sit down, let us try and see how we can come back. So there's just something also, I'm just on that same point of leaders, because Martha is very different from Waiguru. Waiguru has very good qualities, but the problem is she has had she has a lot of baggage. And because of that baggage, much as she may have some good qualities, it will actually affect, our brand. So when we are choosing a leader, it's not just a matter of saying, Ruto achukue Rigathi. What image does he inspire confidence? Can he present himself and woo people to come and want to invest in our country or to do transactions and to, so this is the problem we are having now with the quality of leaders. And I was just referring to the Kibaki regime, because I think we had some super leaders who we took for granted until now. It's only now that we are thinking, geez, when I look at City Hall, do you remember Gakuo, the late Gakuo, before he got his problem? He started, we had fountains. There were fountains, Nairobi, found as in water, water you could drink. Nairobi. So it makes me feel, look, it is possible. Gakuo didn't have, and by then he was not even forget about governor. He was not even a mayor. He was the town clerk, just a town clerk. But at his level, he was able to deal with that system, with all their crooks, because there are super crooks and ruthless cartels who can even take your life. It's a matter of life and death. He dealt with it. He could cope to the extent that he got us benches. I remember the first trees. If you remember now, when we were shocked, we used to be shocked. He put up the first trees in the city. He put up water fountains and he beautified the city in his little capacity as a town clerk. So this just goes to say, let's now drop this thing of saying, they must be, you look at the quality. Let's look at the qualities of the individuals. And my real prayer, my sincere prayer, because we all have our own preferences. I am from Martha and Raila simply because they are reformists and they bring a fresh sort of new hope. And Martha has a very good international appeal and she's firm. Even the way she even looks like a deputy. She's got a look of, if you chase her, I'll deal with you. That's where we are now. We need to be pinched as a country. Thank you very much. That's my opinion.
Okay, asante sana Rachel. That is a good one. I love that observation. Alex has an issue with Maroon. I don't know. What is it, Alex?
Madam, thank you for your good, cogent, persuasive argument. But did you have to remind us that our Matatu people are wearing maroon of all colors? That's very intimidating. Don't say that on international platform. It's very embarrassing. Thank you, though.
Alex, wewe wacha zako. Go and put on your maroon uniform and attend to building the nation. Anyway, thank you. That's a good one. Robert, what is it?
Yeah, I just want to comment what the red just said. Remember even before Kibaki came in, even Nairobi, hata choo yenyewe huwezi kutumia. I mean, that's a fact. Then at the same time, let's not forget how he opened the economy, private sector. Things like Safaricom. His SIM, more believed SIM belonged to him, even a cell phone. Let's be sincere on that. SIM, what is employing a lot of people, Safaricom and other networks there. Thank you.
Okay, asante Robert. Naomba hivi. Hii mikono naona sasa it's too much. We need to progress.
Just to second Rachel. I'm just seconding what Rachel said about Kibaki's legacy. If you look at Kibaki's blueprint, I'm reminded of a sessional paper that was made, I think, in 1972, and Kibaki was part of it, together with Tom Mboya. What I'm told is that Kibaki didn't reinvent anything. He just picked up from where he left in 1972 and actualized what he had started. And that's where we always reminded that we were at the same level with Singapore. Singapore and Kenya had the same blueprint on how to turn around the economy. Singapore moved with it and Kenya went tribal and started playing these cheap tribal politics. But I think we need. I'm also reminded that even these plans we see of bypasses in Nairobi are plans that were made in 1970. There is nothing new, and that's why you see those bypasses had land already put aside. Whoever was on that land was on government land, which means it had already been planned for. That in future, as the city grows, they will need to put up this. So we just need a good leader who can actualize some of these things that are very basic and practical. The reason why I wanted to second what Rachel said, you don't need a genius. Gakuo was not if you met Gakpo in the street, he looked like an old, tired man. But see what he did. We just need a good leader who loves his country and is willing to work. And I think this country has enough good potential to really become a superpower. Thank you.
Thank you, Mike. You're being reminded by Andrew that the blueprint was in 1965. I don't know how valid that is. You can counter check and confirm.
It's okay. Thank you. I know it is in the early days of independence, but I stand corrected. Thank you.
Yes, Alex.
Rachel, there's a group of young people who debate in the evening. They've just WhatsApped me here. They say, "Ini show ya watoto." What you have said is good for all mature people. Come to the panel here after this. That's from Mato and Makiadi. Don't debate with kids.
Alex.
Come on, Alex.
We will not take that one. We will not take that one, Ben. Bernard, we will not take that one lying down.
It's okay, Lazarus. It's okay. Alex.
I will withdraw. I will withdraw, Bernard. I withdraw.
I give you opportunity to contribute to the debate, not to run it down. There are no two shows here. There is one show that begins at 9:30 and ends at 4 a.m. or 5 a.m. So if there is another party you have started inside here, I think I should now begin to stay later.
Yeah,
you're overthrowing my government in my absentia. All the same, thank you very much. Now, my Juice, what is it?
So, Madam Rachel has said something, and you guys have also said something that I really didn't want to miss making a comment. You know, what has been said that is good, and we all need to stand up and support it. Now, Kenyans never cease to amaze me. Kenyans never cease to amaze everybody around the world. Let me comment about the presidency. Right now, we have, it's a two-horse race, Raila Odinga and William Ruto. None of them, I will say, has been tried and tested as president of the Republic of Kenya. We are praying that they be good leaders, whoever is picked up.
Juice, let's do this.
Please, you gave me time to talk.
Ngoja kwanza. Juice, you are beginning to break the standing orders deliberately. Okay?
Okay.
The reason people lift up hands is either to rebut what the person has said, not to get an opportunity to make fresh submissions.
Okay, let me continue. Then I'm sorry.
Every time you are given, you begin to make fresh deliberation. Means you are abusing the standing orders and the platform as a whole. So wait, when is your turn to make submission? You can make reference to what Rachel has said.
I'll withdraw that. I'll withdraw that and continue.
Thank you very much.
I'll withdraw that and continue.
Good evening, panelists, once again. Good morning for Alex. I know it's morning, if I'm not wrong. Good morning, Roba. Good evening, Rachel.
I would like to have your camera. You are the only panelist whose head is fullest in the panel.
It's 3 o'clock where I am. It's evening.
I hope everyone is doing fine. To be precise, just before I forget, there's something you said. I think even Alex will not take it lying down, and Roba, there's something you need to withdraw. You said you guys in America shouted and you had to make Raila to come back because it is wrong for him to be in America while Kibaki is dead. I find that to a bit gross.
We know some say about me.
No, I didn't say that, sir.
No, Roba, I said, I'll repeat for the sake of records, just said, guys in America, and I wanted clarification. I said Roba and Alex are not a party to the guys who sent Raila back to Kenya. just said Raila was sent back because it was wrong for him to be in America while Kibaki is dead. And it is a shame that Raila is in the US and Kibaki is dead. I find that to be gross just.
Okay.
We know some of you people who are living out there who have never even come back to bury their parents, and you want to tell Raila where to be and where not to be. Guys, let us respect people.
So do I need to respond to that?
You don't need to respond because it is gross.
But you have touched me, but so I have to respond.
You are the one who said, right? It is very wrong for Raila to be in the US while Kibaki is dead. Life has to go on, guys. Anyway,
Lazarus, please proceed with the debate. Let's move forward. Thank you.
Anyway, to Wetangula, I will not comment much because Wetangula is a crybaby. This issue of Kenya and Samai community and our community, I think it is reaching a point where we have to make hard decisions. For Wetangula, I think, as someone said in the panel, he has a party called for Kenya. If he finds it a bit unfair, he can invite his brother to Fort Kenya and contest as the governor for Nairobi. I will not dwell much on why Wetangula is bitter about his brother. And some of us here in Kenya, we know the rift between him and his brother. So I'll leave it there, that one there. Nomination fallouts, it is on both houses. It is something which will really give birth to independent kids. And as I foresee, we may have 20% of independent candidates in the next parliament in all houses, either MCA, Senate, and upper house. We may have a lot of 20% across the board for independent candidates. So for that one, we are in a very tight situation. All of us, both sides, Azimio and Kenya Kwanza, the fallout is bound to happen. And it has to happen whichever way. Kibaki legacy for pretense, well, I can see people only touching the better part, but some of us, we know the worst part of him. If he's someone tribal, he's known for that. He had one of his think tanks, some of them are known to be very tribal, but now we want to become holy, is holy than thou. All said and done, in Africa, we always talk good about the dead, but truths are there. We know what happened in 2007. We know the betrayal he did to Raila. There's nothing to hide and to pretend about. So there are things we will not talk about, but they're in record. They're in the answered. Alex.
Bena, I don't know if you cut me intentionally because you didn't let me finish my point.
Jews, let me educate you. To stay on this platform peacefully, wait for your turn to make submission. Okay? If you want to interrupt at every time, you lift your hand anyhow and bring a topic, a subject that was not part of what is being discussed, that is taking us for a ride. This platform, you speak at first come, first served. There is a particular sequence you will follow. You only lift your hand if you have to interject something, either with a question or with fresh evidence disapproving what is being said. Sawa. So it is not yet your turn to make submission. Stay cool until that your turn comes. Thank you. Lazarus, proceed.
Then regarding the running mate nightmare, I want to believe both the divides are in a very tight situation. But I thought initially it was only for Azimio who are so much worried about it. But I saw both houses today, they were at IEBC, and they managed to suspend it till 16th May. Yeah, it is hide and seek game, and I know what will happen is who will pull the shot first. And the moment that is done, heads will start rolling. So for now, I know we can say Azimio, their house is in a mess, they are making noise, but I believe everybody's waiting. Because if you anticipate to call Alex as the DP, it will be cancelled, then we call Roba. So when you anticipate Roba, it is Rachel. So it is people, everybody wants to be removed on timing timer. So I think I'll rest at that point. I know we are here till the adults come. I am told the adults are coming. I'm here with them. I want to see what they're doing. Bernard, I'll report to you what they do while you are away. Thank you.
I trust you, Lazarus. Thank you very much. Please keep an eye on these people. Alex, what is it?
No, I want to go behind the camera and I wanted to make my submission. I came before Lazarus, but Lazarus made. I'm just requesting, please. Thank you, Bernard. And thank you, Madam Rachel, for being with us. I think those were very, very cogent, persuasive ideas about our country. We like listening to such kind of views because they tickle our minds. And then we start reasoning more, because without reasoning and thinking, I think our life will just be, we'll be wallowing in the same mud. But when we hear good analysis like that, it makes us happy. Thank you. That's a welcoming note. Bernard, a couple of years ago, that was 2 years ago, I stumbled on an interview on KTN, and the interview was about Tim Wanyonyi. I for sure thought Jim Wanyonyi was disabled from childhood because, you know, I didn't know all his history. And in that interview, which all of us must watch, go back and watch that interview, I found a man who was composed, a man who had been humbled with life, but yet not been defeated. He got an accident when he just left university, started working for his brother. Let me read a script of what he said in this interview. Then we will talk about what Wetangula is talking about. Now, listen to me. In the office where I was working, where I had just gotten an accident, they withdrew all my clients and files. As a lawyer, I went to the office just to sit there the entire day. For more than a year, I was in that office doing absolutely nothing. Later on, when I confronted my brother, when I confronted my employer, who was my brother Wetangula, I told him I don't like what is going on. And he told me, you know, I'm trying to protect you. He said that they just didn't want to stress me. So they told me to go. And that is how I lost my job. Can you imagine? This is from Tim, not from anybody. I just read where you can even go and read yourself, not me and you. Read for yourself how Wetangula treated his brother, and his brother he was hijacked from his car, and they wanted to steal his car, and he was shot. He was shot, and this is what he said: I had a young family. My children had just celebrated their first birthday, and my wife was not working. I was very new in my career, out of college with a law degree. And then his brother told him, door off. Who is he now to tell him to become an independent candidate? Who does Wetangula think he is? Stretch back 21 years ago. Did you even know the same guy you told to get out of your office will be running to one of the most coveted seats in this country? Wetangula, if you listen to Mutembei, shut up. Leave us to Wanyonyi. That's why he is in ODM, not in Fort Kenya. That is it for that. Thank you. I've finished my submission.
Thank you, Alex. That's a good one, and it paints the clear picture of what is cooking. Wetangula and his remarks both remarks were including for Eugene is the heat of BAP. Mbolea imeenea kila mahali in Bungoma and Trans Nzoia. And that is what is choking out for the Kenya. And so he's exploding in Nairobi because back home things are not the way they used to be. And I think it's about time people owned up their sentiments, especially mature politicians. Like I've said here before, I have no regard for elders behaving like children. Any elderly member of parliament, elderly politician behaving like a child right now, no room for forgiveness. That is Kalonzo, that is Wetangula, that is Mudavadi. All the people have served for over for 2 decades in parliament. If they are still crying right now and behaving like children, sweep them together, put them in one basket, throw them anywhere they can go. There's no mercy for them. They should own up their mistakes and help shape the future of the country by ensuring that what they are giving is credible, not momentous sympathy addiction expressions. I would leave it there unless somebody has an issue. Yes, Robert?
Yeah, I just want to go back what Lazarus said. It looks like before I came in, there was something said about Papa being one of the organizers who were expecting Papa to be in California. I really am disappointed if someone said what Lazarus just said. At the same time, I know there are some people here, some of the people were supposed to be coming here on Thursday and Friday because of Papa. Some people have bought tickets, spent a lot of money to come in. Some had booked hotels just because of Papa. I'm telling you, you know what, we are disappointed he's not coming here, but we will find a way in another form so that we can reach him. But Papa is a loved figure. Papa left Kenya after I saw him. There's some videos when he went to funeral home. Then from there, Kalonzo is the one who stood and said, don't cancel the trip. Head to the USA and finish what you started. For somebody to say Papa was here and yet there was a funeral back home, that's disappointing. Disappointing indeed.
Okay, thank you, Robert. Let's listen from G.
Hello, hello.
Hello to you. How are you?
I'm doing fine. 2 things before I maybe contribute about the Wetangula and the brother. You know, was it Alex who was reading about the interview by Wanyonyi? You know, the only problem with that is you are only hearing one side of the story. I don't know if Bernard kushai kujiwa na mtu maybe wamekosana na familia, bwana anakuja nakwambia sasa mimi kuja Bernard kwangu kumeumana. Huyu bibi ananifanyia ABCD everything. And then ukaniambia kuja twende huko. Let's go and listen what your wife is saying. Unasikia tena kwanza kumbe mimi ndiye mkora zaidi. So the only way to judge is to hear from the both side of the stories. You cannot judge by just one side of it. So we have already heard from Tim Wanyonyi, but irregardless, they are brothers. What Wetangula is telling this guy is, irregardless of our past, regardless of what happened, you're my brother, and I'm with you on this one. And you know, we all have several, fighting within our families, brothers, sisters, even parents. But there are some issues that we have to start for each other. And I think on this case, where Wetangula showed some respect. And I personally like that.
Well, G, it seems you did not get what Alex said. Alex said he ran into an interview where Tim Wanyonyi was giving his testimony on what happened to him. There was no casing between brother and brother. It's somebody giving his testimony on what happened to him, where he was working, and what transpired after his accident. Okay? So it is not a matter of scoring against or for, to start with. Secondly, his boss who was his brother, has not refuted the information. We are talking of 2 years ago. So if there was anything, Wetangula should have said otherwise. It's 2 years span. Don't hold brief for what you may not have details. Thank you.
But you know, on the other hand, Bernard, maybe the brother decided, no, this is my brother. I'm not going to go fight him, you know, qua media. I would rather just keep quiet, you know. So we don't know.
That is probability, Buana. Let's not spend time on that. You are giving us probabilities. Those are facts that have been stated. If there is otherwise, we will get it from Wetangula. But Wetangula going to attack ODM when he has a political party where Wanyoni has not run on. For the 2 terms he has served in Westlands, he did not run on for Kenya, his brother's party. Why?
I
His
disagree.
brother has not gone to Westlands to campaign for him because he's always campaigning for the Kenya as ODM is doing its campaign. What is different now? Is it the governorship of Nairobi that now makes them better brothers?
Well, Bernard, you don't know the kind of support that Wetangula have given to his brother. We don't know. We don't know where they were together last time. So you are judging like you know them more than anyone, more than themselves. So why can't we let the brothers talk and figure it out by themselves?
Wanaji saying Wetangula attacked the ODM party. He did not attack individual. This is not a war between brothers. I'm saying if Wetangula is sincere, he should have come and say, I'm a party leader of Ford Kenya. Ford Kenya has a slot to run for governorship in Nairobi. Please come and run on this ticket. Why should
that doesn't make any
go
sense
independent? Number one. Number two, why does Tim Wanyonyi now become important? Because of the governorship of Nairobi, when Wetangula has not pushed him in Westlands, supported him in Westlands, and in ODM for that matter.
So the answer to that is very simple. Just because you are my brother, you don't have to believe in what I believe in. There is what Ford Kenya believe in. There's what ODM believe in. So they differ in opinion, but they're still brothers.
Then
so
on that case, Wetangula should not advise his brother. I mean, you're shooting yourself in the feet.
Why can't he divide?
I
Why
mean,
are you
you want to distract us from what we were talking.
Let's do
I
this.
gave a
Move to the next
disclaimer.
point, Mr. G. Your time is running out.
Mr. G, I gave a disclaimer. I said, go watch the interview because I watched it, and I read because I'd watched it, and you're commenting on something you have not watched. It's beyond your pay grade. Go to your submission.
I have watched it for your information. I know the interview you're talking about. So I know they had differences before when he was working for his brother. But to me, that's their own issues. They probably solved it a long time ago. They're still brothers. So let me go to the issue of running mates so that we can talk about something else. My understanding of, and this is, we cannot, argue about, for you to become a president, you have to have at least 50 plus 1. The Constitution doesn't say you have to have so many qualities, so many degrees. It doesn't matter. What matters, as long as you are approved by IEBC to run, the most important thing is votes. So the first thing to become a president, the journey to becoming a president, start with you trying to get your own numbers. So I need 50%. So if I can get myself at least 30, my running mate should come with 20. So I've heard people talking about Anne Waiguru. Is she going to bring, let's assume Baba has 44%, like he had last time, right? And I'm talking about 44, and let's minus Kalonzo's, let's even 4, right? So Baba go back to 40. So whoever is going to be Baba's running mate or Ruto's running mate must have the remaining share for him to hit 50 plus 1. So people talking about Mother Karua, I don't know how many votes is she bringing to those guys, to Naswa people, because I don't think she can't even run for governor. She can't even win as to become a governor of his own county, of our own county. So, in my own opinion, I think it's very, very hard for either way, because if Baba appoint Mother Karua, as people are suggesting, Kabas will run away. And I've heard people talking about, Kalonzo and Isaac, I think it was Roba or somebody. Kalonzo and Isaac. He's not just living. He is living with the numbers that Babas require. So becoming a president is not about, am I going to be able to work with this person when he become number two? If I become a president and I have Roba as my deputy, are we going to be able to come to work together peacefully? I don't think that doesn't matter. What matters is, I'm G, I want to become a president. I have my own 45%. Is Robert able to give me the remaining 5%? Because if I look at qualifications and his past and how clean they are, and they have 0 numbers, I'm not going to win. So that means Kalonzo, the way we are saying, and have people saying, oh, Kalonzo can go. Yes, he can go, but remember, you are subtracting Baba's number. And me as a member of UDA.
Mr. Chief, I listen to you carefully.
Yeah.
The whole thing, the becoming a president is an end in itself.
I'm sorry, I didn't get that question.
Becoming a president is an end in itself. It's not a means to an end.
I don't understand what you're saying.
You say it doesn't matter whether we are able to work with the person I'm running with. What matters is to get the numbers and I become president. You're becoming president and do what? If you're creating a crisis before you even become president.
No, it's not. Well, my point is, and I made it very, very clear. According to our constitution, for you to become a president, you have to have at least 50% of all the votes.
Elect a president, is it for you to get 50+1, or we elect you as a president so that you can function and deliver leadership to the country?
My friend, the first thing is to secure the job. It doesn't matter how qualified they are.
I have respect for you because of your age, and I really wish to get leadership from your end. But what you're giving me is confusion. Okay? If you are as senior as you are, and you are telling us that it doesn't matter whether you are able to work with the person you are running with, as long as you have put numbers, and you've been in this country, you've seen what we have been treated to from 2013, 2017, 2022. We have passed through a very hard time because of 2 people who couldn't work together. And you tell us it doesn't matter. It matters. And again, secondly, it is not just putting numbers together. Leadership for the country is putting the people together. These numbers, behind the numbers are lives. Lives are not figures. Lives are real lives that need to be taken care of. If you look at people as numbers, then you are the wrong person to be leading them in the first place. 50+1 is not 50+1. It's lives. 50+1 lives, which are Kenyans, that must be taken care of. And the person to lead them needs to care for this 50+1. If he looks at them as numbers only, he's unfit to be president of this country.
Can I tell you something, Bernard, and you can agree with me or no? Just one thing. All these people you are seeing coalitions, this party work with this one and this one. It's not about because Kalonzo is more qualified than anyone else, or Kuria or Jibebe. It's all about numbers. Can we agree on that one? It's not about how. You don't agree with that one.
Let me ask you: would you recommend Kalonzo to be William Ruto's running mate right now?
Of course, yes.
Good. Reach him, okay? Reach him, persuade him. Let him join William Ruto.
Jubilee had the numbers. Can you see where they are now?
Okay.
Mr. G, Jubilee had the numbers. Can you see where they are? They came to ODM for rescue.
No,
what happened to their numbers?
The bottom line, he became the president not because of ODM, because of Ruto. Because
the president has remained the president because of ODM. For your information.
No,
and Bernard, we are degenerating.
Let me come in because he talked about my
I
name.
noted that. Let's do this. Let's do this.
Yeah, he
Robert,
talked about my name. My
hold
name
on,
came
Robert.
up.
Hold on. Relax. Thank you. Okay, let's do this. If you are in Kenya Kwanza, tell us why Kenya Kwanza is good, who are viable for Kenya Kwanza, and why we should join Kenya Kwanza. Okay? Leave Azimio and the decision of their running mate to Azimio people to worry about. Arranging Kalonzo, removing Karua will not change. If Karua has no numbers, why is she a threat?
No, why are you being so
being
bad?
chosen
Because
as a running mate
now,
for Baba? Let's
now
debate
I
soberly.
think you are taking.
We drop it.
You cannot take side because you are letting other talk about Ruto and everything, but you don't want someone to
Who
start to
has
talk
spoken
Baba.
about Ruto since we started this
No, but
debate?
we are talking politics. There is no way we can talk about one party. You have to talk about your competitors and compare. This is how our team is looking better than yours. Usiweke siasa kwa roho
Apana, Bwana G, don't come to arrange us here, please. Let's do this. If you have a point, bring it out. If you don't,
I'm bringing a point, but every time I try to bring a point, you're shutting me down. What do you want me to do?
Because of what you are saying is not adding up.
Because you don't agree with it. You know how many things I've had people saying here that
I don't agree with it. It's not helping in the leadership of this country. If you
No.
want to take this at lean
So who
ball,
are you to decide?
we need to be decisive on this one.
No. Then
You cannot come here to give us probabilities of this, probabilities of that,
we are
and
not.
why we shouldn't worry about whether the president and deputy can work together. That's very important. The reason why people run for office so that they function, not for them to get the office.
Well, again, you have to. We are here to agree to disagree. I have been sitting here and I've had a lot of people talking about, from Ismail, Alex, everyone, Lazarus, a lot of people that I don't agree with, but I just kept quiet, right? To me, they said a lot of things that doesn't make any sense to me. So when I come to disagree on
you prosecute your case, or we go to the next person?
I thought, what's his name? Robert was trying to rebuttal.
Yeah, Bernard, can I come in?
Hold on. Let G prosecute his case, please. Thank you.
And please don't interfere. Let me make my point. If you so disagree with it, that's fine.
No, if it's creating confusion, you bet I will interfere.
Then stick to your lane. Then stick to your lane. Then you finish.
Here's the thing. Like I said, my opinion is the way like someone said, it's a 2-horse race. So one of the main things that someone is looking, and I believe we as UDA fraternity, is, to us, we have over 50% already in our own assessment, including our own internal polls, which are scientific. We are over, way over 50%.
Just shut up. That's a lie.
Don't tell me to shut up.
Stay in order, please. Hold on. So, G.
Can I finish my point?
You have 50%. You came on this debate to tell us you have 50%.
Hold on. Let me finish. Our own assessment.
Okay, carry on with the assessment. Go on, give us evidence on how your assessment is giving you 50+1.
So am I gonna be able to talk on this show? Because I don't agree with Baba. Then every time I try to raise a question.
This is not about Baba. It's you bringing up things that you substantiate your 50+1.
That's what I'm saying, because every time I try to talk, you had a drunkard guy here. I don't know whether it's Robert trying to say. You cannot tell me to shut up. Lord, let me finish my point.
My friend.
So here's the thing.
You said drunkard? I don't drink. That's one thing.
Bernard, you need to protect Robert. Robert is not drunk.
Yeah, never say about that one about me in the national.
Then withdraw. Shut up. You have to withdraw then.
Take it easy. Thank you.
So my
can
point
you
was,
just prosecute your case without getting personal and calling people names?
yeah, he should not call me name and shut up. Thank you for that. So what I was saying is, in our own assessment, and let me finish this point. We have surpassed the 50% required. So what do we do to maintain what we already have? The only thing we can do it is to appoint a running mate from the mountain region. And that's what we're gonna do. Now, Baba has already his 44%, which he had last time. If he'd mess with Kalonzo, it'll take him to below 40%. Who is this person he'll bring in to, to come with the remaining of a 10%? Nobody.
Can you please?
And that's what I'm saying.
Can you please,
Let me
Mr.
finish.
G,
That's what I say.
tell us how you arrive at your 50. Don't talk about Baba's
Once
44.
we arrive at
Baba has
around
proved
50,
it. Hold on.
we are
Baba
going
has
to do.
proved it's 44 3 times. Okay? Show us where you have your 51 already, even before we go to the ballot. When you have never been to the ballot, never gotten any near 40%.
That's our own internal scientific assessment, and I already said it.
That is why it should not be shared on this platform, because it's your own scientific
I did
assessment.
not
It
share.
cannot be proven by any other scientist.
Bernard,
except your
even
own
though Bernard, hata kama una support Baba, can you give other people who I heard you calling us watu wa Kenya kwanza kujeni. Sasa nikikuja hata utaki niongee.
Ukikuja kuleta propaganda haiwezekani hapa tafadhali.
Propaganda gani?
Where are you getting your 50+1 from the air? And then you want us to carry it for you for free.
So all people who have been talking all this thing here, they have provided evidence on what they have been saying.
I am telling you that 44% you refer to, Baba has got it 3 times. Okay, that is recorded in in public domain. Where are you coming up to 51? You can't prove it. You say it's your personal, private, scientific assessment. That is, then keep it personal. Don't make it public through our platform for that matter.
Man, you are so biased, man. But anyway, Baba will.
I agree.
After we become a president, because this is gonna happen, then the issue of bottom-up economic model, where Mama Boga, I had one guy here saying I think, was it Yoruba who was saying in California? I'm in Missouri. We know what bottom-up approach means, right? Those people, those small people with little ideas, tunapatia pesa kidogo, they come up. We don't want another 1,000-kilometer railway from China. The next 5 years, we're going to have 10 kilometers by a Kenyan, because with the bottom-up approach, tunachukua pesa kidogo, unakuja unasema uko na idea fulani. We don't need this. We need something. We don't want no more made in China or made in Japan or Singapore. We want made in Naivasha or Lamu, because they can do it. They don't have finances, and that's the bottom line. Bottom-up approach. The other group, the first thing they say, the first 100 days, change the constitution, kuleta kiti ya prime minister, sijui ya hii. We wish you all the best, but again, kuna mtu atajiapisha, and that's just my own, and just my own assessment. So wacha kwanza ninyamazie hapo kwanza, then unless kuna swali, I'm ready to answer.
Bennett, can I come in? Because my name has come up several times. Can I come in? Okay.
Robert, go ahead, please.
Yeah, let me just say this way. 50%, let me cut it short. Come election night, wherever Uhuru's side is going to prevail. Come election night. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, Juice.
So why are you not asking him for evidence for whatever he's saying?
Thank you too for giving me an opportunity. I want to correct.
Hold on, Juice. Hold on, Juice.
Yes.
Hold on. Mute your mic first. Mr. G, you want evidence for what?
He just said whichever Uhuru side will be, will win, will prevail. Where does he have evidence? Where is he getting this? Why?
I don't think you can even debate. He just said, let's wait for the election night. We'll know who is who. How do we provide evidence for that? Where is the need for evidence for that?
I don't want to give. I've not given numbers.
I think you're the one that is not sober here. And sorry about that. Juice, go ahead.
Thank you. Let me start immediately with what Roba has said so that I can look at it too. Roba, I want to tell you.
Rebutting, hold on. Are you rebutting, questioning, or what? Because
I want to rebut. I want to rebut what Roba has said first before I go back to Guy.
Okay.
So Roba, I want to tell you one thing. You have one vote, like every Kenyan. If you are one vote, you'll give it to Azimio. Please give it to Azimio. I also give mine to wherever. Let Mwananchi to decide who the next president will be. You can't decide on this platform. You have one vote like me. Okay, moving out of that. Guy has said one thing about 50 plus. Regardless the way you get it, just get it. Get 50 plus 1. Why do I say this? Recently, the brother of Raila Odinga is on record saying one thing, that now the deep state is on our side. So we are want to win the election. What is the difference between what the brother to Raila Odinga said and what Guy has said? It is just the same thing. It doesn't matter the process. Get the 50 plus 1 and make the government. That is the only way you can exercise your policies. That's what I wanted to say.
Sylvester, make your submission, please.
Ben, I have a question. I've been carrying my hand, Bernard.
Bwana Lazarus, I deliberately did not choose you to ask the question because I want to get from there as fast as possible. Sylvester, make your submission.
Yes, thank you. Before I make my submission, Mr. J has brought an issue of bottom-up economy. I want to clarify one thing with him. They are good only at saying and singing about the bottom-up economy, but when it comes to explanation, whatever they say doesn't even count or doesn't go hand in hand to what they mean to say. The other day, Malala, when he was in his hometown campaigning, just recently he gave a woman 20,000. So, and we forget that, like just like every other Kenyan, we live below the bottom line of economy. This to mean we work hand to mouth. So he gave that mama 20,000. The mama was selling sugarcane around the place. And whatever I told myself, let him give that 20,000, then go after 3 days to find out whether that.
Sorry, Sylvester, your network is hanging. Lazarus, you can now ask your question.
Bernard, you see, there's a trend coming back, pole pole, where we are being taken in circle, then we start fighting here. Let us not hate one another. Guy, my question is to you. And I don't want to use the word Kalonzo used. That my name will betray me, but I'll use that as a point of reference. You're so particular about Mr. Timothy Wanyonyi and the brother. Why didn't you, or did you ask yourself?
Actually, right now, yes, right now, I was thinking I've had an internet problem. Right now, what Wetangula is trying to do.
Hold on, you will come in later. You've been overtaken by events. Ngoja kwanza, your network has recovered. We are glad, but hold on, you'll come in later. Lazarus?
Mr. Guy, why didn't Sakaja find it right to appoint a deputy governor from from Western. He only finally tried to appoint a deputy from Central Kenya.
Good question. Because of numbers.
So Sakaja being a Kalenjin, he decided to go for Mount Kenya because of numbers. Luyas don't have numbers.
First of all, as far as I know, he is a lawyer. You know if he is a Kalenjin. I have heard that propaganda. We don't know. As far as we know, and most of people know, he is a lawyer. But even if assuming he is a Kalenjin, our people are majority in Nairobi, so it's all about numbers.
Before I finish, I want to tell you something. Don't feel so super about you people. Even us, we are Kenyans. I want to tell you something. It's really in your head about you. Whether you are in Missouri, don't think even us, we are Kenyans. I just want to put it into your mind because last time you came on the same platform with the numbers, we asked you to present the numbers here. You said you misplaced them. Today you came again with 50%. You cannot break them down. But one thing I'll tell you, even us, we are Kenyans. Don't put it in your head that we. That is total tribalism. I wanted to put it to you like that. How you speak, you hate people. You are
It's
a
okay,
hater.
Lazarus, leave it there. Thank you very much. Let's do this. This is called Mtembei TV, and we're here to debate about Kenya, and not even to dig in for who and where. The only thing that's more valuable on this platform is the truth that we share about one another and for the future of this great country. Digging in for your political party to an extent of trying to lie and scare and threaten is not going to help much. Msema kweli hayuko mbali, tarehe 9 mwezi wa 8 kila Mkenya atatoka na mbivu na mbichi itakwenda kujulikana. The people talking about 50 plus 1 anyhow, by all means, or hook or crook, it will not work. It will not work. And especially now that you are talking of, you already have the 50 plus 1. Then the people who already have 50 plus 1, before Kenyans go to the ballot, they are the ones using hook and crook, but they want to call it the Oburu Odinga's sentiments to be the justifying means of getting 50 plus 1 by hook or crook. I don't think that's how a country is built. Sylvester, you can come in now and proceed.
But Bernard, before he proceeds, Oburu Odinga said the same words. That's what he said. I quoted what he said.
Listen, you quoted what he said. When did he say that? Last week?
Who did I?
Bernard,
Jules, when did he say that? Was it last week?
Bernard, unless you are the only one in Jerusalem, Oburu Odinga said that now that we have the deep state on our side, this is what we have been missing all along. Now that we have it, we are going to win.
Okay, thank you. Sylvester, Kasuti nimekuona lakini subiri kwanza. Sylvester, maliza ujumbe wako.
Oh, thank you, Bena. The issue here, I wanted to talk about the Wetangula. Right now, Wetangula and his team, they really know that they don't have the agendas to serve or tell to Kenyans. So for them to be relevant politically, they need to find somewhere or a place to hang on, So, and the best place to hang on political right now is touching on ODM if you want to survive politically in the country right now as the things are. So, whatever he's trying to say, he cannot substantiate what he's trying to tell people. But he needs to remain relevant. What else does he have to do? Hang on ODM, push some other days when we approach the election. That's what he's trying to do. Nothing so important with whatever sentiments he's trying to give on the public or on the media. He's just trying to find himself relevance. Relax. I think that's what I have to say on Wetangula issue.
Okay, is that all?
Yes, that's all.
Okay, thank you. Asante sana. All right, now let's have Juice make your submission.
Bernard, I can assure you one thing. The way I am right now, I am watching what Oburu Odinga is saying. I wish I could share it with you from my computer, but I can't. So he is stating clearly that now that the deep state is on our side, we are going to win. But that is not the issue. Let's set it aside. Now, I want to talk about the running mate issue on my submission, if I'm allowed to submit. As I said initially, Kenyans never cease to amaze. We all remember, our memory is very clear, that Mother Karua is the same lady. I respect her. She is the same lady who participated in denying Raila Odinga his presidency. Raila Odinga won the presidency, and Mother Karua is known to be part of the people who denied him his rightful win. Today, because he is on Azimio's side, she's holier than thee. That is interesting. Another thing, Waiguru factor. Waiguru was given a bill of landing, clean bill of landing, by no other than Raila Odinga. Today, because she's not on the Azimio side, we are saying she has so many cases pending. She didn't have the cases pending when she was being given a clear bill of landing by Raila Odinga himself. That is why she actually won whatever seat she has right now. Now, on the Wetangula remarks.
So, Juice.
Yes.
I had to interrupt you. What does what powers does Raila have to clear people for their judges? Is he the Chief Justice? Is he the magistrate? This bill of clearance done by Raila Odinga. Can you please help us understand?
Bernard, it's on record. Raila Odinga defended Anna Waiguru when she was being investigated. It is clear. It is well known.
She was being investigated by who, and who is Raila to stop investigation against Anna Waiguru?
Are you trying to say, Bernard, that Raila Odinga did not stand by the side of Anna Waiguru?
And did what? As who?
Are you trying to say that Raila Odinga did not defend Anna Waiguru? That is my question to you.
Yes, he did not.
Okay, I'll set that aside. I will send you a link.
No. You should prove to me the powers that Raila Odinga has to stop investigation against Anna Waiguru. You said that. And the powers Raila Odinga has to clear Anna Waiguru of her accusations by the anti-corruption or whichever. You should prove that first.
What I'm saying is a perception. The perception Raila Odinga had towards Anna Waiguru is the reason why Anna Waiguru is having the position she's having.
No. Anna Waiguru is a governor for Kirinyaga County.
Yes.
Voted for by Kirinyagans. Raila Odinga is a voter in Kibra. Okay? I don't know how Raila Odinga votes in Kirinyaga to make Anna Waiguru governor. Secondly, before Anna Waiguru ran for governorship of Kirinyaga, Raila Odinga was on the front line of exposing what Anna Waiguru did when she was Minister for Devolution in terms of the NYS scandal. The Kirinyaga people said, kama ni mwizi wetu, tutamchagua. Then thereafter, you want Raila Odinga to come and what? Clean the mess you have created for yourself. Yani nyi watu mnafanyanga Raila akuwe nini?
Bernard, one of my colleagues has said, you don't let us talk. Please, I want to ask you to let us talk. Please.
If you want to talk, I will give you free time to talk, but talk facts. Don't create offices that don't exist. Don't make people do what they never did. Anna Waiguru is in power, is in office today, courtesy of Kirinyaga people.
So when facts touch you, when facts touch your side,
they
try
don't touch
to evade.
me. I am not Anna Waiguru, am I?
So
I'm not a Kirinyaga voter, am I?
What I'm trying to tell you,
not
Bernard,
put Anna Waiguru in office. I cannot even remove her. So you tell us
right
who
now,
put her in office and who
right
removes
now,
her from office. And
right
it's not
now, you challenged Guy to tell you how, when he talked about 50+1, what matters are the numbers. I have told you, even Oburu Odinga himself is for the idea. You are disputing, right?
Whatever Oburu Odinga said,
I know you are not Oburu Odinga.
The only vote they have never had
is the deep state.
Deep state vote. Okay.
Yes, so they have it now, right?
Yes. So what is wrong with that?
So what is the difference between what we are saying right now and what he said? It's the same thing.
No, it's not the same
thing. What matters is the process.
No.
It is the process. Bernard, it is the process.
Juice, sikiliza. Mimi nataka tuelewane vizuri. Tena polepole. Okay? Nataka tuelewane. Okay?
Yep.
Swala ya Oburu Odinga has nothing to do with 50+1. If you have listened to that comment, it has nothing to do with 50+1. It is a sweeping statement saying we have always won this thing without this vote. But now we have this extra vote. We don't see how we are going to lose this. It has nothing to do with who will make 50 become 1 or 50+1. But because it serves your point very well, you want to twist it and make it look like they are going to make 50+1 by hook or crook. I don't think that is valid. So story yako na Anna Waiguru, if you want to prosecute Anna Waiguru is in court, not by Raila Odinga. The anti-corruption is not headed by Raila Odinga.
Bernard.
Raila Odinga is not a state, is not a public officer. He's not the president, he's not the deputy president, he's not the chief justice, he is not even a lawyer. So if he can clear somebody, as who? Is it by swearing an affidavit? He's not a lawyer. You can't go to
Can I answer that one?
The affidavit matters. So why in the world would you drag somebody's name in clearing somebody when he doesn't have the capacity to?
Can I respond to that?
Let me also just say something. Anna Waiguru is not going to be the running mate because already she has submitted her name to be the governor of Kirinyaga. So forget about it. Let's not even talk about it. And
that is actually where I was headed for. That is exactly where I was headed for. What I was trying to, the point I was trying to pass across is, when somebody is not with Azimio, he or she is scrutinized and looked at from all sides. But you also cannot look at Martha Karua. Nobody has to scrutinize Martha Karua in the same way, because Martha Karua is the reason why Raila Odinga is not president today. Because
that's wrong. That's not true.
But it's the truth. We saw her at Bomas.
Justice Atuti.
Was he the returning officer?
Justice Atuti.
What was her role in the election of 2006?
Bernard, can I ask Justice Atuti something?
Just hold on mute. Let him answer my question. Was he the electoral commissioner chairman? Was he a returning officer? I mean, what role did the Martha Karua play in declaring Kibaki winner of 2007 elections?
It doesn't matter the role she played. We know Raila Odinga won the election. Martha Karua was there with the policeman trying to stop the win. We all know it.
How now? Okay, Alex, please ask him a question and
Justus, Tuti, how are you? Bernard, for your record, this person is from my home area. 2 plots from my home. I didn't
Please
know
talk
he's no
to
longer.
him. Talk to him. Please talk to him.
Yeah, I want to talk to him.
He's a mole.
Justus, I want to ask you a simple question. Are you trying to criminalize Azimio for doing a better scrutiny than your Kenya Kwanza? If you are saying we scrutinize, are you trying to criminalize our ability to scrutinize?
That is not what I'm doing.
And this time, don't try to say it. The reason you are not getting it right is every time you are saying, I'm just trying to. Don't try to. Do it.
That is
Go
not
to the
what
point.
I'm doing. I'm not trying to criminalize anything. What I'm trying to say is,
Again, you are trying to. Don't try. Do it.
Please. Can you let me talk?
Alex, don't give him strong terminology.
What I am saying is this. Whoever crosses over to Azimio is perceived to be holier than thee. I want to give another very close example, Charity Ngilu. Charity Ngilu is the same lady who shut down the Office of Lands. She knows what she did. She knows who she cleared. And she knows the mess she made, the Minister of Lands. Today, she's in Azimio. She's as white as snow. My fellow Kenyans, this is what I'm saying. This is my submission, my fellow Kenyans. Kwanza kabisa, siasa isiwe ndani ya roho zetu. After the next general election, we are still Kenyans. This is what I'm saying. If Raila Odinga wins, he will be your president, he will be my president. If Ruto wins, he will be your president, he will be my president. What do we need from these people? Let them give us the right running mate. Let them give us the right candidates, so that tomorrow we don't get frustrated as a nation. And please, for those who feel that their candidate is the best and the only one who will win, Raila Odinga and William Ruto have equal chances. There is no question about it. They all have equal chances. And whoever wins will be our president.
Thank you, Juice. That is the rhetoric at the moment, but has no evidence to back it up. Those are two different political weights. You can't weigh them on the same scale. Let's hear from Fred Kasuti.
Thank you, but I request everybody to mute their mic, because I will appreciate, because I have listened to you while you are talking, and you listen to me. Let me start by damaging ignorance that makes us look stupid. First ignorance I just want to damage is from this, I don't know, is the Jewish who refused Jesus when he came to them, or is the same, I don't know. But because Jesus came to them to give them light, but they refused. That's why he
Kasuti, one moment.
To Gentiles.
Alex, hold for me. I'm coming back. Thank you.
But put Justus on quarantine first.
No.
Kasuti, what I will tell you is,
See, Bernard, I just told you. If you are going, you have to put.
Please use.
Just stay in order. Listen to the submission. We're coming. Let there be no noise, please. Okay. Thank you. Alex, you're in charge.
But let everybody use a respectful language.
When you people, I wonder with you guys, when you people try to use bad vulgar language to our leader, to our people, you don't want us to use the same. We don't. What goes around always comes around. When you give a bread, remember that bread will come back to you once more again. So let me start by saying this. You didn't tell us. You tell us when Oburu Odinga was saying that one, but you didn't tell us what made him to say that one. In fact, if my memory serves me right, he was responding to your leader, who was stood top of the roof of the car, and he said, if they want to make Oburu Odinga to be CEO or to be chairman of IEBC, I don't care. And Oburu Odinga came up with that one. He was answering to your boss. Okay? I will still continue damaging the ignorance that makes us look foolish. When you come here and tell us about Charity Ngilu with the office, with the land office, is the same Charity Ngilu who is trying to put things straight about Weston Hotel, about Muteshi's land, about sijui what, about sijui what. Now you are forgetting that. You are forgetting that she's the one who is coming strongly to the neck of your boss. I don't know why you people forget so easily. So you know very well that she's the one who cleared all these things, so that we'll come for we are coming for you guys. Don't worry. Sit down there. Settle down. We are coming for you. And who is this guy? Where he's gone now? Amenda wapi? Another ignorance I want to damage here. Sisi kwa Kibukusu tunasema ile tumbo inazaanga mchawi pia inazaa mpasta. Sasa, this is now the issues of Wetangula with the team. My good senator whom I didn't voted for, Senator Wetangula, these are the people I know them very well. So the family disputes, I know it very well from the bottom. So nobody has a right to come here, because do you know kind of respect Tim Wanyonyi has for Baba? Because when Tim Wanyonyi was languishing in miserable situation, a place whereby he had no hope, Baba went and picked him and brought him and make him as a counselor. I think it was a counselor in Nairobi. And then after that, Tim Wanyonyi started to raise up to where he is, whereby his own brother, after involving himself in the accident for serving him, his own brother dumped him to languish and die in the poverty. But we thank God because he didn't die. He's alive today. So, Mr. Moses Masika Wetangula will send our in-law. We know your medicine. If you continue talking like that, we just send our in-law to you, and he will keep a sense. He'll put a sense in your head. So don't worry, guys. We know the medicine of Wetangula. So let him not be a threat to us, because we know how he thinks, how he do things, how he misbehave, when he misbehave, we know the person who can put a sense in his head. So that one should not be the reason. Okay. Alex, you'll be my witness here. I have tell people here several, not once, not twice, about 4 individuals: Oscar Sudi, Rigathi Gachagua, this guy called, when you hear Murathe talking, when you hear Ngunjiri, Wambugu talking, Oscar Sudi talking, Rigathi Gachagua talking. These two individuals, these four individuals, these two individuals, Oscar Sudi, the like of Oscar Sudi, Rigathi Gachagua, those are the mouthpiece. If you want to know what Deputy President is thinking, listen to those two individuals. You will know. And if you want to know what President Uhuru Kenyatta is thinking, listen to those two individuals, because Wambungu Ngunjiri is the one who initiated the Kieleweke team. after these people started tangatangering and starting bring all those messes in the parliament. So there is a post, there is a viral tweet went on viral recently, maybe I think 1 week ago, when Wambugu Ngunjiri was stating very clearly, don't think that Raila needs an equal partner to deputize him. If you think that you are equal partner to Raila, you are wrong. Your calculation is wrong. Raila needs a deputy who will work with him, who will support him, who will be there for him, not who will go there as equal partner. That one was maybe 1 week ago. This, I don't know, today or yesterday, I think so. Murathe says, those people who are thinking, and they are here in Kenya, they are thinking that the position of deputy president is still on the negotiation table. They are wrong. He gave a date on March, I don't know, March, on March, do you remember the day Mother Karua went to meet with Baba? I think it was March. He said that the scores was settled on March, and that is colors. So wale watu wenye wanakimbia mnasema ati tunataka, msipofanya tutafanya. Si mfanye kile mnaweza kufanya, fanya kile mnajua mnaweza kufanya vizuri, alafu tujue kutaenda matokeo yatakuwa namna gani. So my friends and my brothers and my sister here, let me tell you something. Justus, wacha kuwa na shingo ngumu kama la Farao. Bwana, wewe unajua tu vizuri kabisa, the camp you are in, it's leading you nowhere. Remember, for your man to get to win this election, let us put things straight here. Remember, we Mount Kenya, because I'm part of Mount Kenya, despite the fact that I come from Bungoma, I'm part of Mount Kenya. We Mount Kenya, we voted to Uhuru Kenyatta, to the last man, 100%. 100%. Remember, right now, for your man to get that seat or to ascend to that throne, he needs to be voted in 100%. Can you show me where that 100% vote will come from? There is none. You cannot prove it to me. You cannot come here and you can speak whatever you want to speak, but the fact remains, there is no way he will get 100%. Two, how many counties do we have in Rift Valley? How many counties did he has in the hand? That one inafanya kiongozi wako anakuwa disadvantaged on various stakes. Nyinyi mlikuja hapa mkasema, when people looks, I thank my dear sister here. Do you know why, the reason why Baba went to look for Sally Koskei? Do you know the name Sally Koskei? Do you know the credibility of that woman has when it comes to diplomatic status? My friend, when people start looking people who can revive, people who can make things work, you are just going to look people who once upon a time you say that don't walk, don't bring here catwalks, don't bring here our catwalks, and then the money has lost. And after that, now you are the one who sanctifying these people, and by saying they are fit to run to the governorship, they are fit to be even running mate, you bring their names to the negotiation table. My friend, give us a break. This is the ignorance that I want to damage, because your boss, once upon a time, he stands in the front of camera and he says that there is no way people can carry money in the sacks. I'm here, salonist, carry money in the sack, and you are coming here telling us a good English, and coming here and telling us start catwalking in front of us. Give us a break. And today you are the people who are sanctifying that person. Give us a break, my friend. Don't preach water and you drink wine, my friend. Don't do that. And for the record, my friend, you are just we are just starting. We are just starting. The game is about to start. The game is about to start. The game which you have played on the field, you alone, for 9 good years, because before your boss was called the Tanga Tanga, he refused to work. That's why President Uhuru Kenyatta decided to call him Tanga Tanga. For 10 good years, you have been running alone. For 10 good years, you have been campaigning. Now, when Baba started campaigning, it's 2 years now to the not because before he started to ask Kenyans to give him opportunity to rule this country, it's 1 year, because Azimio was officially launched. It's 1 year ago, I think so. Now you are crying like babies here, my friend. Hamjaona, inauma, lakini inabidi mzoee. Kuweni wapole, tutawapatia dawa yenu, iko jikoni inachemka. Kikombe cha kwanza tunamnywesha mara hiyo hiyo tarehe 9 mwezi wa 8. Hicho ni kikombe cha kwanza. Kikombe cha pili mkae wapole, tutawanywesha tu, dosi iko tuko nayo. Asante Bernard, back to you. Alex, because you are the one.
Yeah, asante sana Kasuti. I think for gender sensitivity again, tutarudi kwa our sister atuambie more about why don't you think Waiguru should not be a running mate for Ruto, given the fact that I think birds of the same feather flock together. Rachel.
I think it's the issue of we are talking about leadership. How come there's an echo again?
No, you're very fine. You're very fine. Go on. I'll mute.
Okay. All right. Okay. So I'm saying, I'm just listening, and I don't know. I don't know whether we really understand the depth of what leadership is, because we are talking about leadership qualities. And just to refer, just in the context of what I'm saying, what Guy had said, it doesn't matter. Bora two numbers. Hata kama ni nani, anybody, just pick anyone. No, we are not in that space. So we have agreed as a nation that things are not okay. We are not managing the expenses. Life is just very difficult. So we now have the opportunity to choose a leadership that is going to create a completely different scenario. And we take the example from the little baby country like Rwanda, which has come from, very far, and now is leading. So we are saying, in the case like of what you've asked, like when you're talking about Waiguru has issues in terms of her integrity, which there are certain things that happen. She has some baggage which challenged her integrity. So we lost confidence. It's just, again, public confidence. It's the loss of public confidence. So the trust. Can you trust her? Can you trust her with that kind of money? If, in our minds, we still have the picture of the hairdresser who was carrying, money in sacks, So you wonder now, if you give access.
So Rachel, on that level, yeah, Rachel, a 2-level question on that.
do people remember that when you are a deputy president, you are almost a president. In a situation whereby the president is incapacitated, you take over. Can you elaborate on that? Because we had a situation in Zambia whereby they chose a team, and that was King Cobra and a white person. And after 3 months, King Cobra died, and now Zambia had to be ruled again by a white person. And you saw it was like neoliberal colonization. Can you sensitize us on the issue of why should we choose the right candidate? Because we are not mortal. A president can die in office. Do you think Waiguru is capable of taking over if the president dies in office?
Okay, I think, again, I'll give my own opinion. I don't think she is, for the simple reason that our confidence, I think she betrayed the trust we had in her. I said betrayed because she started very well. I think she has some very good qualities. By the way, she's someone I know in my life before through her former, family husband. So she's someone with really good qualities, very smart, clever person, smart woman, well educated, very articulate. But then there are issues that have to do with her integrity, which make us insecure when we imagine that now she will have access to our national, to our national reserves. So in my view, the running mate is everything. The running mate is extremely important. And that's why it was so funny. You remember when Atwoli started the famous phrase, in whose hands are you safe? It sounded very light, but when you think about it, at the end of the day, there are people who, if you're told this one will be a running mate, you just say no, even if they have no baggage, because they don't look presidential. They don't act. When you look at their background, when you look at their conduct. So here we are saying the issue of leadership and threshold is extremely important. Now, I understand, of course, nobody is perfect. Nobody is perfect. And in this case, we just try and see, okay, what is the minimum? Who are these candidates who we can say, okay, at least this one, we can tick these boxes and say, okay, this one we can run with. Even though hapa, kuna pahali alifanya one or two things, at a certain time in her life or in his life, but at least basically, that basic minimum is what we don't have as Kenyans. We do not have that. And as G is saying, in fact, G has said he's just the profile of the average Kenyan. It doesn't matter. He's not thinking about the fact that there's no point in getting numbers and you get together a candidate and you take a country and run it down. Look at our neighbors. I mean, sorry to use that example. Look at people like Somalia. They have a lot of resources, but they are not able to govern themselves as a country. So no, it's not okay to just say anybody, just get anybody. Bora two numbers, bora mwingie. That is where the problems come in, because there is absolutely no foundation, there is no blueprint, there is no vision. So this is now the time when we must get visionary leaders. And the problem, again, I keep saying, we are the problem, by the way. It's not even the leaders. In fact, I stopped having an issue with the leaders. We are the problem. We are the biggest problems. The voters, we are foolish, we are idiots, we are the problem. Because we can see exactly what these people have taken us through, how they increase their salaries, how they take illegal mileage. I mean, we can, and yet we still vote for them. And this is the point that we need to now look at as a people and as voters. And when we are looking at what's happening in the region, one of the things I must say, maybe from my own personal experience as a diaspora person, the biggest challenges we have had, and I don't know whether some of you others have had that, is even if you have some good initiatives or you have some good contacts, it's impossible to find the right person to implement. I mean, people are asking for bribes. You're like, okay, there is this person or there is this project, there is this we can do. Right now, there is a crisis in our country. Kuna hii opportunity, ndio huyu mtu. Why don't we do this? You will find that at our local level, the leaders we have are so self-centered. They just have no interest. Actually, they have zero interest at all. And for me, I remember during 2020, as a Kenyan, it was really painful, of course, having family, friends, and we knew people were going through hell, living hell. And yet there were ways There were ways they could get assistance. But the people we reached when we called on the phone, the government officers, they have their salaries. Remember, these people, irrespective of what happens, hata huyo wanaitwa CEC ama PS kwa county government, bado anapata mshahara yake 200,000. Whatever happens, he's still getting his salary. So when we tried to interview, we called, we spent, I think, over 100,000 trying to call, but they just were not interested. So we realized, wait a minute, you have a country, and we could see what was happening. We could see people being thrown out of their houses. We could see so much pain and anguish. And you're out here and you can see these people can be helped. Look, someone would come and say, look, I can do this for your country. Let me just connect. And I remember pleading, nothing. So this is when I began to realize our problem is not even resources. It's not even anything else except the leadership. That's why they run up debts for us. This is why you have like a parliament that just keeps approving. If you need if you say you want 9 trillion, they approve. You say, then later on, they go back again, they start criticizing the government. Yet all these increments were made within their watch. So the biggest problem is ourselves. I just want to quickly mention, since we have the UDA people, this is a moment I've really been looking for, and I will not let it pass. The bottom-up model, let's call it the bottom-up economic model. I would like to say this, as we all know, devolved funds are already in existence. So I never really know, again, in terms of their leadership, because this worries me that one of the leading contenders is promoting an economic model that is unclear. Because if it is funds, we have women's funds, we have youth funds, we have, I don't know which funds, they are all, we have CDF, there are so many devolved funds. All those are funds, by the way, at the bottom. Those are in fact, we have over bottom up because we already have the funds. The problem is the execution. The problem is the management. So it's not that the money is not there. So when someone says, I will now give 100 million or whatever, the issue is not even the 100 million. First of all, it's not even enough. We even have funds that are already there that have been allocated. The problem is having a leadership that understands. So personally, I decided the issue we have in our country is not market, because I'm in Dubai. We have markets here. We have business here. And right now, the biggest pain I have as a marketer in Dubai is this week giving business to other countries, a lot of business, a lot of jobs to other countries, because we cannot get a Kenyan who you will call, and they are corrupt to the core. I don't know whether it's deliverance, sijui ni nini yetu, sijui tufanye national deliverance. Seriously, the corruption level, they just ended, I will just mention this, I hope I won't be quoted, but even like some of the just ended big events, everything is just so corrupted. So I decided, you know what, as a country, we now even need to look at ourselves as we are talking. We are corrupt, we are disorganized, everybody, whether it is at the church level, whether it is at the individual level. So what we need is, we need a new, fresh face. And for me, I was going for somebody like Martha. I know there is the 207 issue, which we can, point as a negative. But I was just saying, in terms of branding and freshness, of all of them, she scores the highest in terms of a new face and a new determination. Martha is a kind of person, she gives me the impression, maybe I don't know, but she gives me the impression she can do it, and she can go for it, and she can fight. Unlike some others who are like sort of who would be compromised. So for me, in terms of in terms of way forward, I want to suggest our problem is leadership, and we are actually the main cause of that poor leadership.
Thank you, my sister. Bernard, we have elevated the debate to where it was supposed to be elevated. Don't allow just to degenerate it. Let us panelists go up higher, because I think at some point, the people in the comment section said we have degenerated. Bernard, I leave you with the debate being on the higher level. Our lady has brought that there. Don't leave just to degenerate it.
Kizito, karibu.
Good evening, good morning to all the panelists. I'm happy to join today, even though I'm always in the comment section, but the way the debate was going, it forced us to join. But because the way Rachel has talked, she has finished everything. Until I just decided to say hello and to just add one thing, that we should elect leaders, not politicians. Those who know the difference will know it. But if you put people like Jazz, they will never know the difference between a politician and a leader. Thank you. I wanted to talk much, but our sister, you've finished everything until my points you've taken all. Thank you.
Thank you, Kizito. Adams, 2. Adams, are you there? Just, yes.
Bernard, again, thank you for giving me the chance and the opportunity. Madam Rachel has spoken so much. It is like she was speaking actually from my heart. I am one of the Kenyans who have been frustrated by the leadership. I am one of the Kenyans who have been stopped from running projects back home by the leadership. I am the one who has lost, one of the people who have lost billions of businesses to the leadership that is in place. And it is like Rachel was just speaking like a mother right from the bottom of my heart. This is what I will say in response and in support to what she said. We are the problem. Bernard and Justice and everybody and Alex and whoever is here, we are the problem. We have stooped too low for too long.
Just as you are the problem.
We are all the problem, you included. We have stooped too low for too long and have been misled for too long. That we have taken corruption and mismanagement as a way of life in our country.
We are here trying to provide a solution
Mtumishi, mwachie afanye confession. Anafanya confession, please. Mtumishi, mwachie afanye confession. This is a repenting time, eh?
So, Bernard, if you don't let me talk, I don't think you're being fair. So this is the thing. We are all a problem. We are the problem as a nation, as voters.
That is not true. We are not all the problem.
The truth. It is the truth.
My question to Rachel, if you allow me, Bwana Bernard.
I will not allow you. Kwanza nisijamalizana na Jazz. We are the problem. You and who are the problem? Are you on this panel the problem?
When I say we are the problem, I'm saying as Kenyans.
How?
We play cheap politics. If you go back to our rural home, our voters, they vote because they have been bribed 10 shillings, 20 shillings, 50 shillings to vote in leaders. We are the problem. So our leaders are a reflection of who we are as a society.
Jazz, are you not the first person who complained about the 2007 elections being overturned after the voters voted a certain way and a certain clique of people turned it the other way?
I am, and I'm still complaining, yes.
Guy, where is your question? G, ask your question.
Yeah, my question to Rachel was, one, Waigoro, has a baggage. In your own, if as far as you can remember, did she have the baggage when she was promoting BBI with Baba, when she was helping in Kibra by election? Number two, you talk about clearing of candidates. If right now I go to a club right now and there are cameras and I shoot a DJ, everyone sees that, and I come to a party and that party clears me, would you take that party serious? And then a final question, you talk about, but there's no money. Do you think if we are able to get back the money stashed abroad, like Pandora, and repossess all the stolen, like chambers, molasses, and all that, do you think we can be able to run? Do you think the bottom up approach will be successful? Those are my three questions.
Okay, I will.
Rachel, you don't need to answer those questions. You can choose to answer, you can choose to ignore it, because this is the kind of the ignorance we are saying that makes us look stupid. Don't even bother to answer that one.
Ngoja kwanza. Rachel did a very good job, okay, explaining that we have more than enough funds devolved. Okay, we don't need more funds devolved. We need systems that are working for us to profit from the devolved funds already. That in itself, it leaves that the deputy president and his team agitating for more funds to be devolved in the name of bottom-up approach is nothing but a scam to take Kenyans for a ride. They don't want to point on devolution because they have not they played zero as far as devolution is concerned. They don't want to point at CDF because they played zero as far as CDF is concerned. They don't want to point at Women Fund and Youth Fund because they think they played zero in making that happen. So they want to reinvent a wheel that is already in existence. That is a clear picture of what a scam is. Schemers who wants to ride on people's emotions for their own political gain. That is the bad leadership that needs to be rejected at their face value.
Bernard, I want you to withdraw the name scam because you can't prove that it's a scam. That's one thing. It's not.
I have just proved.
Scam,
I have just proved this, except you don't know how to how a proof is given.
Scam is a wrong term. This is what I will tell you, Bernard, specifically you. The scammers are the party leaders. They give us wrong choices. They give us leaders that we don't have a choice about. They don't give us an opportunity to participate, to choose the right leaders. So what they give us is what we choose from. But is that what we want as Kenyans? No.
Juice, we have party contestants, we have independent contestants. If you think on the list there are no better people, you are also eligible. You can be on that ticket as the solution, but you have declared yourself here as a problem. So since you're part of the problem, you shouldn't be part of the solution. Wait for people who can create solution, they will bring it.
Because you pick your own leaders, you don't give us an opportunity as a nation to pick our leaders. You go on the boardroom and they give us leaders from the boardroom.
That is complaining. We are used to that from your section. Kasuti.
The greatest schemer on this earth in our Kenyan soil, who is the right or the left Reverend William Samoei Ruto. Let me tell you the truth. This gentleman we call Ruto, he schemed against Moi to snatch away the Rift Valley from the hands of Moi. He succeeded. He's a good schemer. That one credit I give him. We came to ODM. He schemed. And when he left ODM, he left with almost 3/4 of ODM members. He schemed that one. We know. Right now, you cannot even dare to tell me that this is not a scam. This guy from 2013, he started to scheme around when he want to take over Mount Kenya from the hands of Uhuru Kenyatta. Right now, the mountain is shaking because of what? The greatness, the pettiness, the mediocres of this gentleman who schemes everything. He said this, he scheme about, he knows. Before we ask ourselves, who brought us down there? 2013, we know very well. President Uhuru Kenyatta chose the security to take care and look affairs of the country. This gentleman, you are calling himself, Sijui left Reverend who, wherever somewhere Ruto, Mr. Bible, the one who choose money, economy of the country. Do you see where we are? You yourself here, you are confessing about the problem that you're facing right now. And here, you are just following that guy blindly.
Are you hating Rito because he was just a chicken seller who came from nowhere?
Mr.
And
G,
that-
you cannot prove that. You cannot prove that one, my friend. You are lying. You are living in a denial. And then remember, somebody told us choices always has consequences. Now, they advise us not to elect these two gentlemen. We refused, as Rachel has said, we voted them in. Now we are facing the music. We are facing the consequences of we voters electing these people, even although they didn't win. That's the fact. But the government of that time, they choose to put these people on the lead, because you say we need the young generation to take power on. You see where we are right now, my friend. Open up your eyes and smell coffee. Open up your eyes, man.
Bernard, let me just say something.
Quickly, please. Thank you.
Yeah, I was just saying, Mr. Gia and Chasters, that means that is the truth. I'm not just here to say to some of us, we are supporting the system the way it is. Things are not good. And when things are not good, we hold those who have been in power accountable. Raila has never been a president of Kenya. Ruto he has been the vice president of Kenya for 10 years. What else is he going to do? He has not done it for 10 years now. And that's why I don't want to see him near the presidency. That's why I don't see him. They came in, the way they came in, first of all, it was so sad, because remember what he said? Me, I'm going to be the vice president. Red Musalia and Uhuru Kenyatta sorted out who's going to be the president. And that's why we have all these problems where they can't talk to one another. But the bottom line is, somebody who has been part of the government, a government right now in Kisii, where I come from, there's no fuel. And you are telling me, oh, we want to kiss him being the vice president? Hell no. I want him to get out of office as soon as possible. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Let's all recover. Let's go back to the topic and prosecute the topics. Although it's becoming very difficult because somebody is determined to push us to discuss what we shouldn't be discussing. Let's try so hard to see to it that we keep in the middle of the road, even as we drive in this discussion. All in all, whatever we say and whatever we do should be for a better Kenya. And a better Kenya requires right leadership at this point in time. You know, if you want to cure a problem, you must diagnose the problem and find the cause of the problem. When you get to the root cause of the problem and address it, the other things take care of themselves. We do so much in terms of trying to blow out of proportion the symptoms and react on the symptoms, and nobody wants to get to the root of the problem. that we are faced with at this point in time. We are betwixt between two styles of leadership. The leadership that offers institutional solution to problems, and then another leadership that offers individual benevolence, handouts approach towards solving problems. Now, this choice between these two is, I don't see how difficult that is. We have already had 24 years of experience of what handouts and individual benevolence leadership can do. It left us no roads. It left us no schools. It left us everything limited. Bad economy. Now, we cannot be fighting to get back there if we are in our right senses. It's only when we have chosen not to use our senses to fight to get back there. We have had an experience of what institutional leadership can do under the Kibaki government, and how a whole country can be revolutionized within 10 years, and from negative economy to positive economic growth. We have these choices ahead of us. What is confusing us Kenyans? All this bottom up, bottom below, in between, it cannot be studied anywhere. It cannot be traced anywhere. It cannot be referred anywhere. If you ask them where is it, they say in the US. We have diaspora people here, they tell us what we have in the US is not bottom up. So what is new that is being brought in the name of bottom up, if it is not just a ploy to give us a rhetoric that is not founded anywhere? I want Kenyans, wherever you are, if you love this country, let's do what is right for this country and forget all these games that people are trying to drag us into. Bwana Lazarus, naomba uje sasa useme yanayojiri tukisonga mbele. The panel is now open. We have a few slots. If you want to join now before the elders come in, and I'm about to sign out. So let the elders come and take off. Karibu Lazarus.
Thank you, Bernard. You see, my sister Rachel, I don't know if it's Raquel or Rachel, she's made it more simpler to those who want to understand the status where this country is or ought to be. The truth of the matter is, the sad part of it all is, as Kenyans, we always vote in the name of punishing someone. And it is now beyond my paycheck, as Alex always say, that every time we go to vote and trying to punish someone. Right now, the other guys on the other side are saying they are going to vote to punish somebody. They did that the other time. They were going to punish someone who happened to be unpunishable. So right now, again, they are planning to punish someone else. And I can tell them this time around is going to fail amazingly. Leadership in Kenya is, how do I call it? It is in the, we call it deathbed or birthbed, either. Because of us, but not all of us. Some people go vote wisely, but our result cannot determine what we want. That's the reality. You work extremely hard, you go and queue. You can even see what we did the other day in nomination. Some people queue the entire day, then a result is recalled. You get someone who is an option which you didn't like, either from Azimio or Kenya Kwanza. So the effect is reciprocal to exactly what we do. So for me, even if we go to church in the morning, in the afternoon, we talk of bottoms up, we talk of what? things will not change unless we choose to change. Because Kenya is a country where we react. We don't take time to think. Like now you can see Bernard, everybody is pressing Kibaki. Kibaki brought everything. You think even oxygen was being supplied by him. They are forgetting the things which were wrongly done, which have not been corrected to date. To date, as we speak, there are things which were done wrong in Kibaki regime, which have not been corrected to date. Is the one who messed IBC to date and Martha Karua. But people don't want to say the truth. Me, my worry is, let us go and vote come next election and pray that your result counts. That is what I can tell people. But if we go with the same approach, we are going to punish Uhuru Kenyatta. If we go with the same approach, right now, Raila was to go to Bondo and sell mandazi. He's now enjoying than even some of us who are queuing the whole day. Eh? See, they said is Express. The other day, you saw that lady in Bomet who was saying Raila Express. She wakes up in the morning, she was Express in the next vehicle than Raila himself. So let us just vote wisely. Choose the right leaders. Kasuti said it here. The truth is clear as the day and night. They go to church, they abuse us in the morning. In the afternoon, they go to rally, they abuse people. They come in the evening, they give us money, we adore them. They loot us in the evening, we adore them. Yet our life is getting down. Let us take opportunity this time round, vote, and pray. I'll repeat it. Let us pray that our votes counts this time round. Because in life we still have hope. There's hope. Am I right, Rachel? We still have hope things can change. But if they don't change, we'll be back to the square zero. If you hear someone like just telling us he's lost billions to the leadership, who is in leadership? Simple question. So what will Raila do to hit the billion he lost? So it's an issue of let us just pray this time around, Bernard. And that is my prayer. The rest we can work on. Let us pray that our vote counts. Then when we are voting, we should not vote with our stomach. If we don't change from that, the answer will be the same come next election. Like me, I'm in a very different industry where any small interruption in the political atmosphere, life stalls. Life stalls because if the developer, some people bring money in the country, do projects for them, they'll tell you, let us wait till next year, February, or next year, August. What happens now? People suffer on your back. Family, the country, yeah? But us, we always react to it. You know, when we put the two leaders into weighing machine, the answers, some answers are obvious. But where is the truth? We don't want to listen to the truth. That is why I feel bad when someone comes in the platform and say, we. Then when things get out of hand, they start saying Kenyans. That is when they are now Kenyans. But when they're eating, it's we as the community. So I find it coming here to tell us about we, this thing must come to us. If it is not us, if it is not us, it is not them. And Bernard and Wekesa have been saying here and them, but there's no fairness in politics. It's either you are right inside the fire or you are out. So we choose where we want to stand. And I plead, guys, whenever we are with our friends, let us vote wisely. It's a matter of days, guys. It's less than 120 days. You may think it is far. Even if you suspend this issue of deputy running mate, deputy president, it has to come. 16th will be next week. It is more or less like tomorrow. This thing, we must bite the bullet and get it. Whether we run away from it, when it is not Kalonzo, when it is who, we must bite the bullet. That is one thing I believe. We cannot run away from this. Because this death of Kibaki, in a way, it has some significance for the Christians. It has a lot of significance. Bernard, you are a pastor. It has a lot of significance. One day you'll remember I said it on this platform. There's something, there's some things showing, and it's a matter of time.
Lazarus, you're beginning to sound prophetic.
No, but that's the truth. Even if you ask people in the panel, if you ask Kimathi, he can tell you there's some significance we cannot run away from. But I'm telling you, we are not going to have peace till we declare the running mate.
Let it come by revelation, not by explanation. Leave it there.
You wait. Thank you.
No, it is.
Lazarus. Now,
I know, Bernard. I know, Bernard. You won't let me talk, Bernard. I know you won't let me. But let me comment one.
Now,
one thing, please.
For all.
For okay?
If you're on this platform to cry, please, we will not let you. Thank you. If you are here to blame, that's not the reason why we're here. I'm not here not to let anybody not to talk. But if every time you open your mouth is I'm not letting you talk and all that, apana, wacha tuachie hapo. Thank you. Kasuti, what is it?
Hey, mwana wefu injete. Orie, niwe injete wa.
Wahachaka. We Kasuti wachie hapo.
Injete wanje.
Okay. You've been chatting on the private. Now you want to make it public, apana.
No, it's not private. It's not private. I'm happy. I'm happy to have. Ngoja. Nilikuwa nataka kuchangia kwa nani?
We are listening to Kimathi first. You cannot submit twice before Kimathi submit. Kimathi and Penny have not submitted. Kimathi, okay. Go ahead.
Okay, thanks again, guys, for the panelists. Thanks again, Mutembe TV. I really appreciate what Lazarus has just said. Lazarus, you've done a good job, I think, emphasizing the importance of praying for our country. I think the stakes are so high. We cannot, let's hope that, first and foremost, Kenya will have peaceful elections because there's nothing else. Our country is in a bad shape right now, economically, financially. We cannot afford to go into any kind of civil war or any tribal confrontation between one tribe after the other for that case. And the other thing is, even on Mutembe TV, after the elections are over, we must be prepared to critique the government that will be coming in. We must be willing to challenge whether it's Raila or Kalonzo Musyoka, I think Ruto for that case, whoever it will be. But the most important thing is that let's be more supportive about the president who is more vocal against corruption. Let's support someone who is so firm in terms of what we need to have tomorrow for the future of Kenya, because Kenya right now, it's a good country, it's our country. We can't run away from that. And we as Bernard has been saying and being vocal in terms of being firm and being civil as much as possible, that's what we need to work together, support each other. And even as we share and speak the hear of some of the politicians, because we know there are some of the politicians are corrupt. And if Raila Odinga is elected as a president, we have to be willing to support him to root out both in Azimio and even opposition as well. Because otherwise, we want Raila Odinga to leave the country in a better place in 2027. At least after 2027, we can say for sure we earn the second liberation for that case. Baba set an example, because Baba, you say clearly, he doesn't want 2 terms, only 1 term. For him, 100%, you do it to his best. He's not interested in a second term. And what he's going to do, he wants to make sure that he sets a platform so that his children, because Raila has got his own children in Kenya too. He wants to see them, grandchildren too. He wants to see them being in a better place. You see, Kibaki, when he left, I didn't know whether he knew that Kenya would be facing a hard time in terms of economics. But if he had known better back in 2010, he would have maybe supported Raila Odinga to be the president and left the platform to move on forward. And I don't think we'll be in this position today. But More importantly, let's all pray for the country. Let's pray for each other. Even here, the panelists, let's love each other. I know we may have different divergent views, but at the end of the day, we're going to be Kenyans. Thanks again, Lazarus, for your contribution.
Okay, asante Kimathi. Thank you so much. Let's listen to Penny. Penny, namna gani leo? Penny, upo ama umeenda? Okay. Habari. Salama, namna gani? Penny, unapigwa ngeta.
Mwambie mzee Beni Nyakaka ni wakati wa watu kufanya confession. Kama yeye pia anakuja kumake confession ni sawa.
Penny.
Okay, inaonekana amepigwa ngeta. Wacha atamwachilia alafu ataongea. Juice.
Nimeshukuru tena. I just wanted to make a small maybe contribution to what Lazarus said. Just one point. This time round, we pray for our nation over one thing. Let every vote count. Bernard vote, let Jules vote, let every vote count. Let all votes count. Let the winner be a reflection of the wishes of Kenyans. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Kasuti.
Just as you always amaze me, my brother. Now, from confession, now you want your desire. Okay, our God is faithful, and remember the Bible says that God guaranteed to fulfill each and every desire of a man. So if that is your prayer, also that is what we are praying to, because we know for 100% sure, I'm 100% sure, in a free, fair, verifiable context, whereby you make two individuals to face together, your man and our man. My friend, this time round will be a very wide marching, whereby nobody will go to the street, nobody will go to Supreme Court, because it will look irrelevant. Free, fair, verifiable, satisfactory contest. Be prepared to write a defeat speech, because that one is what you will get it, because you are praying right now, because God is so faithful, and he's going to guarantee you that prayer, because this is the prayer that everybody is praying right now. So my brother, I want you to open up your eyes and see something different. Let us not be ignorant to an extent that the Bible says that for the lack of knowledge, my people perish. But it goes ahead and says that if people whom I call by my name, if they will humble themselves and come to me and repent their evil ways, when they pray to me, I will listen to them and I will answer their prayers. This is what we are doing in Azimio. We wronged God. We went astray. The way that Kibaki brought us, laid the foundation that Kibaki laid, our people decided to destroy it because of lack of knowledge. But now we are praying, we have been given opportunity to pray, to repent and tell God, God, we are coming to you and hear our cry. Are you not crying, my brother? Are you one of your people down there at home are not crying? Are you, your cousins, your brothers down there are not crying? Do you think their tears will go in vain? And let me tell you something. If God wants to heal the nation, he used prophets. If God wants to deliver his people from the chain of poverty, from the house of bondage, he used somebody he chose for himself. He sent somebody that he chose himself. And if God wants to wipe tears of his children, he don't send, he come himself. Look in the Bible, it's written, he come himself. I have heard your cry, that is Ezekiel. I have seen your tears, and now your days are going to be added. Look, Hannah, he said that I have seen your tears, and I'm going to do it to guarantee you. Now, my brother, we have cried for so long, 10 years down to the line, we are crying. All good things Kibaki did down to the drainage, zote zilivanguish na zikapotelea. Why? Because of 2 young men, those people whom we believed that they are coming to do something marvelous. Right now, we are crying, but there is time. God is giving us another opportunity to make sure that we go to him and tell him, God, because you guarantee to fulfill each and every desire of a man, this is our prayer, and make it happen, make it real. That is the only thing I can tell you, my brother Chastas, because I know you started to confess, but you interjected. That's why you left your confession. I think you are coming on your senses. You are starting to see where the light is. So stop this following people without even being. Mtu akukuja kukuambia Bwana Yesu asifiwe, Bwana Yesu asifiwe. That one does not satisfy that person to be holier than thou. That one does not satisfy. Because we have seen, my friend. Remember, our energy. Well, I think you live in US. Sitima, remember Kibaki energy. Tulitoka from pole ya stima. Hiyo wakati tulitoka kulipa 30,000 tukaanza kulipa 15,000 pole ya stima. Since Ruto akalichukua hiyo story ya economy na akaweka mtu wake pale, saa hii pole ya stima moja inalipwa pesa ngapi? 35,000 from 16,000. Triple. Tulitoka kwa kulipa stima bail. Watu wanakuja na mapikipiki kusoma mita, umetumia stima kiasi gani? Tukaletewa kitu inaitwa digital. Ruto, leo hii wewe unalipa bili yako ya stima. Uliza mtu, wewe unaishi Marekani, uliza mtu huko nyumbani village, how much did he pay per unit? It is 20 from 18 shillings, from 16, 8 shillings. I think that time was 8 shillings. Right now we pay 28 shillings per unit. My friend, angalia, iwe sijui maziwa, iwe sijui mahindi, tukakuja tukaletewa mbolea ikaharibu mashamba yetu, tukakuja tukaletewa nini? My friend, we need to go to God crying. Hatufai kupembelezana na watu hapa na ndio maana tunaambiwa the Bible denies, msikaruhusu mwanamke mchawi aishi miongoni mwenu. Hakuna mchezo. If you are among the sorcerers, we are going to, tunaenda kukuchoma mara hiyo, kwa sababu if you have contributed to make our country to be where it is.
Substantiate and clarify your explanations. We are not promoting violence.
It's very simple. Mtu munafiki, Biblia inasema munafiki analinganishwa ni sawa na mchawi, na hapana ukanga wala uchawi utakao faulu juu ya Israeli. If you come with this shenanigans, hizi mambo zote, in order to paralyze the economy of the country, to paralyze the activity of the country. Sasa wewe na mchawi tofauti iko wapi? Kama wewe unakuja unanyang'anya, sasa wewe ndugu yangu, si ni ukweli? That's the Bible. I'm not the one who wrote that one. That's the Bible. unalinganishwa na mchawi. Mnafiki analinganishwa na mchawi. Mnafiki hapa ni nani? Mnafiki hapa ni nani? Tuseme tu ukweli, na tusikaruhusu mchawi aishi miongoni mwetu. Hiyo ndio maandiko inavyosema. So sijasema vibaya na sijataja mtu, so mi nimesema tu hivyo on a polite note.
Tamatisha.
Mukuru Kimathi nikuona bwana ulio mwega.
Okay.
Nimalizia hapo.
Okay, asante bwana Kasuti. Wewe Kasuti, saa ingine unakuwa nabii, saa ingine unakuwa mzee, saa ingine unakuwa sasa sijui nitaelewa wapi. Unakuwa prosecutor wa wachawi, lakini kuchoka wachawi hapana.
Bernard,
licha ya kuwa maandiko inasema wasiruhusiwe kuishi, serikali inalinda kila mtu, maisha yake na mata. So let's be factual. Lazarus, ngoja kwanza. Lazarus, unajua ile time ya wazee imefika. Nataka kabla Themba akuje na mtafuta. Akifika tu hivi mimi nangatuka. I traveled all day today and I'm happy that I was able to sustain even this up to now. Ningekuja tu ni jana mlienda 0, tena leo ilikuwa almost guaranteed that I may not make it, but I have made it this far. So as Themba comes in, I'll be leaving, but I want to encourage us to keep our debate sober and civil. But remember, we must contribute to the betterment of this country, not to the betterment of an individual or not to the betterment of a group of people. Kenya is only safe with all Kenyans safe. One Kenyan not being safe makes Kenya unsafe. So let's promote leadership that is able to harness the rest of the country, put it together, and help it move forward. Anybody who has a plan of taking care of a group of Kenyans at the expense of another group of Kenyans is the wrong person to be given leadership. It is said that before the colonial government handed over power to Jomo Kenyatta, they gave him a taste of a glass of honey. And he was told to use the glass of honey to feed masses of Kenyans that were present in that particular place. And so they wanted him to fail the exam on how he's going to feed with this one glass the rest of the masses. And him being smart as he was, he put his whisk, that tail in the glass, then began to sprinkle to the masses that way, making sure that everybody gets a spill of the whatever the honey. Now it is what leadership is. If you are not mindful of the masses, you're the wrong person. If you want to use the masses for personal gain, you're the wrong person. Let us be mindful of how to make Kenya better by ensuring that everything flows rightly. We can only sustain that by ensuring that the discourse, the discussion, and the agenda we are pushing is clean, not this mix and match and confusion of what if, what was, what if. No, let's now articulate issues clearly, even as we wind up with the issue of nominations. Now we get clear candidates and then begin the campaign. I also want to call your attention that today I was promoting shoes on our website that you can buy shoes. Those of you who buy online, Amazon buyers, you can buy through our website, and that is part of promoting us as our business. You will not pay us money. You pay Amazon, then Amazon shares with us. You just buy from that our link. So if you are looking for good shoes, buy them from our website. But that website carries everything, electronics. The only thing it doesn't sell is houses. Okay, it sells everything, appliances you need. All of it is powered by Amazon. You click on it, find whatever you want to buy: phone, laptop, house appliance, clothes, everything. If you buy from that website, we get a portion of that money you pay Amazon, and it makes us smile too. So if you are especially in the US, in the UK, you want to purchase something online, please use that our link. Do that. You will be helping us. Thank you very much. Nana alikuwa ameinua mkono. Lazarus.
Bernard, you have said something that I didn't want to let you go before you go.
What did I say?
Let me. So you have raised one point that it's kind of new here now. You have said one safe Kenyan means all Kenyans are safe. So if we have one Kenyan who is not safe, then all of us as Kenyans are not safe. Now, as diaspora, a maltreatment of one Kenyan diaspora is a maltreatment of all Kenyan diasporas. It has brought me back to Miguna Miguna, who has been maltreated as a Kenyan in the diaspora. Maltreating Miguna Miguna is maltreating every Kenyan who is in diaspora. Thank you.
You know, Juice, I find it very difficult to get back to you.
Why?
What you're saying is politically correct, okay? But how it comes into play is what I don't understand. I said we are pushing for Kenya, okay? And the best Kenya is Kenya for all Kenyans, where every Kenyan is safe. Right. I did not say Kenya for all Kenyans, and say leadership, okay, should stand for Kenya for all Kenyans. Miguna Miguna and his problem with the Jubilee government, of which you are in support, at least in support of the deputy president, who was in charge of the issues of 2017 and the deportation and everything. Please, that can be taken care of. To the best of my knowledge, Miguna Miguna is where he is because he doesn't want to come to Kenya. He has refused to comply with the demands that the government has placed. You can't help such a person. In our leadership school, we teach that there are four kinds of people you cannot help. One, the person who doesn't want help. Two, the person who doesn't see that he has a problem, okay? Even if you see the problem and you want to solve it, and he doesn't see himself as having a problem, that's such a person you can never help. The number three person is a person who does not accept the biblical prescription for his problem. He has a problem, the Bible has said he solve it this way. He has refused to listen to that. Such a person cannot be helped. So Miguna, all his lawyers, he had over 7 of them or 10 of them, they advised him, come with this passport, get in here, let us sort this thing when we're here. He said he refused. He can't do that. So how do you want us to help? I don't think we should use that as a statement to verify or substantiate what I said. I just said, let us vote in leadership that is carrying every Kenyan along. And every Kenyan in this sense, meaning securing all Kenyans. A leader that can shoulder all Kenyans. Yule leader wa hustlers peke yake na anaacha wengine, ama leaders wakubwa peke yake na anaacha wadogo. We want that somebody who is pregnant with the young, with the old, with the children, with the education, with the health, with all manner of sector. He's pregnant with that and is carrying the entirety of the pregnancy, not selecting which pregnancy to carry and which one to throw away. Thank you. What Kasuti, your hand is up again.
Yeah,
Make it brief.
yeah. I'm making it brief because of Justice. Justice, you are just being unfair. Miguna is just the outside there for his own will, free will. What about our sisters and brothers who are languishing here in Saudi? Why don't you talk about those? Those are the people who are being mistreated, mistreated. Don't talk about Miguna here. Miguna ako pale kwa haja yake yeye mwenyewe, sababu amepewa kila kitu, akaambiwa fanya hivi, fanya hivi, fanya hivi. Sasa wewe wanasemanga adhabu ya ujinga iko na karama ya juu sana. Yani adhabu ya mjinga iko juu sana, is very painful. So yeye amechakua, licha na masomo yake yote na mambo yake yote, yeye mwenyewe amechakua kuamua kuwa mjinga na akae huko. Na ndio tunaambiwa, enyi wajinga, acheni ujinga mkaishi. Mwambie aache ujinga, akafanye vile inatakikana, the way the government has instructed him to do. He will be at home very early. But our sisters and brothers who are languishing here in Saudi, my friend, that is what the government should take seriously and talk about it, and make things to be corrected.
Okay, asante. Yes, Jazz. You are still mute. I can't hear you.
I'm trying to say I was in support of what he has said, that every Kenyan, wherever they are, they have to feel safe. They have to be safe.
The leadership should guarantee that, not just every Kenyan being safe wherever they are. So the leadership we are voting in should guarantee the safety of all Kenyans all over the world. Okay? No leadership should vilify any Kenyan, mistreat any Kenyan, segregate against any Kenyan. One Kenyan not receiving what is required makes the rest of Kenya not full. We must be full house. Everybody must be on board. That's what I mean. So when we are choosing leadership, we should insist on that. So any leader who says he will take care of the children, wababa na wazazi wajitegemee, he's the wrong leader. Whoever leader who says he will take care of the elites and forget the rest of Walalahoi, that is the wrong leader. We need a leader who is wholesome, able to touch the untouched, reach the unreached, and be able to support the weak. In fact, if you take care of the weak, that will make you a better leader in terms of ensuring that nobody takes advantage of another. Penny, you have tried to come back. Natumai this time umeachiliwa.
Nizijaribu. Unajua kuwa mzee ni kitu mbaya. Habari yenu?
Salama, namna gani?
Salama Benadi. Unacheka kila wakati, wewe uko na raha, that's good. Hiyo ndio inatufanya kuwa wa Kenya. Sawa. Yangu ni kuchangia.
Ngoja kidogo Penny. Niko na ndugu yako anaitwa Robinson Mokoa. Kila mara huwa ananitisha na statement yako ya mzee.
Alex atakwambia huko Kisii ukiwa mzee unaheshimiwa sana.
Haya, karibu.
Hapa kuna kijana wengine ya kwenu ikiniona in the morning inaniita, habari yako mzee, naambia wa Amerika wanakasirika, naambia bana, that means you respect me. Sasa yangu ni kujangia kusema kwamba sasa imepaki. Kuna mmoja ile wakati simu yangu ilikuwa na taabu, kuna mmoja alikuwa anasema nimekuja hapa convention. Hapana, iko siku kama 105 zimepaki, alafu we have the elections. So this is the time, like your house is not in order. Caroso is there just to mess you up. Our house is where it is. So let us put the policies together that can help everybody. Everyone, when I listen most of the time, and I enjoy listening to you guys, because every one of you are saying something positive, even if most of you are in Uda. I mean, in Azimio. Kama hiyo ndugu yangu Atuti ambayo yuko Uda, aendelee namna hiyo tu. Na sisi tukiwa na makosa, kila mtu yuko na makosa. Lakini August ile itakuwa kama 14-13 Saturday. Alex, Bernard, mimi nataka nilipe hata hiyo ni taxi, sadaka unasema tukuje hapa hiyo Saturday night at 11 o'clock Kenya time. Nitakuwa Kenya lakini nitakuja hapa. Because at that time, that's when the truth will show up. Because now we are preparing. Let me finish by saying that we had a shambolic elections in Uda. But the next 5 years, we have to pay the most money to the people that are arranging the elections, and our elections will be like Democratic Party in America. It will be everybody voting for somebody. But here in America, the Republicans do exactly what the the Asmio people are doing. They are rich. Even George Bush, they went and looking for him after not finding anybody. Then George Bush became president, the younger one. So politics inaendelea. Hata Azimio kichukua, sisi tutakuwa nje tukipiga makelele. Tukichukua mtakuwa nje mkipiga makelele. That's politics. That's what it is. Kila mtu acheke kama Bernard na kuwe na raha. That's all I can tell you. Asante sana.
Okay, thank you very much, Bwana Penny, tunashukuru. Now, Themba, as you take over, there is some suggestions I've received from two people. There is this video going around about Museveni and his interest in Kenyan politics and how he would prefer a particular person to win and not the other one to win. I have resisted to play the tape, and because I want us to have a holistic look at it, dissect it in view of East African politics and the interests of Museveni with the East African political bloc, so that we can dissect the debate on its own, just as we look holistically on the East African politics. So I don't know, Themba, how you feel about it, but I suggest we dedicate a day for it, not for us to have it here as a by the way.
I agree with you, and I also think that video is too much of propaganda, and I don't think we want to bring propaganda to this place. When someone sits somewhere and decides to come up with such, the best, it should be allowed let it go viral on other places, but let's not put it as a point of discussion. Next time someone will come up with a propaganda made somewhere in River Road and bring it to us so that we can discuss. I've listened to it. I don't think there's a lot of factual information in it. It's a lot of propaganda, and this is that time. This is that time where you'll meet everything and anything in the name of someone trying to get some mileage out of politics that is happening right now. So that's my feeling as of now.
But yeah, before you go further, the traces of
that is Museveni small.
It's investigatable because there are traces of Museveni and his army in Kenya 2007 during the clashes. There's traces of Museveni army in 2007, 2007, 2017, 2007. All those things, they are spotted in Eldoret, in Kisumu and all that. I think if we are able to look at it holistically, we should be able to look at this critically without making this step to be the reason for the discussion. But there has been a Museveni desire for how Kenya takes its leadership in his favor. I don't know if that makes sense.
Yeah, it does. It does, Bernard. Personally, I would not go on the target of looking at the tape. The tape probably needs to be directed to the relevant authorities. Who is this now? This thing to the relevant authority to investigate. But I really don't think it is something we can look at the East African community interrelationship in terms of politics, commerce, and stuff like that, but not with the backdrop of that particular tape. That particular tape, I think the relevant authorities can look at its authenticity, but I don't think we need to put it as a subject of our discourse in this eminent platform
That is what I can say. We can look at the broader relationship and relatedness of the East African community and countries. Basically, in that backdrop, we can widen our thinking. And is there intra and interferences in terms of is there possibility that the interest of other nations could affect the outcomes of certain political activities in one country or another? But I don't think that state deserves. We don't need to give it prominence in that case. If there's anything that it needs to be done to, then I think it needs to be forwarded to the. If there was anything, in my view, very, very, very sinister, I don't think it will be so obvious the way they are putting it. I remember, like you said, we could have a discourse in terms of the effect of emotional stability. I mean, no, political stability in one country in relationship to the East African community. I think that is a relevant discourse.
All right, thank you. So, Bonatemba, you will take charge. Let me give you the list.
Yes.
As it appears, Jazz is the most troublesome person in terms of lifting his hand. So, don't use his hand to judge. Judge according to
Bernard, what you haven't told Jazz is that he doesn't have to comment on everything. There are things that he needs to let go.
I
You don't have
waited
to
for you to help me communicate that. So the people have not made submission. It's Martin and Mr. Kamau and Mr. Black. Those ones have not even breathed in and out on this platform. So they should be given priority. The rest have given submission at least twice, especially Lazarus and Rachel. Kibaki only made once, so it should be given priority. Jazz, I cannot count the number he has made submission, so please let him be moderate. Asante sana.
Okay. Thank you. Jazz, we request that you be aware that we are 10 people on the platform, and all of us would need to speak. And you can't speak on every point. You can wait until maybe other people also have given their views to whatever point is there. Otherwise, the debate doesn't move on. So just relax. When time comes, allow other people also to give their views. And you don't have to finish everything. We want you here tomorrow again. So if you finish everything today, you might refuse to come tomorrow, and we need you tomorrow and the next day. So we wish that you become economical with what you are saying. Leave us a little yearning for your appearance in the next debate. Martin, karibu.
Vipi, Mr. Bernard.
Welcome, Themba.
Umekula moto leo, nimekucheka.
Martin, where? Endelea tu. Now where you are the instigator of all these problems.
Nitarudi kwa mwenye ana instigate. Lakini leo nimekucheka.
Nimekataa kukula nyama yako ya kipepeo.
Leo nimechekea huko nje, hata mimi na Richard Makiadi, na leo Alex ametuuza kwa show.
Yes.
Karibu tuanze kuambia, ukatuambia leo utakuwa ukilala sasa.
Yes, I must monitor you. In fact, Lazarus is there, and then there's another guy who has volunteered. Everything must be leaked.
Anyway, it was a good show. Najua nani haya, kwani Jazz amesumbua. Anyway, other than that, unajua venye mimi naanzanga. Thank you to the panelists. Appreciate you watu wa comment section. Tuko na nyinyi hapa, tunawajua, you know our time imefika. Rochelle, kwani ameenda? Rochelle was supposed to be here, aliambiwa kae, lakini I guess ametoka. She gave
good words for people to actually listen. I know Julia will be here in a while. Wangekuwa good point tukiwa nao wote pamoja. Tunaweza wataka hapa jioni. I don't think I really want to, as my opening statement, I don't think I really want to go so much to Jazz, especially venye nimemsikiza. Jazz, this is a very good show. It's been watched all over. And sometimes when you come here, we try to be very civil in how we talk and not answer everything and not become the whole show unasumbua mpaka moderator. Sometimes kuna wengine tunakaa hapa hivi, you have your opinions, lakini inabidi tu kae nyuma. Wenye watu wanajua kitu wenye nasema, wenye wamekuwa hapa wengi, hata Black. Unajua, because we want you in our team. Still, you are a Kenyan. We still want you in our team. But also there's something called protocol, and there's something how you make debates. And we've made this channel to become an international channel that is respected, to where even political figures can come into this channel. So the way we debate, we respect our moderators. You know, nainua mkono usipoonekana, there's a reason haja kuona. Nama kama amekuona, there's a reason akupei, because they have to moderate. So it's you being here, I think you should learn something from today. The people that are about to come in, wameanza kufika. Wale tuliambiwa watu wa usiku. Kina Makiadi. We make fun, we laugh, but we know how to do it. It's just a moderation thing, but I think that's for the first time to have you on the panel. Welcome to the panel. Hatuna ubano, hatua UDA. We talk to them because we want everybody as Kenya to move together. Utaitwa majina hapa hivi, kwanza mimi naitagwa motivational speaker. Anyway, with my motivation speak to start, I guess we are here for a while. Let me pass on. Themba, nitakuja. Let me, first of all, that was my opening remarks. Thank you. Thank you, Bernard, for what you do. Thank you, Themba, for being here. Thank you, kila mtu in the panel. I respect. Tuko hapa pamoja. We have a way to go. I think we still have another 2 hours.
Mr. Kamau, karibu.
Asante Bwana Bemba. Thank you, Bwana Bernard, and the panelists. No, nowadays I like more of listening than talking, because there's more to learn. Each and every person has his own way of interpreting the things that are happening, and it's always good to understand each and every person's point of view, why they are where they are and why they are supporting who they are supporting. But for me, I believe in the Baba the Fifth, and that is why I address the issues that pertains to Azimio la Umoja. And today's topic, I want to talk about Kibaki legacy, because I think this week has been Kibaki. And this is one person that we shall remember him. And I remember even when they had a handshake with the Prime Minister, Raila Odinga, they said that Kenya is bigger for each and every person. That each and every nobody, even after elections, even after these elections, that is going to shift from Kenya. Even if you are not in Kenya at the moment, your foot and your family and your home is still in Kenya. And therefore, political competition does not mean it is it's war. It doesn't mean that it's political enemy now because somebody supports William Samoei Ruto and the other one supports Raila Odinga. It doesn't mean that it's the end of the world of elections. I think we're all gonna be here and we're going to stay as brothers and sisters. I think the only difference that makes us go against each other has always been politics. But on a normal day, even like, for example, in my family, you find that we are about 10 and 8 are in Azimio, 2 are in UD, and they are fanatic. They keep on yapping and raising their name. But at the end of the day, we are family. We sit down and say, after all, those people cannot come and dictate to us what we should do. So each and every person has a right to do whatever he wants. You might even be disagreeing with your wife, but that doesn't mean that she is not your wife. is a secret ballot, anaenda afanye vile anafanya na ufanye vile unafanya. So political competition should not bring enmity and should not bring violence, and that is why I remember Moi Kibaki, because I was listening to Matere Kiriri in his interview. How he says that he was his boyhood friend, and he knew him more than anybody else, and which is true. So Matere Kiriri was saying that there was a time Kibaki asked him in the days of post-election, after post-election violence, are you guys still talking to other communities and other people? Yeah, because we need to live with them. We need to understand each other and know where the problem is. And therefore, he encouraged people to talk to others. And that is what Raila and Uhuru Kenyatta are encouraging people to do. That above everything else, we are Kenyans. And what we need and whatever we need for this country is the prosperity of this country and the peace to traverse in each and every county and section of this country. So Kibaki will be remembered for those things, and will be remembered because of invigorating the economy. As we said before, he got an economy that was tattered, destroyed by the regime that was there, despite the fact they were Christian and saved. Sometimes even I wonder what people read in the Bible, because they go to the Bible every day, but the actions speak the other way. And in this country where we have Bernard and others, we need to practice what we preach. Bernard, I believe he knows that he's not here now, but Christianity is about following the word of God, not carrying the Bible and showing off. You're paying, that is the life of a Pharisees, where you carry the Bible, show how Christian you are with the more than others, yet your actions have a problem. And I think part of a UDA is that it's full of God. In fact, they own God according to them. Anybody else who does not support UDA is not a God person, because wanasikila sana tuambia ametuachia Mungu, mara Mungu anafanya hivi, lakini Mungu ni wa kila mtu. Yeah, this country has over 1 million churches, and despite having over 1 million churches, we still rated the third most corrupt country in Africa. So something does not add up. We are either enjoying and hiding ourselves in the church, or there is nothing like being following the word of God. Having said that, I also want to talk about this issue of nomination of a deputy president. I think it's a crisis in Azimio than in UDA. UDA, they are not spoiled for choice, because the people who are there, I think it will be in Azimio. They are serious people, serious deputies that can deputize Raila Amolo Odinga, starting from PK, Mother Karua, Munya. There are many people, Gilu, Kalonzo. The only issue is that what will be the repercussions. So, for example, picking Kalonzo over Mother Karua, or picking over Mother Karua over Kalonzo, picking Peter Kenneth. And this tells me why it was so important, despite the fact that maybe there was a very big opposition on the BBI. People should understand that sometimes it's always good to see the logic. For example, the government of the coalition, what was called the after post-election violence, the Grand Coalition government. That was, I think, the best government we have ever had in Kenya, in terms of representation, in terms of development and governance. And therefore, when people propose to these positions in VBI, there are people who are up in arms. Yet now they can see the problem they are in, because they cannot satisfy each and every person's ego. And in any case, all what Kenyans want is to see themselves represented. And that is what we should strive to do, to get to a point whereby we make a government that is all inclusive, that the face of Kenya is seen in that government. not each and every person to be there, but at least to manage the egos of these tribes and the egos of these leaders. Therefore, the choice of a deputy president, I think they have postponed to May 16, but it will still be a problem postponed. I wish they could have finished it with this week. As we bury Kibaki, we also know who is going to be the running mate of Azimio and the UDA. But as I finish, I want to say my proposal for the deputy president, because it is Mother Karua. I believe a combination of Mother Karua, despite the fact that sometimes he's not, he's so principled to a point he can walk away. But I believe a combination of Mother Karua and Laila Odinga will make the fraternity of UDA, which is full of wash, full of very corrupt leaders, run away from Kenya. Because one of the things that I love Laila keeps on saying, and when he's asked, where will you get the 6,000 that you're going to give the vulnerable, the social protection? He says, I know where the problem is. I know where the money is. And this scares a lot of people. And unlike Uhuru Kenyatta, sometimes he has been blackmailed to a point he cannot fight and look for that money. I think Uhuru Raila has nothing to lose. With the combination of Mother Karua, I think these people will be up and running all over the world, trying to disappear. Therefore, I want to see in the first 100 days what that combination can do. And I'm sure, beyond any reasonable doubt, the fear, you know, the Bible says the guilty are always afraid. The guilty will be afraid, and they are afraid, and they run up and down. Because there's a saying we say in our language. They say that Morogi to a Moragoli, you cannot bewitch me and then purport to come and cure me. If you bewitched this country, then you cannot be the solution for the problems that you brought. I remember the story of Kibaki. There was even a time that YK92 wanted to destroy Kibaki in Kapsabet and Limuru. Yeah? And then you're coming to tell me now you're mourning Kibaki, you love Kibaki, he's a Democrat, he's an economist. Well, all of your life was fighting these people when they were alive. How can you bewitch us in terms of bringing this country to its knees through corruption? Then you tell us that you are the cure. That cannot be the truth. That cannot be the truth. Thank you, Banademba.
Thank you, Mr. Kamau. But you remember, Mr. Kamau, in Africa, even the person who bewitched you will come and mourn you on the day that you are being buried. So that is not unique in Africa. You remember when Winnie Madikizela Mandela was being laid to rest, one Mr. who can remind me his name? Give me that name.
Is it de Klerk or something?
No. There's a guy who gave a very moving speech. Malema. Said, the people who betrayed you are here. Give us the sign. Yeah. So the people who betrayed Kibaki will be at the funeral, and they were there yesterday watching his body. And the people who betrayed him, the people who could not listen to him, the people who they will be there, and even you, when you die, all those people will be there. Even those who didn't, some of them will come to confirm if you are actually gone. So in Africa, we revere the dead, and even the people who kill you will show up at your funeral. So that is the hypocrisy. It is the nature of how we are. Once you are departed, we pay tribute to you, and that is African way. You know, it's only once I think in Kiambu, when a dad came out and said that I'm happy that my son has been killed because he was, I think, a thief. And the dad came out and said that I'm actually now, I can now rest easy that actually this person has been killed. But it doesn't happen that way. In Africa, we respect the dead. You kill the person and go to their funeral, and you cry the most at their funeral. So it is our way, our cultural way of doing things. Mr. Is it Black? Yeah, Mr. Black, Karibu. You came before Makiadi, right?
Halo.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Unasemaje?
Ulikuja kabla ya Makiadi, right?
Okay, did I?
I am just
Okay.
trying to confirm. Lazarus alikuja kabla ya Makiadi.
Lazarus alikuja mbele yetu sote.
Haya, Black. Karibu mkubwa. Utoe imani yako. Kuna jamaa anaitwa Weta. Weta anasema ya kwamba dada yake alikuwa the most popular na akanyimwa ticket ya Azimio. Kwa nini?
Hakuuliza kwa nini, lakini okay, first off, let me just start first by saying hello to everybody, all my fellow panelists and those watching us wherever they are. Hamjambo, good morning, good night, good evening, depending on the time kwenye muko. Now, in regards to Weta, we should first realize that Weta and Team Wanyonyi, the first thing, they are brothers. That's the first title that should be given to these two. So hawa ni mandugu, and as we all know, blood is thicker than water. You understand? So for him to show sympathy, it would be expected of you, me, him, her, anybody else that has a brother or a sister, when they see their brother or their sister going through something that seemingly sounds like injustice that has been done to them. So let's start from that. Once we realize and we appreciate the fact that hawa watu ni siblings, so his sympathy cannot be termed as being false. It cannot be false in my view. He had his sympathy as a brother. Now, as to the reasons as to why and the reasons that he gave out to justify his sympathy for his brother, to me, they are, they are genuine. For one, is his brother not a person living with disability? Yes, he is. Is he not? So as a person living with disability, I believe he should have been treated slightly much better. Why am I saying so? This is a man that had begun his bid long time ago, before even Igathe came into the picture. He had started campaigning, alikuwa kwa ground, and akaachana na mambo yake, focus yake kwa ile constituency yake ya Westlands, and he did a lot, and as a matter of fact, he did that with the blessing of Baba himself. Naona. Now, coming at the last moment, just to come and tell him that no, achana na hii kitu, iende kwa Igathe, wewe rudi kwa constituency yako. I believe, place yourself in his shoes. It is not the right position or a much comfortable position that anyone aspiring to be, to sit in that in a governor's position and to be put, to be thrown back to the position which he was told to go arudi tena avai as an MP for Westlands. It was wrong. He has lost his resources in terms of money, effort, mentally, and then now unamrudisha kule nyuma aende asimame UMP when now he has lost leverage, because all that time that he could have spent again recampaigning kwa constituency yake, tayari his competitor has have the advantage of kupenetrate katikati na kuneutralize each and everything that perhaps he may have done, because mambo na politics, it's all about the mind. Yeye tayari ameshachukua head start in the name of our candidate Havi, ako mbele ya Wanyonyi by far. So ni kama ambapo vile unaambiwa kesho kuna mtihani ya maths, alafu unaamka asubuhi unaambiwa hapana, leo ni chemistry na ulisomea maths. Come on. What do you expect to be in the mind of that candidate that's going to be doing that exam? Confusion, total confusion. So I believe Weta was in the right place when he was sympathetic about his brother. And for the people that I heard saying that perhaps we should have taken him to Kenya Kwanza, I mean, come on, that is the wrong approach to it. Ndugu yake akona his own independent mind to decide that he wants to be in Azimio, just as much as Weta has his own independent mind and decision to decide to be in Kenya Kwanza. So that cannot be a way to look at it. Kwanza wengine wanasema that he should have moved from, angemchukua kutoka huko amchukue kama candidate wa Kenya Kwanza waenda wamweke pale. No, that's not the right approach. So just to conclude on that, Wetangula and his brother's sympathy, I believe it was genuine and it was found. Now, in regards to Kibaki's legacy, rather, sorry, the nomination fallouts, I'll not say much because this is expected of any nomination and any elections, especially in Kenya. There are going to be fallouts, there are going to be complaints. This will happen, this has happened, and it will always happen. There's no party that will ever have 100% nomination without any fallouts. And there's no election in Kenya that will happen without no disputes. So there's no need to even to go further into this, in my view. So in kitu ya kawaida. Now, in regards to Kibaki's legacy, me when I hear the names President Kibaki, I must say I tend to think of him as the father of the bottom up. Namonanga kama the father of bottom up. Why do I say this? Like I once said before, in an interview, Mudi Awori by one of the leading TV stations, he said that the late President Mwai Kibaki always used to remind him that a nation is judged by how it treats its least of its people. Why do I say that? And why did he say that? Because he believed that the least of a nation's people, most of the times, they are the most ignored. Wametupwa sana. And when you look at what Ruto is propagating, it's the same. The bottom, you start from the bottom. And that's what Kibaki did when you look at it critically. By the time Kibaki came into government, Kenya's economy was doing extremely bad. Very, very bad. Now, we could not manage manage our expenses, our national budgets. But when Kibaki came in, what did he do? By the time he left a government that could facilitate at least 90% of its national budget from within itself. Now, when we dig deeper into this, what are the steps that Kibaki did for him to have achieved this? First of all, he came in and found a country that its infrastructure was in a very bad state. Yes, he repaired that and he came up with new ones, new roads and everything that of the sort that we all know about that. But most of all, when in relation to what I was talking about, bottom up, he came up with the CDF. Now, what was the purpose of the CDF? This is the question we should ask ourselves. The CDF was brought so that it could spur up development projects, especially at the constituency level and the grassroots level, such that once the bottom is solved, the rest could be solved. This is where now we had small businesses coming in. We had water projects coming in. The poor that could not afford education, they could get free education. The health system that was so much battered.
Temba.
Someone was saying something.
Temba.
Kuna mtu anasema kitu?
Yes. Plus. Kibaki alikuja akapata serikali imeisha. Nani alikuwa anaongoza hiyo serikali?
Sorry,
nani alikuwa anatengeneza hiyo mambo ya YK92 na kuchukua pesa yote? Don't lecture us about Kibaki. The man who want to be the president this time ndiye alikuwa serikali ya Moi na ndiye alikuwa anaongoza hiyo serikali. So I don't see why you are telling us bottom up Kibaki alilete na nyinyi ndiye mlimaliza serikali. Can you be ashamed of it?
When you say that, you should also put into consideration that Raila himself was also in Moi's government. Unakumbuka KANU akishikana na chama ya Raila? Or were you not in
Raila
Kenya at the time?
aliingia KANU kutoa Saitoti, kutoa Kalonzo, aliingia KANU
Hapana, elewa
kutoa.
kitu moja.
Hakuingia KANU kulipa. Don't say
Tuelewane
that.
kitu kimoja. Tuelewane kitu kimoja. Facts. Raila alishikana na Moi ndio ama la? Yes or no?
Kushikana wakafanya nini? Election wakati
No,
Moi
no.
alisema Uhuru, Raila
No, listen.
alitoka. He did not even serve in the government.
Listen. Let's agree on that. Did
I
Raila
cannot
not
agree
join
in,
hands with
siwezi
KANU?
kubali hiyo kwa sababu Raila hakuingia serikali ya Moi akakuwa minister. Aliingia serikali na wakati Moi alitaja Uhuru, Raila alitoa Kalonzo, alitoa marehemu Saitoti and the group.
Listen.
So utuambie vile mulimaliza serikali ya Moi.
Let's be honest here.
I don't know even why Bernard are listening to these things. Bernard, hii watu ndio walimaliza serikali na ndio mnataka wakuja wamaliza
Can
zaidi.
we kindly let Black finish first, please? Let's have Black finish first.
Can I speak or finish to Maliza?
Now let me say something. Let me say something. Black, you can mute.
Okay.
You know when you're speaking and then when someone speaks, then you say, now you talk. You know, you're not the moderator. I'm the moderator. When I've given you time to talk, you talk. You don't start saying that I've had someone talk, now I want them to talk. Now that is what happens now when you give yourself now the responsibility of being a moderator. I've given you time to speak. You speak. If there's someone that I want to allow them to talk, I'll allow them to talk. Right? Now, Jazz, it's not your responsibility to tell Selena to be quiet. You are also just a panelist like Selena. So you don't start telling another person, you don't want to shout the other person. You know, just let's have respect. You don't shout the other person. You don't start telling Mama Selena, oh, can you be quiet? No, just keep your mics muted until I give you time. I mean, that's how we do it in the evening. So that issue of just unmuting and giving yourself responsibility that is not yours, we also do not want that. Let's just be respectful. Jazz, pia wewe usipatie mtu nafasi ati sasa nimesikia mtu akiongea nataka kumpa nafasi. Now you start having a back and forth. That way we don't have any debate that is useful for all of us. Just finish you have like the next like 3 minutes. Maliza your submission, then we can ask the questions. Black.
Okay, thank you. So yeah, alikuwa kidogo amenipoteza my trail of thoughts. Anyway, so like I was saying, Kibaki introduced the CDF. What was the main purpose of this CDF? Hii CDF ilikuwa isaidie wale watu wa chini, maskini. Kusema chini maanisha bottom, kuwaleta juu, up. So, I mean, he tried his best to spur up and develop the people at the bottom in many ways. First of all, of course, kabla watu wazidi kuendelea ama kujiendeleza, you must have a good basic, at least basic education. He offered that to the poor by giving up the free education. Now, at the same time, it is during his time that boda ziliingia, biashara, watu waliokuwa wako chini ambao walikuwa hawana makazi wakaanza kujipatia uwezo wa kupata ile fedha ya kuweza kujimudu kimaisha, and in doing so they managed to purchase things. No, their standards of living improved. It was far much better. I mean, the standards of living for the poor was far much better as to when Kibaki inherited the government. So he elevated their lifestyle in one way or another by in his way of administration. Now, ukija ukiangalia what Ruto is propagating, my fifth president, is talking about nearly the same. Not only is he propagating for the CDF iendelee, but is pledging to add another 100 million onto the CDF to cater specifically for the small scale traders and for those wanting and wishing or planning to enter into business waweze kufaidika kwa hizi fedha. Unaona, in regards to education, he's talking about adding extra TVETs. These are technical, vocational and educational training colleges za kuweza kusaidia watu kupata ujuzi ya ufundi waweze kujiandika kazi, because once they get these skills they can easily employ themselves. Unaona, so when you look at that in comparison to the free education that the father of bottom up Mr. President Kibaki, alafu tena uangalie kwa CDF vile ambavyo Kibaki aliintroduce, na huyu anataka kuingiza ile 100 million extra into the CDF kitty. I mean, it goes hand in hand. I mean, Ruto is specifically heard by everyone, na kila mtu anajua kwamba anaongeanga tu maskini maskini maskini, and that was the focus of Mwai Kibaki himself. Now when you look at Raila is talking about handouts, giving 6,000 shillings to every person ule mwenye hana kazi. Come on. Huyu mwingine anaongea kuhusu how he can empower, this other one is talking about handouts 6,000. I mean, so ukiwa nasikia neno Kibaki, to me it's synonymous with bottom up Ruto. Bottom up Ruto. Now going to the running mate nightmare, I think this is an Azimio affair. I wouldn't want to get into it, but all I can say is just that I'm just watching and waiting for this drama to continue unfold. It's like Azimio ni kama team yenye ilikimbilia kwenda kununua so many great players without knowing where they're going to place them in the field. So now they have a problem of not knowing who's gonna fit into which role, na hiyo ndo kitu ambayo inawakula kichwa, which is fine for us as Kenya Kwanza. So I'm not gonna dwell much into that. I'll just be watching them like I would be watching a movie. So I won't say much. Wacha nipatie watu wengine waongee, nitarudi tena baadaye. I know I've stirred up emotions, so I'm just waiting for the backlash. Thank you.
No, it's not backlash. It's a debate. I know Selina has a comment before you go. Mama Selina, time ni yako sasa.
Wow. Yeah. Okay, thank you, Pena, Temba, but oh my God, Black, thank you for telling us bottom up. I think Kibaki alianza bottom up. That is your own. Kibaki, nataka kusema hivi Temba, naona watu wanapongeza Kibaki sana. Serikali ya Kibaki hakufanya kazi akiwa peke yake. He had cabinet secretaries, he had ministers, alikuwa na serikali yake yote. Na hiyo serikali ya Kibaki ilikuwa Raila ndani, ilikuwa Madakarua ndani, kina watu yote, kina Mutaura, watu kina the all people that they work in that government. Kibaki ni president, anapepa ongera kwa wafanyikazi wake, alifanya kazi na hawa. Ni hapo ni moja. Yes, Kibaki alifanya mzuri. Raila akiwa ndani, Ngilu akiwa ndani, kina Mata, wale watu wote walikuwa nasema Rainbow Coalition. Kina Wekesa, watu wengi sana. Lakini Black, umesahau, umetuleta kwa ile serikali ilikuwa mbaya, ile ilikuwa ya Moi, ile ilimaliza nchi. But yes, no. So who was in that government? Hiyo serikali ya Moi, nani walikuwa vifaranga ya Moi? Who were the children of Moi? Nani walikuwa ministers? Who were the assistant ministers in Moi government? Nani wale walimaliza nchi? Ndio wanataka kukua rais this time. If you tell me your bottom up man was not in Moi's government, was not in 92 where they finished the country and have a note ya kuitwa Chirongo ya 500. who was not in government, that alikuwa kwa serikali ya Moi akiwa assistant minister. What you are telling us, Kibaki, yes, but your person, nyinyi ndio mlimaliza nchi. So I want to know Kenyan, wakati wanataka kurutia, yes, we rule for 24 years, we make this country the poorest. Kibaki akakuja akainua, mkakuja Raila na mkatoa Raila na Kibaki ukatoka nje, mkaingia na Uhuru, mkashinda Uhuru akili, mkachukua mkapora, ikaisha. Na Uhuru ndio hiyo anatoka, mnataka kuimalisha sasa irudi chini. Well done Kenyans, pigia kura UDA, wacha waongeze 24 years ya Moi, tupeleke Kenya zero, tukule iishe vile tunajua kumaliza, na uangalie ministries ya UDA ile ilichukua wakati walikuwa na serikali na Uhuru. Utuambie moja, I don't want 3, I want 3 ministries yenye iliongozwa na Kiprotich na Kipwek na Kibwewe. Hambie mimi the first ministries walisimama wakati walichukua serikali na Uhuru, then Kenyans watajua ile kazi mumefanya. Kemba, kazi ya Kibaki alifanya mzuri na watu yake walikuwa ofisi yake pamoja. 31 ministers alirefuse na wakafanya kazi na wakapelekea Kibaki report. Hiyo nataka kufika hapo. Hii Wetangula na brother yake, nasikia watu wanalalamika, baba ni Azimio, ODM, Wanyonyi ni ODM.
Selina,
Azimio.
Selina, you are to ask a question and then you submit.
Okay. Okay.
Remember, can I ask this question? Because it's really... Can I?
Yes, yes, you can ask Black a question. Hata mimi niko na maswali ya kuuliza Black.
Ndio sababu nilikuwa nataka Selina haja submit. I know she wants to submit about the topic, but
Yeah, she will submit after this. Selina, just be patient a little bit. Najua umekutana na deputy president sasa. And Selina, you are looking very smart. Yani, I think Martha Karua should be coming many times. Okay, go ahead, Mr. Kamau.
I wanted to ask Black, how is CDF bottom up? Because if bottom up is starting from below to up, when you allocate money from up to down, how is it bottom up? Because it really is good to be educated.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Kamau. Now, first of all, for there's someone down there anaitwa Harun anakwambia kwamba unasifu infrastructure projects za Kibaki, lakini nyinyi kwenyu pale kwa Kenya Kwanza mnasema hamkulangi barabara. So that's already ni kama unaendana, you're not going with what your presidential candidate is saying. Secondly, the idea of what you're talking about, even CDF, the place where it started wasn't during Kibaki's time. It started during Moi's time. If you can remember, district focus for rural development. Do you remember that? Yeah, that's where all this drama of taking development to the rural, district focus for rural development. And I remember they used to drum it up in every radio station and they would talk about it. And that's where the conceptualization of the concept of, if we can give money, then we can start something, constituency development fund, that now can, they just take the concept of district focus for rural development would be made into something like a policy. and now it was transferred to the MPs. Now that is one. Secondly, it is not Ruto or Kibaki who started by concern for the marginalized. If you remember the first person, if you remember sessional paper number 10, which was proposed by one Tomboya, if you go and read it, one of the things it talks about is focus on the lowly of the community. And across board, all politicians across, ngoja mato nimalize. Najua ukiinua mkono while I'm talking. Now, I don't know what you want to say.
Na kuongezea kwa hiyo topic yako, actually CDF ilikuwa inaitwa settlement fund.
Thank you. Now you're interfering with my thought. Jazz, can you mute? So sometimes, Black, we need to appreciate the context and you know, the contextualization of these things without just jumping into politically you know, politically energizing statements. We need to appreciate the development of all that. For me, I would focus on where did the rain start beating us, because even when they started at first, the focus was, you remember when they said that 3 things: tuondoe ugonjwa, umaskini na ujinga. The 3 things that were supposed, those are things that are affecting the local person. So it is not an invention. Nobody has come from Mars and decided that all of a sudden there are people who are down here. From the start, that was it. It can be politically sensational to say that, oh, we have just decided and we have woken up to the idea that we have people who are down. People have always been down from independence time. You know, there have always been people down there. And the Independence Constitution, the sessional paper number 10, which was fronted by Tom Mboya, if you have come across it, it points out these things. If you haven't read it, go read it. You'll realize that these are not things that are new. They're not reinventions that are coming up. Political will has probably not brought them. 24 years after Moi, we had this focus for rural development. It probably didn't solve. In fact, what someone is saying, Mama Selina is saying, is people then were more focused on themselves, not on the people, you know? And so I sometimes find it very interesting that we want to pick these things from up. If you listen to Moody Awori said that even it is Jaramogi who went and brought Kibaki from Makerere, you know, and told him, come and bring your economic issues and help Kenya. So I think in the backdrop of that, let's contextualize the issues and appreciate the where they belong. It might be, I agree with you, you know, to the extent that, yes, every politician, tell me one politician that is not talking about the lowly of the society. One politician in whichever cycle of politics, whether right now, 10 years ago, 3 political cycles, which politician has never talked about people wale ambao hajiwezi in their campaigns? Every politician does that. So is it so unique that the deputy president has come up with that name? Yeah. So I would want you to probably respond to those as we move on. Then I bring these other guys.
Unanisikia? Unanisikia? Astu Madam Selina, swali yako ilikuwa ni kwamba Ruto alikuwa kwa Y2K, si ndio? Na ilikuwa wakati wa Moi ndo alikuwa in government, kwamba yeye ndo alikuwa aliplay role kwa kuangusha uchumi. Was that your question? I would answer yes and no. Yes, ni kweli Ruto alikuwa Y2K, Yes, kweli Ruto alikuwa kwa serikali ya Moi, but we should also realize that Raila himself at the time alikuwa Minister of Energy wakati wa utawala wa Moi. So when you are very quick to say that Ruto alikuwa kwa serikali ya Moi, you should be also hand in hand give the same to Raila, because he was a minister under Moi in the energy docket. So in regards to allegations ya kusema sijui Ruto was no, taja Raila pia. Raila alikuweko Minister of Energy. Now kwa swali ya nani naitwa nani, Kamau aliniuliza nini? Kamau alikuwa anauliza kuhusu CDF. Now about CDF na bottom up. CDF basically its main objective is to try and spur development at the bottom, kujaribu alleviate poverty, kujaribu kupunguza poverty, kujaribu alleviate maisha ya wale watu wa pale chini, yale mazingira wanaoishi, barabara, pale ambapo hawana maji wachimbwe visima. Now how am I relating this to Ruto? Ruto has decided that he will add an extra 100 million. That is where now my relation to that is, to that particular kitty, the CDF kitty, so that more can be done to help more people at the bottom with this extra 100 million being provided in his administration once he takes power as the president, Mr. Kamau. So that is my answer to you. As kwa Temba, unaongea kuhusu difference ya Raila na Ruto, the way they are talking about wale watu wa chini wa maskini. But you should also realize that that whereas wote wanaongelea, they are talking about the poor at the bottom, the question is the approach as to how they are gonna tackle this problem of the poor at the bottom. Whereas Raila is talking about handouts, giving them 6,000 shillings ya kuwasaidia. Ruto is talking about an empowerment program to help them help themselves. Now you see the difference. One is being empowered to help themselves, and the other one is being given handout to wait for another next month, apewe another handout, and the next other month to wait for another handout, akose kujisaidia. Now are you helping this man, or are you unazidi kumchimbia kaburi zaidi by these handouts? So kujibu Temba, Ruto is trying to empower, yes, kusoa maskini, and Raila is trying to give handouts to this same maskini. Now that's the difference to our maskini wenye both sides, they're both talking about the poor, but that's the difference in the approach of the two as to what they want to do. Thank you.
But we can't allow that go.
Hold on. Are you aware, Mr. Black, that someone has actually highlighted, and I wanted to say that CDF was unconstitutional. Are you aware of that?
Did it help people or not? Sometimes things have to be done.
No, are you aware that it was declared to be unconstitutional? Oh, you're not aware. Okay. That was also not my concern. You didn't respond to my question, however. But the other tangent that I really don't want to go to, I'll allow other people to go to, is your demarcation between what you're calling empowerment, according to the deputy president, and the social protection program that is suggested by the Azimio. I think you have carefully done that to propagate the propaganda that you guys are pushing around. Now, I want to first of all tell you that your kind of empowerment that you guys are talking about is a terrible kind of empowerment, because you're saying that you guys are going to give people loans, and these loans, they're supposed to come together, and then those loans, they're supposed to refund. Now, I have not heard anybody, even the last time when we came here to discuss issues of bottom up, the people who came to try and explain that to us did not succeed. I didn't understand that, and the questions we asked were never asked. And we keep going back to that. You're saying empowerment. They are saying, are you aware that it is the same deputy president in a clip? I think it will be shared here, who said that young people will be given loans by Fuliza and stuff. He's the one who introduced those Fulizas, those young people to Fulizas. The same deputy president. And there's a clip to that effect where he's saying that you guys can go take loans in Fuliza and banks can give you free loans and stuff like that. Now the same person takes you to a hall, and then now later try to pretend and attack the same kind of loans that he exposed you guys to. And now he's telling you that we are going to take you out of those Fulizas and we are going to give you loans. Now the question you want to ask, are you going to pay those Fuliza loans before you take these people to you to give them loans? And secondly, in the event that they do not pay up, you're saying that you're going to give them with the low interest rates. It is in the event this person doesn't pay up, which is the if you have read the challenges that the youth fund has faced, is that some of them are not paying up. So in the event they don't pay up, will you be having so many young people? You're just transferring these people from being loans from one institutions of these police and stuff to now being loanees to government. So they'll still be owing the government money. And the reasons why they could not be able to pay is the same reasons they're not going to pay this. And that has been found across board. If you read the concept that I've always talked about here, the Grameen Bank, the challenges they faced was the idea of people not honoring to pay because of business issues. I mean, the economy not doing so well for you to pay up. So the young people, you're taking them from being, first of all, being loaned by this private to being loaned by government, so they'll still be owing the government. So that is something you have tried to explain here for a long time. But let me hear what other people have to say, and then maybe, personally, I don't think I want you to engage too deeply into it. I'll start with Martin, and then I'll come to Julia. Hold on, Black.
Thank you, Dember. I appreciate so much. Black, you're not. It's not the first time you've been here. We know you. You've been here trying to sell the same thing, and I thought ulikuwa umegeuka. And nilikwambia the other day, I think you're a very smart person. You know, when you talk about the 600 that 6,000 that Baba is talking about empowerment, it's something that is called what do you call it, Nani? When your Oko job, it's just an empowerment thing. I mean, to give you an employment fund. Yeah, it's not. It's something that comes from your taxes. When you talk about bottom up and the way you just explained it, and nimerudi huko chini because I wanted to handle that. You know what you guys are talking about? You're talking about something that is called credit. And a lot of people here, they've had, and because we always say here we want our country to go to be a first world country. When you have that credit, venye Themba amekwambia, if you mess it up kidogo, everything takes, the government takes everything back. You're not empowering anybody by doing that. You're not. And when you start talking about giving people, okay, here you are saying we can give people 6,000, but we are going to give them, or, bottoms up, we're going to give them money and everything. So what's the 600 then? I mean, 6,000. Because you guys are saying, okay, we'll give you guys something, bottom up. Okay, how much are you going to give us? You're going to give us what, 3 million? And because our 6,000 is just 6,000 that, is like a grant and something. So our 600 is something, is not, you want to call it bottoms up, by the way, whatever. What are we talking about here? Can we be smart? Okay, So nikupatie 6,000, wewe kuja unipatie milioni 2 within the end of a year, which I don't think hata kwanza mtaweza patia hata mtu milioni 1. Within the end of a year nishindo kulipa hiyo, umekuja kuchukua kila kitu, and in fact maybe hata utachukua yenye nilikuwa nimebaki nayo because sasa niko delinquent. It's something that will not work. It doesn't work like that. The only way it works, go talk to your representative home. Elect the right representative home. That's why it's called devolution. Get that 40%, 50% and hold your representative very accountable. That asiende kuharibu hiyo pesa. Uko kwenyu, na muache Nairobi ama nini ama national government. That's what is called devolution. That's what we brought. And that's what Baba did. And they fought for. Go talk to your representative. Fight for more money to come to your area. And then hold your representative accountable. And that's the only way you will get development. Every leading country and every developed country has something that is called a social fabric economic help in inasaidianga watu. Like places like in the US, it says, your unemployment. It does. But you don't just stay there for a long time. Si ati kwa maisha yako yote utakuaga kwa hiyo kitu. It's just to help you in between jobs and help you grow. And it's something that every citizen pays for in their taxes. Instead of hizi taxes za kimwarel zenye hazikuji, watu walikula mabilioni huko na nini, you use them there. That's why we pay taxes. And that's what Baba is saying. He knows where the money is to do that. Because hizi corruptions zenye tunafanya. We close that gap. Yes, we can. And that's why we want Mother Karua, I'm Mother Karua, anybody, and Baba to change that. About Kibaki, let me go real quick about Kibaki. Kibaki, God rest his soul in peace. Alikuja kakiuza kitu, but we also have to realize that when Kibaki came in, people were tired of Kanu and the old leadership, which used to be, and I always call it, we changed colonialism. We never we never got independence. Anybody that understands what I'm about to say will understand what I'm saying. We never really got independence. What we did, we changed from white colonialism to black colonialism. And at the time Kibaki was coming, time tulikuwa tunaimba yote yawezekana bila Moi. At the time, Square Rainbow, everybody just wanted something new. It didn't matter whether when Jaluo, when Mkamba, it didn't matter your geographical Maliuko. Just people wanted a new kind of way because
Mato, is it a question or a comment?
Wait, I thought it was my submission.
Wait.
It's not my submission.
Ujamalizana na Black. Wacha basi, ngoja dakika moja. Wacha Julia.
Okay, basi kama ni Black, wacha nimuulize ya mwisho basi. Mimi nilikuwa namaliza submission, nilikuwa naifanya yote pamoja. Sawa, hii ni ya Black basi. Pole, mimi nilikuwa niko kwa submission. Pole. But Black, kuna kitu kingine umesema ya Raila alikuwa kwa nini? Alikuwa kwa energy docket time ya Moi. I want you to tell me nini alifanya kwa hiyo energy docket that haukupenda ama ilileta shida. And because at the risk of doing what you guys do in UDA, assuming two wrongs make the truth, two wrongs whatever, because I'm running and nastaki kuongeza nini, two wrongs make it a right. I'll do that what you guys do every day. Kwa sababu mkiulizwa kitu ya mtu mmoja muna compare na mtu hiyo side nyingine. So let me do that for the first time. So nini Raila alifanya kwa energy docket yenye ni mbaya? Alafu while you're answering that, tuambie ya Ruto kwa agriculture docket.
Aya, Julia.
Okay, I just want to rebut on what Mr. Black has said. I find it very ironic to compare Kibaki and Ruto. In fact, there's nothing comparable, Mr. Black. Because when you talk about CDF, you talk about, I think, Janani Yongea Juya, how we can now access banks, we can access bank loans because of Kibaki. He was able to make sure that interest rates were brought down. I mean, there were more financial institutions that could support Kenyans. And all you see that is very structured. All Kibaki did is very structured. I mean, he put up structures. He did not say, ati pesa mufukoni, ati arete watu pesa mashinani. All he did was very structured. Now, you comparing Kibaki with Ruto about bottoms up. The only thing I've heard about bottoms up is that pesa mashinani, people will be given money. So where are the structures for giving these people money? Where is the money coming from? Where are the structures? And like Mr. Demba asked, how will this money be paid back? Now, you've also said something about you comparing CDF, and you are saying that Ruto is planning to add more 100 million. Did you know that 100 million is very meager to the Kenyan economy? Now, okay, I have no problem with CDF. The problem with CDF is misappropriation and corruption. So we go back to the same disease. So CDF could have done wonders in this country, lakini shida yetu is misappropriation and corruption. We go back to the same problem. Now, this man who is saying he will increase CDF is one of the main suspects of corruption in this country. How, again, can we let him take more of our money and resources in the name of CDF? It's like jumping from a frying pan into the fire. Ama kupatia fisi mbuzi. That's what Kenyans will be doing. So, Mr. Black, my take on what you are saying, we are okay with Kibaki's policy. And if Ruto was to implement his bottoms up with structures, then we would agree with him. Unfortunately, we cannot trust Ruto even with a single coin. Hatuwezi. Experience has taught us, Mr. Black. Experience has taught us that we cannot trust him. We cannot trust him saying atataleta an extra 100 million ipeleko wapi ati kwa CDF, when we cannot trust him for the things he has been doing. He has been in the government for 10 years now. We cannot trust him. That's the challenge we are having as Kenyans. So when you say bottom up, Mr. Black, to me it's a bottomless pit where money will leave the public coffers and the money will never come back. And I think within the next 2 years, Kenya will be worse than Zimbabwe or Sudan. I was looking at the rating. It said that South Sudan is one of the most poorest countries of the world. I think with the next 2 years, Kenya will be worse than South Sudan. If we have somebody like Ruto, he doesn't talk about any structures. He doesn't talk about any structures. He just says, I will add 100 million, and that is street language. I will add 100 million to do this. He uses a lot of street language. So when we ask you, when Mama Selina tells you about Ruto and Youth for KANU 92, Ruto and Youth for KANU 92 is infamous because it is through Ruto and Youth for KANU 92 and Jirongo that the 500 shillings note was introduced in Kenya. And that is when we experience what we call hyperinflation in this country. So that Youth for KANU 92 is infamous for that. But Raila working in the energy sector, we have not had anything infamous. And I remember yesterday, and the director of, a moderation of Makiadi, we agreed. Juu Black uko na hii tabia, tukikwambia maneno ya corruption ya Ruto, una drag in Raila, una drag in Karua, sijui una drag in nani. Mpaka Makiadi akakwambia, now we are talking about your Ruto, who has been taken to court. And the court has ruled against him and has asked him to pay back. So we are not really saying mere things that mere hearsay from gutter press. We are talking about what has been discussed in a court of law. So now you will understand our plight, Mr. Black, that we are afraid We are very much afraid as Kenyans. We cannot even imagine more money being allocated under the directorship of Mr. William Samoei Ruto. Because I think Kenya will head to the dogs. So what we need is structures, like the one Kibaki put. It is not street language, Mr. Black. Ati nitaongeza pesa 100 million, nitaongeza sijui nini, nitaongeza nini. We don't need those kind of street language. We need structures. Now, you talked about Baba saying that he'll give people money. Now, I think Ruto is a person who believes in giving people money left and right without any explanation. Penye ametoa hiyo pesa. In fact, somebody has been asking a question. Now, he's been having so much money given during campaign sessions. And this guy, everybody knows his paycheck. Where does he get that money from? Now, Baba talks about these 6,000. And he explains that he knows how to get that money. I think this needs to be corrected. This is like the social security that is in the Western world. And already we have the money that is given to the, malipo ya uzeeni. I think there's money given to old people in Kenya right now. So we've started such kind of a program and there's nothing wrong with it. Now, you also said that Baba is just talking about giving money. I think you need to read the 10 points, a manifesto for Baba, and I'm going to read for you if you have forgotten. Now, one of the things Baba talks about is, Inua Jamii. That is what he's talking about, Pesa Mfukoni. Now, a nation's greatness is judged by how it treats its poor and vulnerable. Pesa Mfukoni is a social protection program that will deliver 6,000 per month to 2 million of Kenya's most needy families, and not everybody. Now, Baba Care is talking about addressing health, that is the health of our family. Now, Baba Care will scale up the Universal Health Care Pilot Program. Now, we already have that pilot program. We already have something like NHIF. Now, so Baba is going to boost that. Now, Kazi kwa Wote, this is about securing the welfare of the people by generating avenues for productivity through job creation programs. Now, investing in the critical Juakari sector and other macro and microeconomic stimulation schemes. Now, Uchumi kwa kina mama. Now, this will focus on the true multipliers of wealth in our community, that is our women. Now, the program will unlock access to financing for women-led businesses and provide for women another enabling factors such as access to assets for production, land tenure, proportional representation at all government levels. Now, hashtag inawezekana. Now, we know that our youth are closer to the future than we are, but we are exploited by a common fodder for bad politics. Now, more than ever, we need to invest in preparing our youth for that future. Now, this program will equip our youth with the mindset, skills, funds, and technology to enable them to innovate at par and even surpass their global counterparts. Now, waste not a single child. Education is non-negotiable. This is talking about free education. Now, Fukuza Jamii. Now, the aim here is to emphasize on food production. That may include addressing climate changes, maybe construction of dams and all that. So instead of having people like your dear boss, Mr. Black, that is being investigated or is being mentioned in cases like the case of Kimwarel Dam, Baba will be doing the opposite. Maji kwa kila boma. Now, everybody in Kenya needs clean water. Now, one country, one county, one product. Now, Baba is talking about making sure that people produce at county levels. So if you can look at Raila's policies and manifesto, they are structured. He's not talking about giving people money. Kwa hivyo, maneno ya kupatia watu pesa on the streets, that is the business of William Samoei Ruto. And even now, he cannot account for the money he has been given on the streets. So, Mr. Black, our problem is not even the word bottoms up. Our problem is who will be the manager of this bottoms up. Mr. Black, as Kenyans, we are afraid. We are so afraid. In fact, we are terrified at the thought of having our public coffers under the control of one William Samoei Ruto. So as you continue comparing Kibaki, that is a very wrong comparison. I wanted to rebut that, Mr. Demba. Asante.
Thank you so much. Mr. Black, I give you 2 minutes to respond to the ones you can, then we move on. Mr. Black, are you there? Ama umekwama?
Yeah, niko najaribu kunyosha. Just a minute. Okay. Sorry, kuna kelele hapa ndo nilikuwa najaribu Anyway. Swali zimekuwa nyingi. Sijui nianze na nani? Selina nilimalizana naye. Madam Selina. In regards to kusema sijui Ruto alikuwa kwa serikali ya Moi, sawa. I think I've addressed that, Julia. Na ile swali likaulizwa na Martin kwamba sijui eti Raila alifanya makosa gani alipokuwa kwenye serikali ya Moi. Hiyo ndio swali uliniuliza. Raila alifanya makosa gani when he was the minister? Okay, then we'll just keep that because I wrote that question but I didn't write to her.
Nilikuuliza swali yangu ilikuwa rahisi sana. Nilikuuliza, ulisema Raila alifanya serikali ya Moi na alikuwa kwa agricultural, energy docket. Nikakuuliza alifanya nini kwa energy docket yenye iko na makosa, alafu nikakwambia leo nitafanya ile kitu mnafanyanga ya two wrongs make a right, kwa sababu mkiulizwa side nyingine mnaruka hiyo side nyingine mnasema hata nani alikuwa. Nikakuuliza sasa niambie kitu yenye Raila alifanya akiwa energy docket yenye ni mbaya, na uniambie kitu yenye pia Ruto alifanya akiwa agricultural minister yenye pia ni mbaya. Ukinianza hizo vitu uko honest enough, tutaelewana.
Sawa, acha nikujibu. Number one, Raila akiserve kama Minister of Energy wakati wa Moi, sijapata kitu yoyote ya kumwekelea kwamba eti alifanya hichi ama kile. Naona naye wakati wa Moi Ruto hakuwa Minister of Agriculture. He was the Assistant Minister for the Office of the President. And later on the Minister of Home Affairs.
Tunasema walikuwa ministers.
Nakuja polepole. Na alipokuweko Minister of Agriculture wakati wa Kibaki, we may also roll back into history and realize wakati huo hakuwahi patikana, you can take that to the bank, kuwa na makosa. Shida ilitokea kwa ministry yake but ye mwenyewe hakuwa directly, and two things happened wakati hiyo scandal ilipofanyika, wakati hiyo May scandal. One, Raila alitokea akajaribu kumfire in public. He tried to fire him in public as being the Minister of Agriculture, and what followed next is President Kibaki came and overturned that. Hiyo decision ya Raila ya kumfire Ruto overturn Kibaki himself, the late. May God rest his soul in peace. We should realize that Kibaki overturned that, and on top of that, what followed was Ruto was moved to the Ministry of Higher Learning. If at all he was found guilty of having embezzled funds, hangepewa ministry yoyote, but alipelekwa kwenye Ministry of Higher Learning, alitolewa tu kwa ministry akapelekwa nyingine.
Black, dakika moja. Do you know, I don't understand. Zemba pole, nimeingilia vibaya, nimeenda out of protocol, lakini achie hii. Please, I'm asking for the forgiveness.
No. Hold on, Mato.
Black, let me tell you something.
Mato. Just hold on. Thank you. I do not want us to that is called mark timing. I don't want us to mark time on a point. We are engaging in what is called a rabbit hole. And that is what you are now doing. I mean, tumeshamuuliza, ameshajibu. Wacha tusonge mbele sasa. Mato, I mean, Black has made a point for his candidate, and the point is, he thinks Ruto is clean. Yeah, we think Ruto is not the best candidate. So, I mean, it will now be back and forth, back and mwisho. So let's give him that. Let's give him that. Okay, Ruto has never been mentioned in any scam. He's never gone to any court. He's never been there, whatever, according to Black. According to us, Ruto is not the best candidate. Ruto
in regards to the main scandal,
he's been
it was
in
never
the main
proven.
scandal. He's been in the polls that were sold KPL. Hata ukienda kwa internet saizi ukisema Ruto scandal on polls, jina yake liliitwa huko, alikuwa kotini. He's stolen the shamba ya Muteshi. He's been there Weston Hotel. He's been there. So these are persons that cannot talk about running a government that he has participated in bringing down. That is what we are saying. Let's leave it at that. We'll get back to that. He wasn't. He wasn't Black. Ngoja.
Kuna
He
maswali
wasn't.
zingine?
Ngoja. Maswali yameisha. Wacha tuwapatie wengine, alafu tutarudi kwako. Kaa tu hapo, tutarudi tena hapo kwako, uendelee kudefend Ruto, sisi tuendelee kumgonga na wewe uendelee kugonga Raila, then tukisonga polepole. Lakini Julia ashakwambia kwamba huyo mtu wako hatoshi kulead. Makiadi, time ni yako.
Shukrani sana Ndemba na salimu panel yote. Natumai umekuwa na siku njema, jioni njema kwa wengine na asubuhi njema kwa wale ambao wanaamka. Niko na mambo mengi ya kusema lakini sijui nitaanzia wapi kwa sababu naona muda umeenda. Nitapitia juu kwa yale ambayo nilikuwa natamani kuongea na nitaanzia kwa yale ambayo Black amesema hapa. Kwanza nikianza na mwenda zake mzee Kibaki. Sisi sote tumkumbuka kwa legacy yake na kuna mengi ambayo nimesema hapa na kila mtu anajua kwamba upande wa infrastructure alikuwa ni kiongozi, alikuwa ni bingwa na alifanya mambo mengi kujaribu kuinua infrastructure nchi yetu. However, ningependa kutofautiana na ndugu yangu Black wakati ambapo anamlinganisha Kibaki na William Ruto akisema kwamba wote ni Kibaki ndiye alikuwa mwanzilishi wa mwanzilishi wa bottoms up. Wajua ndugu yangu Black, mimi sikuwahi muona Kibaki akitembea na pesa kwa bahasha hata siku moja. Sikuwahi muona Kibaki akibeba pesa kwa gunia kwenda kupeleka kwa kanisa. Kitu ambacho Kibaki alifanya ni kuweka miundo msingi dhabiti. Aliweka structures ambazo zilihakikisha kwamba pesa zikitoka kwa serikali zinamfikia mtu yule yuko kule chini. You know, just because a zebra and a donkey look alike, it doesn't mean that they are brothers. Umeongea juu ya shilingi milioni 100. Umesema kwamba William Ruto anataka kuongeza shilingi milioni 100 kwa CDF. Nimefanya hesabu yangu hapa. Shilingi milioni 100 nika divide by constituency 290 ikakuwa ni shilingi 1340. Nika assume member of parliament anaenda kutumia hizi pesa kupatiana CDF kwa watoto 1000 ambao wamefanya mtihani wa kidato cha 4 ama mtihani wa darasa la 8. Hizo pesa ziki dividiwa na 100 inamaanisha kila mwanafunzi atapata shilingi 340. Nitamalizia hapo kwa hizo pesa ambazo umesema. Now, kwenda kwa TVET. Nimesikia ukiongea mambo mengi sana kuhusiana na TVET ambazo mtaenda kujenga. Ningependa sana pia katika kuongea kwako kuhusiana na mambo ya education, ungetueleza hawa watu ambao wanatoka kwa TVET na universities. Kenya ina chuck out almost 1 million graduates every year. Ningefurahia sana utueleze mpango wenu kuhusiana na wale ambao wana graduate kutoka kwa hizi TVETs na universities wanakwenda wapi. It's okay to train people to be educated, but then what do you do with them? Sijaona katika mpango wenu wa bottoms up kama mmeaddress issue yoyote inahusiana na kuunda miundo misingi ya kuhakikisha kwamba wale watu ambao wanamaliza masomo wanapata kazi ama ajira ama wanaweza kuingia katika nyanja mbalimbali za kujifanyia biashara. So upande wa legacy, I would be very careful if I were you kumlinganisha Kibaki mwenda zake na William Ruto. Sawa sawa. Sasa wacha nikuje kwa mtu mmoja hapa alikuwa anaitwa Jazz. Kuna mtu anaitwa Jazz hapa Ndemba amekuja hapa mchana akasema kwamba Raila ni sanitizer. Alisanitize Waiguru. Ati Waiguru wakati alikuwa na shida, wakati alikuwa na makosa alikimbia kwa ofisi ya Raila akasanitiziwa. Mimi nasemaga hapa na nitarudia, ile propaganda inapigwa kwa podi ya muko ya siasa, msijaribu kutuletea hapa. Jazz mahali huko, ninashangaa ukitueleza kwamba Raila alisanitize Waiguru. Raila, in the words of Duale, ni raia. Raila ni raia. Inafika wapi Raila anapata nguvu na mamlaka za kuweza kusanitize mtu ambaye ameshikwa kwa corruption? Kwa hivyo msituletee propaganda hapa. Jamaa mwingine rafiki yangu anaitwa G akaja hapa akasema ya kwamba it doesn't matter who the running mate position is given to, as long as they get 50+1%. G Black nadhani ulisikia hiyo. It doesn't matter whoever the running mate is in William Ruto's camp, even if they are corrupt, as long as they get 50+1%. Mimi nataka kuuliza what happened to chapter 6 ya integrity? Mlingoa hiyo page kwa constitution ama namna gani? Kwa sababu sisikii mkiongea mambo ya constitution. Do you want to have leaders who are not recognized by the international community? Mtafanya biashara namna gani na nchi zingine kama mnachagua viongozi ambao wako na corruption cases, viongozi ambao wamebaniwa hata hawezi panda ndege kuenda nje kujaribu kuunganisha Kenya na nchi zingine? Bas, namalizia hapo hiyo. Nikirudi kwa Wetangula, you know, if your brother whom mmezaliwa kutoka kwa tumbo moja does not fit in your party na halign na ideology yako, unafaa kujiuliza ni kwa nini. I know people are born differently, but then you go ahead na unakuja kutuambia ati Wetangula amenyimwa Tim Wanyonyi amenyimwa ticket ya ODM and is a person with disability. Mimi nataka kuuliza Black, hii line mnatumia person with disability, do you know that Tim Wanyonyi is an elected member of parliament? So when you start throwing a tag ya mtu wa disability, person with disability, Tim Wanyonyi has never begged to be nominated to the National Assembly. He has always fought like other men and women fight to win a seat, and he has succeeded twice, 2-term in Westlands constituency. When Wetangula had a chance to nominate a person to the National Assembly, whom did he nominate? Yvonne Hamati. Why didn't he nominate his brother? Kama alikuwa naona anamuonea huruma kwamba yeye ni mtu wa person with disability, kwa nini hakumnominate wakati alipata nafasi ya kunominate mtu kwa parliament? Mmekuwa mkitu criticize hapa kwamba Raila amenominate brother yake Oburu Odinga. Kwa nini Wetangula hajawahi nominate his brother kama kweli anamjali kabisa? Ama ni saizi ameona kwamba ndugu yake amenyimwa ticket ndiye akakumbuka kwamba ni person with disability? So don't play reverse psychology with us here. And another thing I want to ask you guys, why is UDA so concerned about the running mate position of Azimio? You know, Azimio is a big house. Tuko na watu wengi, tuko na vyama vingi sana. And we told you here, everybody in Azimio is also a presidential candidate. Hata saizi Raila akisema anataka kuwa deputy president, watu wataswitch. Tunaweza achilia Martha Karua run for presidency na Raila kuwe deputy wake. I mean, we have so many candidates. We have a big house. Everybody is qualified. Our problem is not that we have candidates who are not qualified. Our problem is we have candidates who are all qualified. So hiyo ndio shida yetu. So tupatieni nafasi sisi tufanye game yetu vile tunataka. Wakati itafika tutachagua ule mtu ambaye tunataka akue deputy president candidate. Katika chama ya UDA is a one man show. Kesho Ruto akiamka aseme Oscar Sudi ndiye atakuwa deputy president candidate, hakuna mtu atampinga. because ni nyumba yake. He runs the show the way he wants. The likes of Mudavadi cannot be deputy president because they come from a different party. Wetangula comes from a different party. You know, the only person mwenye anaweza chaguliwa kwa hiyo chama, hata mtu mnaita Speaker Muturi, he cannot, unless mtuambie kwamba alikuwa registered party member wa UDA before he signed the funny ile show alikuwa na kusign makaratasi na kuwa na working relationship na deputy president. So UDA is a small house, ni ya mtu mmoja. Akiamua kesho kuchagua ule mtu anataka, hakuna mtu atamkataza. For all I know, ni yeye anafund hiyo campaign ya kila mtu, and he's the, you know, he's the overall boss. Naona Waiguru anaambia Raila kwamba Uhuru hatamsaidia Mount Kenya. Swali inakuja ni hii, shida yenu na chama cha Azimio ni nini? Mudhama anasema kwamba Kalonzo asipopatiwa deputy president position atakuja kumbeba kwa mgongo ampeleke Kenya Kwanza. Again, shida yenu ni nini? Give us a break, man. Give us a break. We have a house, we know how to put it in order. Give us time, we'll do it. Running mate position, nikimalizia hapo. No, let me just leave it there. So let me go to finally the IBC. Ndemba jana tuliongea hapa tukasema IBC najipatia kazi yenye haitoshi kufanya. These guys, instead ya kuprepare for election, wamekuwa kimbia helter skelter wakijaribu kuambia presidential candidates wawapatie nominees wa deputy president slot. At least finally tumekuwa vindicated. These guys have postponed that event to May, and I want to congratulate them because wamejua kwamba katiba iwaruhusu kufanya vile ambavyo walikuwa wanataka kufanya. Let them prepare for an election. Hii side shows zenye wako nazo kila wakati ya kuambia watu ati mtupatie by Friday mwe umetupatia nani atakuwa deputy wake, hiyo si kazi yao. Katiba inajua kwamba wakati mtu atapresent nomination papers, certificate yake ya kurun for presidency, chini yake kutakuwa na running mate. Now all these are stipulated in the program of IEBC. They know where that happens and when that happens. So waache side shows, wa prepare for election, na sisi tunataka kuwa na uchaguzi ambao ni thorough, transparent, uchaguzi ambao ni verifiable. Asanteni.
Thanks so much. Unasikia jana tulisema hiyo story hapa Makiadi. Unakumbuka tukisema kwamba IBC should stick to its mandate. Wao watoe timeline by 14th is when all presidential candidates should be submitting their nomination to IBC. So kama presidential wanafaa submit by 14th, then they should wait that day wa submit pamoja na running mate wao. So hii kuleta TO sijui inakuja ati by 28th, hiyo ilikuwa tu kujaribu kuwa tu ambitious, but I think it's good waliweza kuona hiyo, and before long inafaa pia watu waanze kujua kwamba Mtembei channel it has people ambao wanafikiria sana. Duke Moses, before I bring Black, because I know if we bring Black we will open another Pandora's box. Duke Moses, wewe umekuwa hapa kutoka kitambo, ni kelele tu uko chini. Sema mkubwa.
Unajua Demba, mimi sikuwa nataka kuingia hapa kwa studio, lakini kuna vitu zimesemwa hapa ikabidi tu niingie.
Nani amekuleta hapa?
Kuna jamaa wawili hapa wameongea mambo mingi, nikijaribu kufikiria na shindwa. Kuna huyo jamaa anaitwa Black na kuna huyo jamaa mwingine anaitwa Swini Justus Atuti. Huyu anajiita Choose. Huyo jamaa
Justus Atuti ni jamaa wa makelele, au mjui Justus Atuti?
Huyo jamaa unajua ni jirani ya Alex kule nyumbani.
Wote wanakaa tu watu wa kelele wawili.
So wacha nijaribu
uko chini aanze kunigonga.
Dema utakulwa na Alex. Utakulwa wewe.
Alex ni jamaa mpoa. They come from the same village but they have different ideologies. So Alex yuko poa.
Toa maoni yako. Sijui kama unataka kugonga Black ama unataka kutoa maoni yako. Wachana na Black. Black unajua nia yake ni
wacha nijaribu kuwa mfupi.
Unajua Duke Moses, Black hiyo huwa anataka hapa akuje apeleke progress nini interest za deputy president. So ukimpatia
nakubaliana Demba nakubaliana na wewe kabisa. Huyo jamaa tunamtaka aje hapa, lakini sasa akiulizwa maswali ya hizi chipu venye ameulizwa anataka kujibu ile kitu anataka kujibu.
Hawezi, akona mandate moja kuja hapa progress interests za the deputy president. Hapo kuisha. Sasa hata mkileta topic gani, hata ukileta tuseme kesho ulete topic tuongee juu ya Manu, atatafuta vile ataingiza deputy president hapa.
Natafuta njia ya kuchukua hizo notes anaandika yangu na Faruki Beti ndio tuone hiyo siku ataongea nini. Anyways, ningependa kuongea kuhusu huyu jamaa namba 2. Unajua jamaa amekuwa na tabia mbaya sana. Na hiyo tabia imekuwa tabia mbaya, imeenda hapa nje kwa vijana kila mahali. Leo umeona kijana yako jamaa ako 32 years anapatikana na 80 milioni kwa account, unashindwa anatoa wapi? Nikirudi, let me give you another example. Acha nitoke nje ya topic kidogo tu niongee kitu moja. Huyu jamaa alikuwa amekataa hii constitution yenye tunatumia saa hii. Hakuwa anataka kusikia anything kwa hiyo constitution. As a county government saa hii ni anaongea kuhusu hizo county governments. At the same time pale kwa county governments, ukiangalia county governments mingi siko na hiyo tabia pia ya corruption juu ya hiyo tabia ya huyu mtu. For example, nikiingia pale kwenye huyu jamaa anatoka, huyu anaitwa Justice Atuti kule Nyamira. Huko Nyamira kijana amemaliza shule, anafaa kujenga nyumba yake aoe kwa ile ancestral land yenye amepewa. Aezi jenga nyumba pale, lazima alipe county government ndio aweze kujenga nyumba pale kwa ancestral land. Sasa hiyo inaitwa hiyo devolution imekuja kwa njia mzuri, lakini kuna counties ambazo zinaitumia vibaya. Zinaitumia vibaya because watu wanataka kutajirika haraka juu number 1 chief Asla Chicken Sera amewaonesha kuwa lazima ukue huko juu haraka. Number 2, nikiacha na hiyo topic nirudi kwa topic ya leo. Sijui kwa nini watu wa Yuda sijui wanafutanga nini. Hao watu wanafaa kufurahia sana wakati tunafanya mistakes. Wanafaa wao wanasherekea sana. Saa ile tunachagua Martha Karua ambaye anatuletea kura 200,000, tunaacha Kalonzo anatuletea 300,000, wanafaa washerekee ndio waweze kuwa wamechukua hiyo kitu mapema saa 4 asubuhi. Sasa wanarudi kwetu kuja kutu advise kuwa Martha Karua ni mtu mbaya. Mbona washughulike na kazi ya kwao? We don't want their advice. Tunafanya nini? So they are not supposed kuja kutu advise hapo kwetu. Wanafaa wakae pale washerekee. Nikirudi pande ya Kibaki, huyu jamaa namba 2, yeye ndiye analia sana. Rafiki yake amekufa, sijui nini. Ukiangalia kuna siku moja amei kusupport Kibaki. Ukiangalia 1997 alikuwa na Moi. Ukija 2002 alikuwa na Uhuru akipinga Kibaki. Ukija 2007 alikuwa na Raila pale akipinga Kibaki. So hakuna siku moja hata anaweza tuambia ati amekuwa pande ya Kibaki. Ni hayo tu kwa sasa.
Asante sana Duke Mose, umeleta maneno ambayo ni manini hapo. Naona Jazz ndio huyu hapa amerudi. Wewe Pen, mimi sitakurudisha hapa kila wakati na unatoka kila wakati. Mimi nimechoka kurudisha mtu mmoja kila wakati. So utakaa huko chini. Kuna huyo kijana Duke umesema juu huyo kijana ambaye alikuwa na 76 million. Okay, that is the Kenya that I don't understand. Can you imagine Black pesa ya snack ya government was being paid through a personal account? How was that even possible? If you guys have gone, umesikia hiyo story ambayo imetokea ati jamaa was how many years ati alikuwa na 72 point something million ilipitia kwa account yake. By the time they were freezing that account, it had 22.6 million. ati hizo pesa zilikuwa zinapitia kwa akaunti yake kununua snacks kwa nini ya government. Snacks. Number one, who is that who was making the payment to a personal account? That guy is not even, it's a whole lot of scheme. How do you pay? Jamaa alikuwa analipa sijui 42,000 I think. So if he was not to withdraw any money from his account for 2 years
ilikuwa 32,000, ilikuwa 32,000. Yo jamaa go job group K.
If that guy was not to withdraw any money, he was going to by I think now 2 years he would have had like 2 million. Not withdrawing any money from his account. But what is sickening is that pesa ya government ya kununua snacks could pass through a personal account. Who are those making those payments? Why should money ya government ya kununua snacks for the government pass through an individual's account? Who was signing that impress? You know, some things that tunasikia ati DCI imechukua 2 years. How do you take 2 years to discover that 76 million imepitia kwa personal account? Kenya kweli sisi ni wafala, seriously. An individual, Black, mimi na wewe, organization hata ile unafanya, how much money hata ya kununuanga nini imepitia kwa ya personal account? I was listening to that thing. I was so angry. Yeah. With the expose. Yes, sir.
Ulisikia hii ya juzi ya jamaa anaitwa Eric Kipkurui Mutai ambaye ni I think ni prison officer, alipatikana na 257 million kwa akaunti yake. That's anasema alikuwa anapatiwa tenders, and I think from what I'm reading here ni wako related na the former guy huyu wa finance, sijui alikuwa anaitwa nani huyu jamaa, alipatikana na ile kesi nyingine.
Yeah, that other sweeper from the prison ambaye alikuwa pia yeye alikuwa yeye at least yake you can say alikuwa ameanzisha companies, you know, alikuwa na different
unaongea juu ya Rotich.
Yeah, Rotich. So the guy huyo sweeper alikuwa ameregister like, unakumbuka vile nani vile the sweeper wa Iguru's case pia walikuwa wameanzisha different companies wakapeleka. Huyu naye alikuwa ameanzisha companies mingi zilikuwa zinafanya supplies na supply gushi. Wacha nikwambie, that's an in-house thing. Watu wanacheza. Huyu jamani is just a pawn in the game. It's just like this guy. You cannot be paying 72 million into an individual's account. Not your bank. The bank should be knowing if these guys, they should flag. That's why sometimes you like maybe some places like huku nje, I mean in the US, if a certain amount of money ambayo haipitiangi kwa account yako ikiingia tu hivi, it will be flagged. It will be flagged straight. Yes, Mato, unataka kusema hiyo?
Themba, enda ujaribu kufanya kitu ya $10,000 ndio utajua ujui.
Yeah, immediately any amount imeingia ambayo huwa haingii kwa account yako, your account is investigated. In Kenya, you earn 32,000, you transact 72 million for 2 years and your account has not been flagged. Mpaka saizi twende sasa ati sasa wanaenda kutafuta to freeze for 6 months. I mean, we really need to do something as a country. That's not right. It's not right at all. I mean, it is good news. I mean, it is news to us, but ile kitu natufanyia saizi. Then unakumbuka the other time there was Masai Mara haste. The next thing tunasikia ni vile pesa ilienda ikapotea. We can't only be listening to these things after the fact. Wakati watu washaenda wakajenga manyumba, mingine tunaambiwa alishatengeza, sijui Waiguru alitoka hapo after the fact, hiyo pesa alipata ndiye alienda kuvai nayo kuwa governor. Ati nataka light duties. No. I want to bring in Kimathi. Kimathi has been quiet for a while and then now we start going around again. Kimathi, habari gani?
Mzuri sana kabisa. Habari zenu nyinyi nyote?
Salam.
I think thanks again, guys, for the contribution. I think I want to thank you all, and let's continue to pray for our country, Kenya. Tuendelea hapa nyumbani, tunahitaji maombi sana. So kwanza tunafaa kuangalia these two guys, Ruto na Odinga. One of the things about these two men is not just the people who are surrounding them. Kwanza tuangalia Ruto who are surrounding him. Well, most of them are very corrupt. Lakini pia Raila, he has to get rid of some of these poisoners, Peo, akina Joho, akina Kenyatta, because these are also guys who are going to mess up with Kenyatta, Odinga's presidency as well. So Odinga has to tell us clearly how he's going to deal with the Kenyatta. And when you talk about continuing his legacy, or maybe part of his running the country, we need to know how Odinga can be able to work with Kenyatta, as Kenyatta is the chairman of Azimio. On the other side, Ruto, we are waiting until March 16, the chapter 6 of integrity. We need to hear what the DPP has to say. If this guy is cleared to vie for the seat, I think everybody has to shut up from there, moving on, and let's focus on something else more serious. The same thing when it comes to corruption now. Let's not just focus on Ruto. Let's assume Ruto is very corrupt. I don't see how Ruto could destroy the Kenyan economy. Let's start at the county level. My governor, Munya, former governor Munya, very corrupt. He is my former governor. Great Morongi, very corrupt. Medhika Linturi, very corrupt. Nasikia? Whoever is talking about Munya having as a deputy president, Raila Odinga, please don't get Munya. Munya is just like in North Meru. The other part of Central Meru and the Gembe, I think Tigania, he is very unpopular. He is very corrupt. So let's look at the governance level. Tunaanzia na kwanza Mombasa pale, Mombasa. And I've just mentioned Meru, Kenneth Morongi, my governor, very corrupt. Munya, very corrupt. Tunaenda pale kwa Joe. Ameshikilia terminal hapo ya ports hapo ni Mombasa port. Ameshikilia kapo port, terminal ngapi mbili. Kenyatta kuna terminal ingine pia yeye. Raila Odinga has to come out clearly to tell us whether he owns one of the terminals hapo Mombasa yani. If he doesn't, obviously, we want to see these two men show their tax returns, their wealth, what do they own? Wache kusema mambo mtu huyu ako corrupt, mwingine ako corrupt yani. We cannot sanitize these two guys. We know what they are not clean because you don't give direct tickets. Because tukiangalia sana nomination saizi. If you cannot have primaries in your government, in your party, I don't see how you can run a country. Odinga appointing men in Nyanza was a big mistake. Odinga and akina Orengo, or Ruto on the other side, akichagua akina sijui akina nani yao wamekuwa cleared. That's why we need good MPs to scrutinize these two men wakichaguliwa yani. But I can tell you for sure, Odinga, Raila Odinga and Ruto, none of the two men can govern Kenya to a better place tomorrow. Whether you like it or not, you know, tumeharibika yani. Kenya iko pabaya. Ruto, Raila watu tusaidia yani. We have to elect good MPs who can actually check on these two guys. Akina Mother Kome, she has to do a job. DPP has to do a job to make sure these guys are cleared by the chapter 6 next month. Kesho kutu on 28th. Tunangoja kuona governors watakuwa cleared. I'm waiting to see my governor, Kenneth Morongo, whether he will be cleared. I don't give a damn. These guys needs to go. Tukiangalia pale kina Oparanya yani. Huyu jamaa kutoka the speaker of the Senate, anaitwa nani? What is his name? I forgot his name. So guys, we have a big problem. Let's start on the county level. The MPs we elect today and tomorrow in the future, those are the future of tomorrow. No. Like again, we do not want government ministers doing business with the president and their families doing business with the government. Raila Odinga has to tell us how he's going to deal with energy. He's a monopolist kwa gas. Ruto on the other side, mambo ya chakula pia atuambie venye atafanya yani. We do not want the president, the governors doing business with the government. No way. That is a culprit of corruption. That's all I have to say.
Okay, thank you. I want to ask you a question, Kimathi, as
Yes, go
you're
ahead, please.
speaking. You have given us a problem. You haven't given us a solution. You have told us that Ruto is a problem, Raila is a problem. According to you, who is the solution?
So this is how we need to do it. I think we have to wait for the deputy president because the deputy on both sides see chapter 6 where these two men, the woman or the man will pass it. And then from there now, we have to wait to see chapter 6 whether it will clear Raila Odinga and Ruto. And then after that, once whoever is elected, now we can go to the members of parliament who are gonna vet these guys when they're elected, whether it's Raila Odinga is elected.
Who is your candidate? Who is your preferred candidate?
Oh, my preferred candidate right now. At the moment, I'm waiting for chapter 6.
You don't have to say it if you don't feel like saying it.
I'm waiting for the IBC. Yeah. I'm waiting for IBC to clear these two men first. Once they've been cleared, I will know now if I support Ruto. You know what? Nobody can tell me Ruto is wrong. If it's Raila Odinga for that case. So that's what I'm waiting for the chapter 6 first, for them to pass that one first. But both of them are simply corrupt. Somewhere along the way, I'm gonna vote, but I will not vote for the president, but I'll vote for the governor. I'll vote for the MP.
No,
yes.
Kimathi, we don't have only Raila and Ruto on the ballot box. We have Wajakoya. We have what's his name?
I know.
We have.
What I'm waiting for, because now
there are many other people.
So chapter 6 will determine who I'm gonna vote for. Once they are cleared by IBC, that will be the factor. DPP, the Supreme, the courts will have to determine now whether these guys are qualified to be on the ballot or not. So that's why I have to wait until that day.
But you see, Kimathi, you are not being fair to many of us. There are many Kenyans who are watching, and one of the things that the Kenyans and the others want to hear is, okay, fine. These are not the solutions that we have at the moment.
Yes.
For me, I am pushing for this kind of leader, and this is the leader out of those who have presented themselves. You can decide, okay, I'm giving this and this as the people that are supposed to go there. Not the IBC can clear, but does that mean the people who have been cleared are necessarily clear? Because you've already said Raila and Ruto are corrupt, according to you.
Right. Yes.
So you have only mentioned those two. Haven't you explored the others? For example, Wajakoya. For example, there's also what's his name? Kigame, Ruben Kigame.
Yeah.
There's also some other guy. I mean, there are quite a number of people. Have you tried to cast your net wider? There could be other people like you who would also. You shouldn't feel like you are only limited to the two.
No. What I'm saying is,
hold on. When you're limited to the two, when you're only limited to the two, then you're going to be having a negative perception of the people, and not necessarily considering that I have a choice as a voter. Now, one thing that Kenyans need to understand is this: nobody is forcing anyone to vote for Raila or Ruto. Nobody, and there's nowhere where they are taking kuna mtu atachukua kiboko akupige uvotie Raila ama Ruto. So this feeling like you are being forced to vote for someone, it's a perception that we are the ones creating. There's nowhere. You still have your vote, and on that day, on 9th, you'll wake up to go and vote for the person you want.
Okay.
Number two, Kimathi, let's not make people imagine that we are only having two people on the ballot. No, we don't have Raila and Ruto alone. There are a number of people who have offered themselves. They are giving you options and choices. If you want a clean leader, If you want someone whose father has never been involved in any politics, they are there. If you want someone who has never been in KANU and has never been in KADU, has never been in any government, they are there. If you want someone who has never been in any name in politics in Kenya, wako hapo. So this thing of feeling like we are just limited to Raila and Ruto, I don't think it's something we want to keep progressing. If you don't want Raila or Ruto, there are other people.
Okay. You see, one thing is, I totally agree with you with what you just said. Of course, there are other candidates out there, but let's be more realistic as much, and even the media itself. And even here, we're talking about just two men. And I wish that Mutembe TV, Citizen, and everybody else could give more time to the other platforms, actually, to be able to give their opinions, what they think about the government. But one of the things about, I'll go where Mother Karua is for two simple reasons. Mother Karua basically will be able to deal with the likes of people like Joho, who I just dislike because of his way of governing Mombasa. He will be able to deal with Kreitu Morongi, my governor. And more importantly, I think I'm hoping that Raila Odinga does not toe the line, because he has to toe the line. Not the way he was playing the Nyanza politics of nominating his brother, Orengo, and all his cronies, because that is where the corruption starts. People like Wanga, that's where corruption starts, which is so wrong. If you want to promote democracy, let everybody be put on the ballot in primaries. And if we can do that, that would be so nice. Let's see now. I'll go with Baba for now. If assuming Mother Karua will be the deputy, period.
What if Mother Karua is not the deputy?
Or then I think I'll go the other way around. Yes.
You'll go with the Ruto?
Yes.
And if Ruto picks who as the deputy?
Ruto, basically, all he needs to do is, I don't want to pick Gachagua. If he can go with Mudavadi or Kithure Kindiki, I'm okay with that. But of course,
if he doesn't pick the two.
So basically, you see, we can't just make assumptions. Let's just wait until May 16. I'll be able to give you my.
I want to understand you. Why are you? What makes you? Okay, make us understand. What makes you think that the choice for a deputy will necessitate your faith on a president?
Because
make me understand.
The reason why I'm pinning so much on the vice president, who is clean, is the fact that all we need to do is, if the president does not do what he told people like Raila Odinga, we can actually send him easily home. The impeachment can just come into the whole conversation. We just make him a lame president. Whether it's Ruto on the other side, lame president. You'd see why Ruto is popular in central provinces, because of the Kikuis don't want that this kind of stigma that we made a promise, but we don't keep our promises. The Kikuyu wants to get rid of that stigma whereby they cannot be trusted. That's why they are supporting. And again, they don't like Uhuru Kenyatta altogether. If Uhuru Kenyatta was not in Azimio, I am telling you, half of Kikuyu would go to Raila Odinga, but the father Kenyatta, with Kenyatta, oh my goodness, that guy can't stand him, for sure, to be honest with you guys. Kenyatta, I cannot stand that dude. Thank you.
So the constitution, according to you, gives the deputy president a lot of powers.
So what's going to happen? The next DP will have different powers of a different kind. This is not going to happen.
From where? From where?
So the powers will be like this. The people of Coast, let's assume Raila Odinga wins the presidency today. The people of Mombasa, they are expecting Raila Odinga will have to return the terminals. Mombasa terminals, which is held by Odinga, Joho, Nazil, and also Kenyatta. If he does not do that, the Mombasa, the Lamu, all those guys will run away from Kenyatta, Odinga for that case. The stakes are so high. The lawyers have been so tight. They have been supporting Odinga for such a long time. The stakes are so high this time around because they have seen development in Kisumu and Nyanza, but they have not seen the same happening with the the coalition between Kenyatta and Moi and Odinga. So the lawyers' expectations are so high. Okay, when those two groups see that Kenyatta Odinga is playing cat and mouse there and tu yani, you know what they can say? Let's just chase peleke nyumbani yani. They have nothing to lose. So the stakes are so high for Odinga. So that's why I'm pinning so much on whoever Odinga picks. If he picks Karua, I am for him 100% because I know if Odinga kena kulala pale kwa class, you'll be sent packing big time. So, and then the deputy president will assume the power for sure, no doubt. Because Odinga has a big assignment ahead of him. He has to do with people like Joho. He has to do with people like Late Morungi. He has to do with the Dongo report. He has to do with KEMSA. These are kind of things he has to do with, which most Kenyans want to see. You want to do with the Pandora Papers. So he has to do with Kenyatta in a big way. How will he do it? Let's wait and see. So the deputy president matters a lot. Yes.
Yes, Richie Makiadi.
Yes,
Kimathi, unajua ukiongea unafanya nachemka hapa. You know, Ndemba, one thing that I always maintain in this forum, tusikubali propaganda. Tusikubali propaganda. If you do not have evidence that the port of Mombasa is owned by Raila, Kenyatta, and Joho, do not tell us. Usikuje kutuambia kitu kama hiyo hapo. Unless you have evidence. Hiyo ni kitu number 1. Number 2, umeongea juu ya Raila Odinga kona monopoly ya gas. I want to disabuse that statement. Hakuna siku Raila Odinga anauza gas. Raila Odinga kampuni yake ina deal na gas cylinder. Cylinders, si gas. So wacha kutu mislead hapa. Number 3, umeongea juu ya Raila Odinga anafaa kudeclare property yake wakiwa na Joho. Kitu ya kwanza nataka kukuinform Mr. Kimathi. Joho is not running for office. So mweke kando. If you have any personal issues, no, just mute your mic. Just mute your mic. I'll give you time to respond to me. If you have any personal issues with Joho, that's something different. I have not read anywhere in the constitution where a presidential candidate anafaa kudeclare wealth unless imewekwa juzi na sijaiona. So, if you want Raila Odinga to declare his wealth as per you so that he can be clean in your eyes, you should also demand William Ruto to declare. In fact, William Ruto is a public of
Odinga Ruto. I meant both presidential candidates for correction.
No. You talked about Joho and Odinga. I'm just addressing the things you said. William Ruto is a public officer. And also my constitution. Article 76, if I'm not wrong. And also my constitution. These people, there are parameters ambazo zimekuwa set for public officers. They are not supposed to do business with the government. If your candidate is William Ruto Sahi, he is doing business with the government, and you know that. They are supposed to declare their wealth for purposes of accountability and transparency. They said they are going to declare their wealth. They have never done that. Mpaka wa leo. So I don't know which parameters you are holding Raila Odinga onto to make sure that he declares his wealth before he runs for office. Finally, umesema ya kwamba hawa watu kama hawatazuiwa kurun for government na EACC and all that bodies, then it is better we get rid of chapter 6. Let me tell you this, just to bring you up to speed. The EACC, the DPP, the NCIC, and all these other bodies said that they have no capacity to stop any candidate from running for office. So swali kwako ni hii, utadu?
Okay, thank you, Makiadi, for the reply. So first and foremost, I would like to correct myself. It's Raila Odinga and Ruto. Those are the two guys contesting for the presidency. Okay, that's number 1. Number 2, one of the things Raila Odinga has been the opposition for such a long time is supposed to be watching on the government performance on a daily basis. Raila Odinga chose to join hands with Uhuru Kenyatta. That's why we cannot come up with laws about the presidential candidates declaring their wealth. You see, if you mean it and you want to see transparency among all the leaders in the country, which basically I think we go to US, maybe I see US all the time, they declare their wealth. That's when you know what this guy owns and what he doesn't own. Okay? About the gas again, of course.
Now, wait, Kimathi,
Yes.
let me ask you a question. What's your what's your problem? Okay, I want to tell these people, especially people like you. Kindly, you can say anything, but do not come with propaganda here.
So there's no propaganda.
Wait,
there's no propaganda.
Wait,
You see,
Kimathi, wait. You and I know how election went in 2017. Do you or you don't?
I do. I was there. Yeah.
Good. And you know the things that led to the handshake. Would you have wanted Kenya to have been divided as it was going to be?
But then I remember the handshake ended up being something else, which was not.
No. Wait. I'm asking you. I'm asking you the question very slowly, so that the other things are politics of whoever wants to speak. But you and I, in this platform, we try not to go to the things that politicians say on the political podiums.
You see,
there are things that your politician, the person that is on the side of Kenya Kwanza and all, those are good for politics and political stage out there. But now when you come to this platform, this guy here, Black, is supporting UDA. But there are things that you might not hear him talk about. Not because we want to gag you. We want you to entertain that in the political podiums, Huko, not here. I want to ask you, I want to request you that whatever it is that you feel about the handshake, you and I know that the handshake brought peace. There are people who actually died. The country was literally being divided.
You see,
there's nowhere written that Raila Odinga should incessantly be the opposition leader in Kenya. There's nowhere. There's no constitution written like that.
Okay.
There's nothing that makes it hard for your deputy president William Ruto, because he differed with his boss, to step aside and hold his boss to accountability. So coming here and starting to tell us, oh, Raila Odinga, he chose to have a handshake with the... Is it the first time in Kenya we are having a handshake?
There was nothing wrong with having handshake. It is
no.
I'm
not going to. Now, I've listened to you, but for me, whenever I'm here, I'm not going to allow certain level of conversation. If you cannot debate with facts, then I'm just going to let you know that maybe this is not the best platform for you.
Let's wait until August 9. Will be the.
If you cannot, if there are things that you can, there are things you can go and say in political podiums. Suko inje, see hapa. So Black, what is it? Unmute Black.
Kimathi alisema kitu about Raila dealing with gas, na watu wakakuwa very quick dismiss as to how gas is related to petroleum. But we should also realize that Kenya, we deal with LPG, liquefied petroleum gas. So gas, the gas that we consume in Kenya comes out of petroleum. So it is by every way connected to petroleum. Just wanted to clarify that. So Kimathi was in right alipokuwa akisema connect Raila na gas na nini. But okay, there's a question that I would like to ask that's slightly out of the new. Kwenye ametaja gas, ilikuwa nataka kuleta hapo. I don't know what it is with Raila and coincidences. Na coincidence venye alisema juzi alipokuwa anakuja US, watu wangapi wakatuacha wale maraisi. Similarly, it got me thinking, Currently tumekuwa na hii shortage ya mafuta Kenya, Raila akiwa ameungana na serikali. Do you also know that in 2008 wakati kuna ile nusu mkate pia kulikuwa na shortage ya mafuta? Sijui coincidence
Okay,
coincidence iko. The rest is up to you to think. The rest
No,
is
it's
up to
okay
you.
to think. It's okay to
Whatever
think.
you want to do with that information is up to you. Niko nasema tu by the way.
Spectra International makes cylinders.
Cylinders,
Gas
yes, correct. Yes.
Yeah, it doesn't make the gas itself. So I think we need to appreciate that. Now I think we need to start. Omar, habari gani?
Mi niko vizuri, nasikia siasa inachacha moto hapo mpaka na wasikizo tu.
Toa maoni yako. Nataka sasa, naona watu wameanza kuja na propaganda. Nataka sasa tufunge show kwa sababu naona sasa hapa we do not want to keep dealing with propaganda.
Nasikia propaganda nyingi. Nasikia propaganda nyingi wanasema Raila ana deal na gas. Hawezi wakatofautisha gas na cylinder. Hiyo ndio ukweli iko, lakini sasa hiyo pande ingine wameekelea mzee. Unajua sasa mzee hata kama mtu atakosana na bibi yake ndani ya nyumba atasema ni mzee amefanya. Tumewazoea. Nikizungumzia kuhusu hiyo masala haswa, tumesikia propaganda nyingi kutoka kwa upande ya UDA na tunashukuru Mwenyezi Mungu, kila wakifanya propaganda watu wanaanza kufungua macho sahihi wakati walala salama. Wengi sana vile nawafahamu wale walikuwa supporta UDA saa hii wanaanza kufungua macho, wale haswa marafiki zangu wengi sana, sababu wanasema zile propaganda wamepatiwa na deputy president si vile walikuwa wanatarajia. Mambo imebadilika haswa hata upande ya kwake Rift Valley. Inashangaza sana, watu wanaanza kukua against yeye kwa sababu huwezi ukaambia mjumbe mzima mfuasi wa Ruto huyu anakaa kwa wananchi anawaambia musipigie Kipsigis. Hiyo imeleta shida Rift Valley, na Ruto akikosa kuchunga haswa hiyo Rift Valley atashangaa. Sehemu ya kwake itakuwa ni history Kenya. Na leo sina mada nyingi. Leo tu nilikuwa nataka kuguzia kuhusu, kuna clip moja nimeona, I think baadhi yenu mumeona kuhusu, sijui huyu jamaa ni military, sijui ni, I think mmoja clip kuhusu, anazungumza kuhusu upande ya Museveni, wana plan mambo za kufeva mtu mmoja Kenya, na tunajua mtu ni nani. Sijui kama umeona hiyo clip my brother.
Yeah, I've seen the clip.
Hebu kwanza kabla sijazungumza, hiyo clip ni ukweli ama?
It's just another propaganda. So
Sasa lazima Wakenya upande ya UDA lazima waambie Wakenya ukweli, kwa sababu sahii pale tumefikia Kenya, tumechoka na urongo. Urongo wa Kenya wamechoka nayo, kwa sababu waliona hii urongo kuna watu watawaamini mpaka saa ya mwisho, lakini binadamu hauwezi kumdanganya kwa muda nyingi, na wakikosa kuchunga mambo vile inaenda, si vile watakuwa wanatarajia, vile hao wenyewe walikuwa wanatarajia itakuwa hivyo, lakini mambo inabadilika. Na ile kitu naweza kupatiana upande ya usia yangu, upande ya UDA, waache kukajeli viongozi wale wamesababisha hii nchi. Mababa zao walienda mbele za haki, wamepigania hii nchi mpaka hii nchi pali imefikia, na kwa kajeli this two family haina faida yote. Hao watu, hata kama unajua binadamu hayuko 100%, hata huyo DP akichukua power akiongoza hii nchi hata kuwa 100%, yeye ni binadamu. Na hii two family pali wametutoa na pali tunaenda, nchi zote kuna challenge ya kimaisha. Watu wanadhani challenge iko Kenya peke yake. Nina marafiki zangu Tanzania wanasema Tanzania pia kuna challenge ya kimaisha baada ya hii mambo ya corona. Imechapa kila mtu maisha, lakini Kenya vile hizi challenge ya kimaisha imeingia upande ya mabidhaa, mafuta, nini, imebadilishwa ikawekwa siasa ndani. Lakini nashukuru sana baadhi ya wananchi wamefocus na wanajua ni wapi pali wanatoka na ni wapi pali wanaenda. Hiyo tu kwa sasa maoni yangu, sina mambo nyingi.
Okay, asante. We'll start taking our closing remarks, and thank you everyone for joining us. Unfortunately, we cannot move further than that. So I want to allow us to just give 1 minute closing remarks. We start with the Mato.
Leo umenionea sana bana, lakini sawa tu, umenieka huko kando manzi, nimekuwa nini screen karibu nikuwe flower girl. Anyway, ni sawa.
Pole Mato, pole Mato. Wewe ni
Hujanipatia na chance.
Wewe ni veteran hapa.
Naelewa. It's okay. Nini show ni yetu anyway. Hey Black. Ako hapa Black. Man. Do your research well or even learn something before you say. Go find out how gas is made and how it's connected with oil. Kuja tena utuambia hapa kesho. Because we have to be realistic in this show. Kuna show zenye tu achaga. Hii yetu manze, we try to be very realistic in everything. Na ndio maana kunanga vitu za kupigana. Mimi I think nitafunga tu na kusema that I like where we are going. Leo nimenyamaza, Themba amenifanya flower girl kidogo, lakini sawa. It's our show. But I think the only one nitasema is change is coming to Kenya. If we get the Rarua ticket, kuna mtu alisema hapa the other day, watu waanze kuongea na DCI, waanze kurudisha vitu zenye wameiba. People are gonna go in. Corruption tunataka kumaliza. Na hiyo jinga ya kufanya biashara na government, ukiwa kwa government hatutaki. The fact that people go to, you're trying to go to get in the government, ndio maana watu wanalia, kina Bahati wanalia, mtu anaingia huko, mtu mwenye kaji chopevu alikuwa mtu mwenye anatupatia, anafanya research na nini na investigative thing, Everybody wants to get into government. Why? They don't want to be a public servant. They want to make money. And that's what it is. Because every tender, you already know when the tender is going to come. I think we need more of public servant, and I think that's what Raila is. I think Ruto is a businessman with the government, and I will not change my part on that. There was something then ulinisimamisha. It's very personal. Muteshi land, Bibi Muteshi was my mom's godfather. I know that what happened. So when people come, a godmother, when people come here talking about Ruto's unataka kumfanya kwe mweupe kama pamba, I feel so bad about it. That saa zingine angalianga mtu nashindwa. Should I just keep quiet or should I say something? The things that are very personal. Nyinyi hamjui nani mnataka kuingiza. Kina Black na watu wenye na kina Kimathi wenye mnalilia Ruto. Hamjui vizuri mtu mwenye mnataka kuingiza. And I'm asking you guys, if you love your country, go the Mandela moment. Baba ashapigania country tunajua. Baba akuja hapa kuiba kitu ya mtu yote. Na mkisema gas mshajibiwa. Baba ako anauza gas, baba ako na kampania, nikakuwa na mtungi na mtu mwingine anauza maji. Hajaifanya kitu yote. Nimeuliza Black tu hapa. Baba alifanya nini akiwa minister wa nini wa energy, akashindwa kusema. Ikifika kwa Ruto anaanza kukimbia up and down. Na sielewagi kwa nini watu wa UDA wakikuja hapa hivi waga wanakimbia kila mahali mpaka wana change the whole conversation. But tunawapenda nyinyi wote, kujeni because we need you. Tunajua Black tushaleta. Ni kusumbua tu. Na kuna wengine tushaleta. Kujeni tutembee pamoja. So you're welcome to this forum. Hii yetu ya jioni night tunakuaga tu hapa sisi wote. Sitaongea mingi kwa leo. I think Demba kama bado watakuwa hapa tu wa UDA wanaweza tuombea.
Thank you so much, Mato. Kimathi, dakika moja.
Yes, thanks again. My closing remarks is just hoping that Mother Karua deputizes the Odinga, assuming that she will be the deputy president. I'm pretty sure Dongo Land Report, Kimarero Dam, and other major schedules that you've seen in the country, something will be done. Mother Karua, Mother Kome, and a few other guys, hopefully people like Kanjama, we can bring them on board, who I believe that they can govern this country. I'm not Kanjama, of course, he's not a politician anyway, but let's pray for our country and let's hope for the best. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Black.
Mtanisamea kwa sababu niko kazi, but nitaongea tu. I hope mtanisikiza. Mnanisikia?
Yeah.
So kuhusu my final submission, rather parting short, ni kwamba in regards to, wacha nianze na pande ya Azimio then kuja kwa UDA. In regards to the running mate equation, if at all Azimio pick on Martha Karua, to be frankly honest with you, I don't think she will do much about the corruption there. I think she'll be neutralized as soon as she gets into that position. Because the minute alipojilegeza kamba, from the point of saying that she does never ever want to be associated na mtu yoyote ama kundi lolote lile ambalo linahusika na corruption, akashuka chini paka kusema there is this group that has more people that are more corrupt, but this other group has people that are corrupt but are fewer than the other group. The minute she made that statement and decided to join the Azimio camp, that's the time I knew that perhaps all politicians could be the same. And all the hopes that may have been with the people that would have thought that perhaps, just perhaps, if by any chance Martha Karua would have gained the presidency, maybe she should have made the change in fighting corruption. But with that stance, it got me back into thinking that probably there's nothing that can be done about that, because just by the fact knowing that kuna watu that wako corrupt in Azimio just as much as walikuwa wakisema wako in Kenya Kwanza, I don't expect any change in regards to corruption from the Azimio side. Now, from the UDA side, we have a vast of choices that we can make from. We have Kindiki. Kindiki has been a good guy. I've not had any scandal about him. And like I tried to say before, a Kindiki deputy would do best for the Mount Kenya, in the sense that we've been so long tumekuwa tukizoeshwa that if a candidate is coming from Mount Kenya, they have to come from Central, from the Kikuyu part of the Mount Kenya. That at least this once, if UDA or rather Kenya Kwanza can come up with Kindiki ambao anatokea upande wa Meru, perhaps for once we would have a candidate kutoka Mount Kenya mwenye ametoka away from the Kikuyu. No. By that in itself, it will be the first time for that to happen, in my view. So whether Azimio decide to pick on a woman DP, it okay kama the first time Kenya's had a woman DP. From the other end, at least also Kenya Kwanza will have for the first time a man coming from Mount Kenya, but not from the Kikuyu tribe. Anyway, all in all, it's been great having this debate with you. I don't want to say much. I believe the rest also have something to say. So wacha niwachie hapo na tuonane kesho panapo majaliwa yake Mwenyezi Mungu.
Safi Black, tutaonana kesho majaliwa. Naona unaingia job. Tuonane kesho. Makiadi, karibu.
Black, kabla uende, wacha nikupatie hii ripoti. Mimi nilikuwa nafikiria juu natoka Mombasani bana, ungetetea Aisha Jumwa achaguliwe kama running mate, lakini inaonekana you've already made up your mind. Ni sawa tu, tutamwambia next time.
Jumwa will be the governor for Kilifi.
Nilikuwa nafikiria utamuombea achaguliwe kama running mate.
Hapana. Actually hata Mvurya anaweza pia. Governor Mvurya is also able and capable.
Ungewatetea, si kila wakati kutetea
They have no scandals. Mvurya pia hana scandal.
Ungewatetea, si kila wakati kutetea Mount Kenya. Mount Kenya wako na watetezi wao pia. Haya,
I know, but sitaki ku spread cards zetu kwa public. It's our secret.
Okay.
Thank
Asante
you.
Basi. Asante, tutaonana. Wow. Black amesema hapa Martha Karua hata atalegeza kamba kuhusiana na corruption. Mimi nataka kuambia namna hii, kwa constitution hakuna mahali deputy president amelipwa kupigana na corruption kwa nchi ya Kenya. There are bodies that have been mandated by the constitution of Kenya to fight corruption. If they are facilitated enough, if they are given that space, if they are given, if they find the political will to do that and support from the government, whether it means from financial support, moral support, then they will do their job. So you don't need a Martha Karua figure as a deputy president for corruption to be fought in Kenya. Mumeongea mambo ya Spectra. Hata Black anasema hapa 2008 Raila alikuwa PM na gas ikapotea. My friend, Spectra imeexist hata Raila akiwa kwa opposition. Spectra is a company ambayo imekuwa ikifanya hii kazi ya kutengeneza gas cylinders na kuuza gas cylinders in Kenya for a long time, even before Raila joined government whatsoever. So propaganda zingine ukipedal, tafadhali rudi nyuma ukaenda ukafanya research kidogo. Now I remember even there was a time the government of Uhuru Kenyatta and William Ruto incentivized import of gas cylinders just to kill the monopoly that exists in the Kenyan market. Whatever you do with that information is up to you. Finally, kuna kitu moja nataka kuongea juu ya Kibaki. I think wakati tunaongea juu ya legacy ya Kibaki kuna kitu moja tunasahau. Nimesoma extracts kwa magazeti wakiongea juu ya wealth ya Kibaki. I was really surprised that Kibaki was a billionaire. Some papers zinasema he was worth 20 billion, others zinasema he was worth between 20 to 150 billion. And I think it's a very, very interesting thing to learn that Kibaki made all this wealth without being named in any corruption scandal. Mimi sijaisikia Mwai Kibaki akitajwa mahali yote kwa corruption scandal ya kwamba ameiba pesa. So I was really surprised, and I hope that the leaders will know that when you come into office, haujakuja kutengeneza pesa, umekuja kuserve wananchi, na kama unakuja kuserve wananchi na maanisha basi next time ukikosa hiyo kiti ujue ya kwamba that was just a privilege yenye ulipatiwa na wananchi, haukupatiwa hiyo kiti kukuja kuiba pesa ya wananchi na kujifanya tajiri. Asanteni.
I was trying to block that thing from there, so watu wanakuja afu na maswali. It's interesting that we've had this discourse today. Let me acknowledge those who have joined us, wale wa Kenya ambao saizi najua naamka huko chini. Jijiman, although free advice, David Olo, asante. Awino Rapemo, good morning team. Yani mnaamka mnatupata hapa. Kweli hata sisi. Sisi ndio wale wasee. Yeah? Awino Rapemo, asante. Idi Alfan, people are feeling so much about politics. Yeah. Jijiman, hata msikia aibu wa Kikuyu wawili kiteteana juu ya ujinga. Sasa jiji mmeanza a very mad podcast. My question to propagandists. Wachana propagandists. These are propaganda tupu. Savin Orinda. Asante sana Jimmy Ombati. Yeah. Elkana Shivashi. Asante. Yeah. Black ako na one particular syllabus. Enda kwa hiyo platform, make sure you talk about Ruto. This is here. Danny Darius Temba. I'm still waiting for the persons that are taking the responsibility of making this platform a media house. And they take steps and let us know. Yes, media house inakuja. You will be seeing this big media house. Maybe next month tuna launch the Diaspora Diary. We want all of you, those who are in the diaspora, to come and have a discourse, and also book club coming up. So I hope you guys are reading The Prince by Niccolo Machiavelli. Soma hiyo, tutakuja hapa tuchambue. Brains tuputupu. Tunataka tu brains tuputupu. If you fear reading, utakaa kando. Wala napenda kusoma, tupatane. I think it will be the first Sunday, not this Sunday, the other Sunday. It will be 2 hours moment of just kuchanganua, you know, and we'll just be reading and appreciating analytical view of it. Inauma lakini kesho pia ni siku. Yeah, we could not allow most of you who had wanted to come, and I hope that you will understand. Kesho pia ni siku. Naona mko wengi huko nyuma ya curtain. Tutawaruhusu kesho mkuje muweze kuchangia. Leo time ndio hiyo sasa tunafunga. So it is well. See you tomorrow. Mkuje mapema kesho ili muweze kujiunga hapa. Kikwetu Ventures isiwe issue, nimekutaja. Gitash Day isiwe issue, pia wewe nimekutaja. Baba na mjukuu isiwe issue, nimewataja wote. Biria Rafael, asante. Mohamed Ege, George, Kimathi, you need to read lots of newspapers from 90s for you to understand Kenya politics. Kimathi. Kimathi, ukikuja hapa tafadhali usikuje na vitu anasema huko kwa political podium. Just try a little bit, read, get some little facts. Usikuje hapa kusema statements like, oh, you know, Raila alienda mwenyewe akasheka hand na Kibaki, I mean na Uhuru. I mean, surely, if you don't live in Kenya, you don't understand what the background of the handshake. There's the politics of it. We don't dwell on that hapa. We don't at all. And I especially when I'm moderating, I don't allow us to bend that law. I want us sometimes to just take a little bit of time to just read a little facts here, concentrate on what is helpful, not the politics and politicization of the other things. Hizo tuachie wale politicians wakati wanaenda kuongea kwa political podium huko nje. I mean, when they want to get the microphone and they get excited, ndio wataanza kutusiana, wataanza kusema hizo vitu, asema oh, sijui yule mzee wa kitendawili, oh, watakuja. They say so many things. We do not want that here. This platform, we want it to be educative, and there are people who come here to learn, you know. So when you distort history, it is not helpful to the listeners. Now that is the reason why ikifikanga saizi jioni, we sometimes don't allow certain people to come here, you know, especially those who just, their intention is just one clear thing, to propagate propaganda, to come and even try and trivialize the handshake. Yet people died because of the divisive politics that was there at that time. So when you don't acknowledge that and you imagine there's one person who is supposed to be the opposition leader in Kenya, that one person is the one who is supposed to be, if he doesn't talk about things, nobody else should talk about it. That is in my view, a little not very right. So I'm a little frustrated. Temba is frustrated. Yes, I'm frustrated when I hear someone like Kimathi coming here and saying that, oh, Raila aliamua shake hand na Uhuru, sasa opposition ikaisha. What kind of anyway, wacha niache.
Themba, I think Madhi is just being genuine. Ile kitu hataki kutuambia yeye ni supporter wa UDA. We agree. You can support any side. I think we made it clear in this forum that we do not hold any grudge against UDA supporters. And the best thing is, if you come here, at least we have an exchange of ideas. Sisi tukiwa hapa kama Azimio supporters, tukiwa tunaongea peke yetu, kunakuwa na kitu inaitwa monotony. So we like divergent views. Hiyo ndio kuengage. So wewe ukikuja hapa usione haya kusema kwamba una support UDA. Tuta engage na wewe, mahali unaenda unakosea, tunakuambia, mahali tunakosea, unatuambia. Lakini unajua ile line ya kusema ati oh, mimi nilikuwa supporter wa Raila lakini alisalimiana na Uhuru, watu wote wa Central wakahama wakawacha Uhuru. I mean, hiyo ni ile vitu inapigangwa na kina nani Ndindi Nyoro huko kwa podium. Ukituletea hapa tutaribati.
Makiadi, I come from natoka Meru. Let me just tell you, Meru North, Meru Odinga was very popular back in the day. Lakini kushikana na Raila Odinga na Uhuru Kenyatta, that is why he lost the plot. I hope that Mother Karua will help dilute Kenyatta. Nasikia? I hope Mother Karua will dilute Kenyatta. Kwa sababu Kenyatta, the last 10 years, the last 45 years, I don't know. Mambo ya gas saizi. Mafuta saizi. Mpaka saizi, eh? Sio propaganda. Them is not propaganda.
Stop. Thank you, Kimathi. Thank you. I mean, we were closing. Thank you. How do I control you that I never? Okay. I'm always following your show. Watching from Melanie Nyaboke, watching from Seattle. Thank you so much for watching from Seattle. Yeah, you're free to come here. I want to say to repeat again. If you don't read, if you don't open yourself to information, if you just come here with the same kind of propaganda, we kindly do not come, because I will not allow you to speak. That's what I do, Kimathi. I usually say, if you come here with propaganda, I don't allow you to speak. Hivyo tu. This guy Black, huyu namwona hapa. This Black is a UDA supporter. And he comes here every day. At least Black does the easiest thing to do. He does his research. Anakuja na nia yake. We engage, yes, we differ, but at least you see the content is something that is someone who has gone a little bit out. It doesn't bring things that are in the political podiums. And that is, I mean, zile vitu anasema huko kwa nini, we don't want this platform to be cheapened that way. And that's a standard we have set for this particular platform in the evenings. So if you can't do that, I'm sorry, we might not allow you to speak. Unaweza kaa tuko chini uendelee kusikiza. Kama unakuja na propaganda peke yake, I don't think we really will entertain that here. So thank you so much for coming today. Come again, but I will not allow you to speak if the trajectory will just be based on propaganda. Black here talks every day, and you have heard him speaking. And we allow him to speak. This forum is open to anyone. Even you, it's open to you. I'm just requesting you, kindly go back, check out. There are things that you'll go and say in a particular platform, na itakubalika. But hapa, no. Okay, I want us to finish by saying the Constitution. And Makiadi, uko tayari?
Ya leo ni rahisi sana Ndemba. I think ni mstari mmoja peke yake na ni article 37 ambayo inaongea juu ya assembly, demonstration, picketing and petition. Every person has the right peaceably and unarmed to assemble, to demonstrate, to picket and to present petition to public authorities.
Yeah, you have the right to picket. Picket ni ile demonstration. Ile wanashinda wakisema ati Raila alibreak law by picketing, right? So that is, you have a right to picket. Handshake brought peace to Kenya, and we are all alive to that fact. Yeah, we're alive to that fact. There's nowhere written that one person should be an opposition leader in Kenya for life. There's nowhere written that other people shouldn't be the opposition leader in the opposition and even look for those rights. Mato, ulihepa jana, tupatie the whole song.
Yeah. Na jana nilihepa lakini niliwaangalia pia. Uliacha ikaenda moja. I think we already have a nini inaitwaje tradition.
Tupatie the whole song.
Si tuone kama mgeni atatufanyia. Kimathi, kwani umehepa? Come back. Unaweza tuombea leo?
Ati?
Unaweza tuombea?
Niwaombea. Okay. Sinaweza ombea?
No, si maombi, kuna maombi tunafanyanga hapa.
Sijajui maombi, niambie. Fanya leo. Next time taona yani.
Sikiza, ukiwa hapa, ukikuja umeongea, tunafanyanga national anthem na tunaenda mzima. Unaweza tuchapia national anthem. Hatuimbi, tunaisema. Unaweza isema leo?
Unmute Kimathi.
Ana Google.
Ni sawa tu, lakini amemute mic.
Kimathi, bado unatusikia? Utaweza tufanyia ama tukungoje ama?
Kuna simu hapa inalia, yani ngoja kidogo.
Sawa basi, wacha tumalize tu basi. Haya. Mungu, nguvu yetu, ilete baraka kwetu, haki iwe ngao na mlinzi, na tukae na undugu, amani na uhuru, raha tupate na ustawi. Going to number 2. Amkeni ndugu zetu, tufanye zote bidii, nasi tujitoe kwa nguvu. Nchi yetu ya Kenya tunayoipenda, tuwe tayari kuilinda. Number 3, na tujenge taifa letu, ndio wajibu wetu. Kenya istahili heshima, tuungane mikono pamoja kazini, kila siku tuwe na shukrani. So that the whole national language, national thing says something ukijaribu kuiangalia vizuri, and what it says. It reminds us to be Kenyans. It reminds us of what we talk. We can come here and picket and talk every day. Leo tumeambiwa picketing is our right, lakini tukipicket na tuelewi ile kitu tunasimamia na country yetu inasimamia, then tutakuwa tumefanya kazi upuzi. That's what Themba says. Themba always says, and we always say here, we need to talk. If we don't talk, we start fighting.
Thank you so much. Gitash then David Olo, you guys, but I need to be respectful of each other. Now, kuna mtu ananiambia hapo chini, anauliza kitabu gani tuna discuss. We are saying we are discussing The Prince by Niccolo Machiavelli. Starting the Sunday of, I think it will be 7th, or hiyo Sunday itakuwa, wacha hii Sunday, hiyo Sunday ingine ndeto itakuwa tarehe ngapi? Ni tarehe 7 ama? The Sunday will be tarehe 7, eh?
I think so. Since the next Sunday, not this one, right?
Yeah, not this one.
Yeah, hiyo ingine. I don't have my calendar with me.
Itakuwa 7th.
Yeah. So 7th we will discuss it from we'll have the time. We'll have the poster out for the book club discussing Niccolo Machiavelli, The Prince. Spam imekuja hapa tena.
You kitu huwezi block permanently, Themba?
We are blocking it, but it's still 7th itakuwa Saturday. So we want it on a Sunday.
8th.
8th, yeah, 8th. We mean the 8th, Sunday the 8th. That's when we are starting the discourse, and I don't know how to do it permanently. There's someone who said there's a way they can do it permanently. So kama wewe ni IT professional, unaweza saidia kuchangia kublock huyo jamaa, hiyo spam. Tusaidie tafadhali. Yeah. Okay. Subscribe to Motembei TV, and also you subscribe to Themba and Lulu Show. Let me put it right here. Kabla mjaenda. Leo tumekuwa na majamaa wa propaganda tupu.
Ruto ametuma watu leo. Kwanza nani Bernard aliumia.
Because na watu wa propaganda, show inakuwa boring. You know, sometimes you want to interact with some factual information. Mtu ananiambia ati, but we discuss what people say the political party. No, we don't discuss the ninis, the dramas that they talk about. Have you ever heard us? Yeah.
You know, Themba, you risk being sued if you come to a forum kama hii kupaka mtu matope. So that's why we say kama ni kitu ambayo ni propaganda, then usilete hapa, kwa sababu unaharibia show na jina Mtembei TV uko nje. But kama ni kitu ambayo una evidence na ni kitu ambayo you can prove hata ukiulizwa kwa nini ingine, then that's okay.
Yeah, we try for people to try jaribu soma, get some facts. You can read a little bit, you can read, I mean, you can have some references. Itasaidia. Lakini kuja hapa sasa ku just say stuff, especially hao watu wa jioni hawapendi hiyo. Hao watu wa jioni ni watu wanapenda kidogo kipatana Makiadi hapa na Ndeto wanachoka sana ukianza
kuna jamaa nimesikia akisema LPG na oil anyway, acha niache. Leo nimeamua kwa mtu mzuri.
Die ulisaidia Wekesa, eh? Okay. So okay, so let's hope they work. About daytime. Daytime hatujui, daytime mnaweza kuja mpige. Sisi watu wa jioni hatupendi hiyo upuzi jiji man. Sisi watu wa jioni hapa Makiadi ameshachoka. Mimi nishachoka. Sasa nikikuja hapa tena nichosha na kunipeleka na propaganda. Ninachoka zaidi. So
Demba, na tulishtakiwa leo na nani? Tulishtakiwa na sijui kama ulisikia. Tulishtakiwa na Alex.
Ati tufanya nini?
Tulishtakiwa na Alex kwa Bernard.
Ati tumefanya nini?
Uliza nani Richis uniambie useme. Ndio unajua venye tulishtakiwa.
Achana na hizo siasa za mchana. Ndio tulisema sisi tunakujanga wakati kama huu kwa sababu tunataka mpangilio wa aina fulani. Ile siasa imekuwa hapa mchana imekuwa ni propaganda tupu. Karibu show isimame bwana.
Bernard amesema siku hizi ataanza kukaa late. Kwa sababu yetu.
Weka nani alisema nini?
Alex alisema kuna Rachel alikuwa hapa hivi. Alex akaambia Bernard, we Rachel akaambia Rachel kujanga, watu wanasema kujanga ya jioni, kuna watu wako hapa hivi jioni, kuna group inakujanga. Sasa Bernard akarudi akauliza hiyo ni group gani, kwani munekilia show kona yenyu?
Alisema kujange jioni. Yeah, I mean hapa jioni sisi msikuja kutuchosha na propaganda. Pelekeni propaganda huko mkianza mapema huko maliza. Mkishamaliza mkuja huko jioni, sisi tunapenda ku Okay, thank you everyone. Tafadhali subscribe to Mutembe TV, and as you subscribe to Mutembe TV also we appreciate if you can share and like and let many people come. When you come in, if you come to the show starts at 9:30, between 9:30 and 10 Kenyan time. If you find 10 people, you should know that nini kumeja. But if you come in and you just wait, utakuwa allowed kuja in. Sisi hapa tunakuja jioni. Normally by the 7th hour we are not adding anybody. So wale wakukuja wanakuja mapema, apart from the normal suspects. The usual suspects ndio wanaweza kuwa added. The usual suspect ni Makiadi, Martin Deto, Julia
amepotelea wapi leo?
Julia alichoka na propaganda akaenda mapema.
Kuna jamaa anaitwa Washington Onyango anasema anawasalimia kutoka Idaho, Lewiston City, Idaho. Kwambia Ndemba uende ukachukue viazi huko.
Tuiseme vile tunaisemanga tukiwa Kenya, Idaho.
Idaho. Unajua Idaho kwa Kilua ina maana nyingine sitaki kusema mbele ya watu.
Nasema na kizungu mingi, sema Idaho.
Idaho ina maana yake kwa Kilua.
We Themba na Richie bado amjeni ambia venye OLATHE inaitwa. Ni nani tulikuwa tumepatia hiyo challenge? Ni Themba tulikuwa tumempatia Richie. Wewe najua utaisema. OLATHE.
Wacha Richie aseme.
Enda ufanye research Themba.
Leo utatuambia kesho time ya kufunga. Richie najua ataisema kwa sababu anaijua.
Jijimana anasema I like joining evening. Can you add me kwa suspect? Yeah, kama unataka kuwa mmoja wa suspect, you have the usual suspect ni Martin Deto, Makiadi au hata kinini lazima watakuja hapa jioni tunafunga show. Wanakuwa suspects 4. Martin Deto, Makiadi na Julia. Wale wengine usipoingia mapema hatutakupatia mkono wa buriani, utabaki huko chini, alafu tukuache huko. Yeah, asanteni. We are hitting our 8-hour mark. We thank you so much, and we really the famous ndio hiyo Washington Onyanga anasema the famous potato.
Idaho.
All right, man. You can drop it. You can drop it to us. Drop it to Mutembei TV. Our offices ziko pale Idaho. Nani najua Mato nataka niseme Olathe.
Richindo hiyo tumeipata. Richi tumempata.
Najua nataka niseme hivyo. Nikakwambia hilo nataka kusikia.
Aki nilikuwa nimekutafuta na hiyo kitu last time ulihepa. Inaitwa Oleta.
Unataka niseme hivyo. Sema hivyo.
Umesikia?
Inaitwa Oleta. Imesumbua watu wengi sana.
No, I mean I know, but also it's some of the things we're gonna sema watu wakisema unasema kuna of course the names ambazo kuna some interesting names of course some of them are Spanish but vile zimeandikwa inasemwa na alafu najua mostly the US places ambazo zilipewa majina kulingana na the locals wale walienda wakakaa huko. Alafu in the US tena kuna majina.
Acha nikuchekeshe Dhemba. Acha nikuchekeshe mkiwa wawili hapa. Mimi nilitafuta T ya jina yangu. Martin. Hiyo T manze nilitafuta kule walipeleka sijaipata hadi wa leo.
Yeah, iko hapo.
Semanga Martin.
Najua T inakuanga D.
Hata ya Martin hata hiyo D hakuna. Martin. Ala, mlipeleka wapi T? Ya mwisho sasa hiyo si hata siwezi spell. Hiyo siwezangi kuambia na spell.
Alafu tulikuja tukisema 50. Nasikia 50. 55.
Yeah, you know there's a saying that says if you go to the Romans, act like a Roman. So kwanza nilienda nyumbani, kuna vitu zingine nilisema huko unajulikana. Sasa hiyo nilienda kusema badala kusema a bottle nilisema bottle. We ilipanda kutoka $10 kutoka 10 shillings ikaenda 100 real quick.
Ndeto DA anakuambia hebu pronounce hiyo ameandika hapo.
Ngoja niangalie, sioni siko kwa nini. Ameandika wapi kwa chat?
Nimekuwekea hapo.
Ngoja nirudi basi. Ndeto pronounce. Hey. Good night. Hebu tuone tukalale bana.
See you guys tomorrow. God bless you. Alafu Mato umeambiwa na Alumu pronounce hiyo.
We mimi naenda kulala. It's time to go to sleep bwana. Hebu good night. Tuonane ni kesho.
Ndio amesha kucheka hapo baya. See you.
Hiyo ni Iowa Leicester.
Wewe umepronounce vibaya Makia, ni Leicester.
Leicester. Usiku mwema basi.
Na hii ni Worcester.
Hebu wewe, Dhemba kwaherini. Tuonane ni kesho.
See you, good night.